Yeah. Check. Yeah. Huh. Look. Back to the basics, fuck being patient. It's been too long, I done waited. Gotta stay focused and dangerous. Gotta stay focused. Yeah, I be faded. But look at they face when I see I done made it. They gon' be hating. I know they gon' hate it. The comeback was clean, see the way that I played it. Follow the trend, better copy and paste it. Loyalty always been taken for granted, but true, my niggas has always been sacred. Yeah, yeah. A nigga so close, I swear I can taste it. Yeah, yeah. A nigga so close, I swear I can. Don't try to fuck with me. When you niggas see what's up with me, bitches ain't got no love for me. They thought it was done for me. Now your best friend laying under me comfortably. You was just here for the luxury. This one gon' be fun to me. I ain't gotta chase, they gon' come to me. See, the glow has always been real. Yeah, I hit different like a pill. Know if I fuck with you, loyalty seal. Shit I never reveal. See, the glow has always been real. Yeah, I hit different like a pill. Know if I fuck with you, loyalty seal. Shit I never reveal. The game has always been chose, it's never been told. Up the price if it's sold. Some game is like gold, but all game got a code. Yeah, I just know what I know. When to hold, when to fold. When it's warm, when it's cold, when to untuck and unload. Yeah, told a nigga no baking soda. This whip game in the pros. Flex on, go Decepticon. Yeah, change flow, different modes. Soft niggas feeling bold. Expose and explode. Sleeping on me, don't doze. Or you know how I go. Back to the basics, fuck being patient. It's been too long, I done waited. Gotta stay focused and dangerous. Gotta stay focused and niggas be faded. But look at they face when they see I done made it. They gon' be hating. I know they gon' hate it. The comeback was clean, see the way that I played it. Follow the trend, better copy and paste it. Loyalty always been taken for granted, but true, my niggas has always been sacred. Yeah, yeah. A nigga so close, I swear I can taste it. Yeah, yeah. A nigga so close, I swear I can.
I can't breathe. Said I can't live. I can't go. Said I don't wanna be alone. Said I can't be. Said I can't live. I don't wanna go. Said I don't wanna be alone. Don't tell me I should take my time. 'Cause I just wanna dive right in. And darling, sometimes you gotta lose your mind so you can let the moon shine in. Yeah, wherever you go, tell me where you going, I'll be right there, baby. Wherever you find, I don't wanna lose you. I'll be right there. 1, 2, 3. Be right there. Don't you go alone. You better take me, baby. Baby, I'll be there. Don't you go without me. I'm never gonna leave you holding. I'm always gonna be on your side. Oh, I'll find you when the sun goes down. Oh, I don't wanna lose the night. Oh, wherever you go, tell me where you going. I'll be right there, baby. Wherever you run, I don't wanna lose you. I'll be right there. 1, 2, 3, please stay. Don't you go alone. Don't you go alone. You better take me, baby. Baby, I'll be there. Don't you go without me. Take me, baby.
got tight. Yo, that's my shooter, she stay qualified. We always see it eye to eye. I just wanna make you my smile. Yeah, I'm in love. You got me doing things I never done. Whatever it takes to make you mine. I just wanna make you my smile. How you do that, babe? Got me feeling ways. Been into you, but you already knew that, babe. I might just get your name tatted. The way you get money's attractive. Good. Got a feeling for it. Swear you give me everything and more. Ain't nothing about you average. Classy in public and private, you so ratchet. Never wanna leave, I'll never cheat. Baby, we can take this off. Let's stay out the street and in the sheets. You know how this thing go. We got tight. Yo, that's my shooter, she stay qualified. We always see it eye to eye. I just wanna make you my smile. Yeah, I'm in love. You got me doing things I never done. Whatever it takes to make you mine. I just wanna make you my smile. Take you out and get you what you want. No matter the cost, no. Never a problem. I put in that work and make you proud.
I grew up fast, I was 30 young. All my bitches wanted me my mama cause they love her son. I'm a fella, still run around like a honeymoon. Put a different pair of shoes on, just start another run. These bitches icky, give me Vicky vibes. Niggas Timmy eyes, and they give me pick me vibes. Every time they see me elevating, they get teary eyed. Could've lost my life a couple times, it was clearly God. Niggas fear the guys, only thing I fear is God. Only thing I hear is God, when I'm in my fear God. Beef and make these niggas high, we come quick like Jimmy John's. Put a sweet potato on the Mac like nigga pick your side. We be trying to catch these niggas slipping, they don't never slide. You gotta know the revolution, gon' be televised. It's a nigga somewhere with his phone, I'm using metal eyes. Every week I leave the state, I'm trying to find a better vibe. I gotta hustle, I can't take no ill, cause I gotta pay my bills and all my bitches want Chanel. 20,000 on my pendant, couple on my bill. Let my AR sing and shake the table, call it K Michelle. Nigga got a bitch I like, I steal her. Lady on bill, I ain't got no weed for you to smoke. Baby, I sell. I hope God gon' let me into heaven. I made it through hell. A lot of niggas wanna see me fall and say that I fail. Wake up, put my shoes on. Baby, get our shoes on. I be fresh to death, might put Mike and Mary on my tombstone. All my ARs fully pull up by myself, get all the goons gone. I'ma move on if she don't wanna give me head. My big bro a crip, he mad as hell, he gotta sip the red. It's a lot of hoe niggas wanna see me dead. In my house, at a hotel, they never see my bed. Me versus me.
Sometimes I get so stuck in my head I forget all the things that you said, but because of you I'm wonderfully and beautifully created. Spoke a couple words and the way you obeyed it. So why is it so hard for me to get through the storm? I guess it's just hard to see that you're there with open arms. Wherever I go, and if there's one thing I know, that you would never leave me or forsake me. Never leave me or forsake me, no. Everybody asking how you do it, how you been getting through it. And I tell them that you just gotta focus on his promises. You just gotta focus on his promises. You just gotta focus on his promises. Focus on his promises, yeah. You are not a man that you should lie. With you I have eternal life in. You promised to give me strength. You promised to give me love forever. You promised that when I win, you'll be there to pick me up whenever. So I put my hope in you. For every situation, and your word is my go-to. With no hesitation, wherever I go. And if there's one thing I know, that you would never leave me or forsake me. Never leave me or forsake me, no. Everybody asking how you do it, how you been getting through it. And I tell them that you just gotta focus on his promises. You just gotta focus on his promises. You just gotta focus on his promises.
You send an 8-minute voice, don't straight from the heart. I reply like, yo, whatever. When can you come get your stuff? I need this shit out the crib. I think it's bringing bad luck. Plug in, now you're lit. I pull the plug, now you're stuck. Dignity over a nut. Weak man all in the cut. How many doors are they shut? How many feathers they pluck? Rap game like my sleeping pattern, cause how the fuck I'm still up? Yeah, niggas don't speak my language. Niggas don't speak my language. Niggas don't speak my language. Yeah, how the fuck I'm still up? Yeah, niggas don't speak my language. Niggas don't speak my language. Niggas don't speak my language. Yeah, how the fuck I'm still up? Writing their names on the list, baby. 7-day candles are lit, baby. Shot the machine, he a wick, baby. Problems are there to get fixed, baby. Send me something from your trip, baby. Go invisible, ain't gonna pics, baby. Wanna turn you to a housewife, and you never had to clean a dish, baby. Yeah, baby, just roll one up, yeah. How many quotes I wrote, how much gold I struck, hey. How many funeral dates they playing for me, and I dodged it like the truck, yeah. Rap game like my sleeping pattern, cause how the fuck I'm still up? Yeah, niggas don't speak my language. Niggas don't speak my language. Niggas don't speak my language. Yeah. How the fuck I'm still up? Yeah. Niggas don't speak my language. Niggas don't speak my language. Niggas don't speak my language. Yeah. How the fuck I'm still up?
Fucking liars. Efficient ass. Check. Look, start a fire just to fight it, that's what liars do. Your only attribute is how you hide the truth. Acting like family and friends gotta side with you. Playing the victim is something wrong inside of you. See, I can't fight it no more. I'm not the same as before. My heart ain't got an entryway cause I'm shutting the door. Poor judgments that I made off the base of the course that I was failing. I bet I won't do that anymore. See, I'ma get my shit right. Do it right so I can live that shit twice. Yeah, I paid a price for me to live at these heights. So I ain't about to let no misery just dim out my light. Or memories will be the only thing you holding at night. Trust me, every move strategic now, never lucky. Niggas in the winner circle still trying to duck me. Told you I'd make you a liar, but you said fuck me. I'm just adjusting to this lifestyle that we have at hand. Yeah. Said that I'd be there at the very end. I'm that pressure that created diamond. You ain't had no faith in me, you thought I was lying. That stops you from riding. Now you see it. Even if they even up the score, I'm still gonna beat them. Training for this shit all my life, so I'm seasoned. I was just waiting till they gave me a reason. So here's the reason. They knew I was that spark, nigga. Cause I'ma get this shit my heart, nigga. For those with ill will, play your part, nigga. Sad to say that this is the start, nigga. I ain't leaving no rock unturned. I'ma play every hand. I'ma face all the odds. I'ma stick to the plan. I'ma call Anna Lee if I get in the jam. That's my lawyer, cause she know the slave master demands. Ride around with 3 F's, I ain't getting a chance. I probably got 3 steps before they letting it blam. And they gon' lie, so I bet I run. They don't get me like that, not Johnny, son. Not Johnny, son.
Johnny, son. Y'all don't know about that right there, but we back with another one, YSL trial. We back. We back. We back in the building. AZ315, you already know we live. I'm about to get ready to go to work, but I had to make sure I got this stream started before we jumped on this thing, you heard? Appreciate everybody that's tapped in early.
evidence in the jury? Yes. Okay. He's
Everybody,
here.
I will tap in later. I'm gonna be watching the stream with you guys, but I have to.
Yeah.
I have to work. Shout out to everybody that's tapping again. AC.305. All the links is in the chat. Let's hope it's not a bunch of commercials today, man. That trial that we had playing yesterday, it seemed like there wasn't any commercials, so let's try that again. If not, we're gonna pay for YouTube Premium. I'm not gonna lie. Me and my brother was talking about this lawyer right here. Bro, I have not heard this lawyer speak the whole trial, bro. Like, not at all. Well, let's see what she do today.
All right, Mr. Steele, you can proceed.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Your Honor. Do you know how old you are as compared to Jeffrey Williams?
Like two, 3 years.
Okay. And you would be younger, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you met Jeffrey, you didn't know him at all until approximately 2009, is that correct?
Probably, yeah.
And you would be in 2009 about 17 years of age, did I do that right?
I'm not that wrong then.
16 years of age, what'd you say?
I probably like 15 when I met him, something like that.
Okay. Do you remember a place here in Atlanta area called Jonesboro South?
Yes.
Did you grow up there?
Nah.
Do you remember it closing by any chance?
Yeah.
Did you ever know Jeffrey if he lived in Jonesboro South? Were you ever aware of him at that time?
I went to school with his sister, but I ain't know him.
Okay. So is it fair to say you met Jeffrey later when you were about 15? Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. And you met him through, do you remember who you met him through?
Probably Trentavis or Boo One on.
Okay. Okay. And when you were 15, Jeffrey would have been about 17, 18, fair to say?
Yes.
And from your observations, meaning your personal views, was Jeffrey interested in music at that time?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Overruled.
Foundation.
Overruled.
Answer? Yes, he was. I think he was already rapping.
Okay. And if you could just do me a favor, because the jurors want to hear you. If you could just, if you can, speak up. If you can't, that's fine. We'll do the best we can do. And when you say he was already rapping, did you ever go see him at underage performances, you know, at clubs that allowed children under, well, you know, young adults
Yes.
under the age of 18 or 21? And would it be fair to say that Jeffrey was rapping throughout the area where you were growing up and where he grew up?
Yes, that's how everybody met him, really.
Okay. And from your knowledge, your personal views, is it fair to say that you promoted, that may be a bad word, but you talked about Jeffrey's music?
Yes.
And you told people you liked the music. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And other people in the area did the same. Is that true?
Yes.
And do you remember signs going up for when Jeffrey was performing?
All the time.
Okay.
Like when we were young, yeah.
One more time?
When we was younger, a lot, yeah.
Yeah. And this wasn't, at that point, Jeffrey involved with a record label or anything. This is just community getting behind an artist. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you were proud of him, right?
Everybody from the neighborhood was.
One more time.
Everybody from the neighborhood was.
And from that neighborhood that you grew up in and that you then later met Jeffrey, can you describe it to the jury? What your viewpoint? Tell the jurors what a typical day in that neighborhood was.
What neighborhood? Cleveland Avenue?
15, 16 years old, yeah. You can look at the jurors if you want to. If you don't do it.
Rough. Every day.
Define rough.
Like, rough. Like, I can't really define it. It's just like a lot of stuff you just go through. Like, it's something always going on.
Okay. And as the time went on, so 15, 16, 17 years of age you are, okay?
Yes.
Did Jeffrey's popularity grow?
Yes.
In music, I'm talking about music.
I think it grew fast, yeah.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the speed on which it grew came out of, it broadened it beyond the little area in Atlanta that you were living and that you knew Jeffrey?
Yes.
Did he start to play, if you know, in other venues, like a restaurant, bar, club, stadium? Did he start playing them outside of the Atlanta area?
I think going like all the little towns and stuff like that.
One more time.
Like all the little towns and stuff like that.
In
little cities and stuff.
And you talking about just in Georgia?
Georgia, Alabama, it'd be different. Like, you know, just little small cities and stuff.
Okay. And did you ever go to those type of events?
Nah.
You stayed more locally, is that fair to say?
Stay local.
All right. Now, did there come a time, and I want to focus on 2013, 14, and 15, okay? So you would be in those years, and take your time and think about it. But in approximately 2013, you would be
20.
Okay. And then 14 would be about 21.
Yes.
15, 22. It's okay. Just
I don't remember.
It's all right.
I don't know.
Let's do it this way.
Yes, that's right.
That's about right?
Yes.
Okay. I was going to say you were arrested in 2015. Fair to say?
Yes, I was still 21 when I was arrested, but I turned.
But go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. I turned 22.
In 2015?
Yes.
Later, after the jurors heard about a August 5th, 2015 interview, audio recorded?
Yes.
Video recorded? You saw some clips? Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yes.
So you were about 21 at that time, about to turn 22. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So Jeffrey, if he's 2 or 3 years older than you, he'd be about 24 by 2015.
Yes.
Sound right? Okay. So I'm going back just a couple of years, 2013, 14, 15. So you'd be like 19, 20, 21, going into 22. Fair?
Yes.
I want you to lock in on that. And you were asked by Lawyer Love a question about after March of 2015, on your oath, your knowledge, did Jeffrey work with Rich Homie Quan? Remember those questions or that question?
No.
Okay. I want to talk with you about Jeffrey in 2013, 14, 15, and his musical career, okay?
Yes.
And if you don't remember this, don't know it, didn't observe it, just let us know, okay? By 2013, are you familiar with the Jeffrey's song Stoner? Are you familiar with that song?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember whether it came out in 2013?
Yeah, I think it was 13.
Okay.
13, 12, something like that. 13 went on.
All right. And do you remember a song same year, 2000?
Save big on mattress closeouts at Duncan Bright Furniture. We're closing out iComfort Eco mattresses at both stores. You'll be saving at least 40%. These mattresses need to go. Bring yours home today. And enjoy 60 months no-interest financing with no minimum purchase when you shop for a mattress. Shop mattress closeouts today while supplies last. These deals are gone when we sell out here at the mattress store at Duncan Bright.
Right on set! Just another 83 days, and then we're done.
God, this is so rewarding.
Why aren't we shooting, son?
Christ, what a mess.
Can we internalize our panic?
Not panicking. Take 5, everyone!
The franchise, streaming exclusively on Max.
Can't hear it.
That's all you heard everywhere you turn.
Everywhere you turn, that's what you heard.
Yes.
Music-wise, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And then going into the next year, 2014, I want you to lock in on that date, okay? You're approximately 20, about to turn 21, okay?
Yes.
Jeffrey would be about 3 years older than you. He'd be about 23, right?
Yes.
All right. And I know you said 2 or 3 years, so 22, 23. Do you remember a song personally? You know the band Rich Gang or the group Rich Gang or the?
Yes.
All right. Do you know a song called Lifestyle?
Yes.
Tell the jurors the popularity through your own observation of Lifestyle.
That song took over the world. Like
I couldn't hear you.
that song took over the world. Like everybody loved that song.
How about you know a song, Hookah?
Yeah.
It's spelled Hookah. Do you know who Tyga is? Tyga.
Yes.
Do you know that song with Jeffrey and Tyga? Tell the jurors in 2014 how popular, if at all, that song was.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you hear that song on the radio?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, a lot.
Okay. How about the same year, you know an artist named Clifford Harris, phenomenal artist known as T.I.?
Yes.
All right. Do you know a song, All About the Money, that Jeffrey, and it featured T.I.?
Yeah, I know a lot of his songs, yeah.
Okay. And that's 2014 as well?
Yes.
So by 2013 and 14, from your own life experiences, how well known in the Atlanta area, your area, was Jeffrey?
Everybody knew him before then.
One more time.
Everybody knew him even before then, though.
Okay. And then by 2014, so you're about 20, turning 21, did you ever go to Jeffrey's shows outside of Georgia or Atlanta?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, 14, yeah.
I couldn't hear the last thing you said.
Yes, you said around 2014. Yes.
Okay. Now 2015.
Yes.
You're 21, turning 22 later in the year. It's going to be the year you get arrested, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a song called Check, C-H-E-C-K?
Yes.
By Jeffrey. And from your observation, was that a very popular song?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm bad.
That's okay. And it's not okay,
Oh.
but no one thinks you did it on purpose. I don't think. How about with that? It's spelled W-I-T-T-H-A-T. You know that song by Jeffrey?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Best Friend. You know that song by Jeffrey?
Objection. Relevance.
I'm asking if he knows the song.
I know.
By 2015, were you aware of Jeffrey touring?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go on a tour?
Yes.
You ever hear of the rodeo tour?
Yes, I went for like probably 10 days, 9 days, something like that. I got sick.
Okay. And by 2013, 14, and 15, you met in approximately August 2014, you met Kenneth Copeland. Fair to say?
Yes.
And he and you became close friends. True?
Not close, but yeah.
Okay. And you met Demikian Garlington, right?
I had already knew him.
And you were close with him, right?
Yes.
And you were committing crimes with Demikian Garlington, right?
Yes.
And Kenneth Copeland.
Yeah.
Okay. And while Jeffrey is, you know, he's in the studio all the time if he's not touring. Is that true?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation, unless he has personal knowledge of Mr. Williams.
Have you seen Jeffrey in the studio?
A lot.
Okay. And while these crimes are going on that the jurors heard about, drive-by shootings, you did that, right?
Objection, Your Honor, as to misrepresentation about, or vagueness rather.
Vagueness sustained.
You did drive-by shootings that you discussed with this jury, right?
That I'm convicted of, yes.
Okay. And Jeffrey never asked you to do those drive-by shootings, did he?
He didn't even know.
Okay. And Jeffrey, you knew by 2013, 14, and 15, he is touring outside of Atlanta all the time. Is that true?
Objection, vague.
Sustained.
Do you know if he's touring in 2013 outside Atlanta?
Yes.
Do you know if he's touring outside Atlanta in 2014?
Yes.
How about 15?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already marked. It's in evidence, Your Honor. It's Mr. Williams' numbers 220A. It goes up to 220XX. May I approach?
You may.
May I just see?
May I approach you when they are done looking at the
Yes.
exhibits? May I approach that?
You may.
I'm just going, there's a paper clip on it. You can remove it if you need to, or I'll remove it for you. Just, if you can, just keep them in order. Just go through these, just flip through them. Tell me when you can.
Go through all of them?
Yeah, you know, just tell me if you remember those concerts, and if you attended some of them. Well, let's go around, Judge. Can I approach Ms. Bennett? I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were done. Are you familiar with some or all of those concerts?
I saw a couple of the photos that I remember.
Okay. Were you present? Did you go to any of those concerts that you remember?
Yeah, some of them.
Okay. And the rodeo tour, I know you got sick and you had to go home, you said, right? But did you start out on the rodeo tour?
Yes.
And do you remember when that started?
I don't remember exactly what.
Let me show you what's already in evidence. The first 3 pages, Your Honor. It's, or the first couple pages. I don't want to say 3, although it is 3. It's Jeffrey Williams, exhibit number 19. May I approach?
You may.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Have you seen the cover of this at all?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. I just opened it up. If it refreshes your memory, tell us, but is that the rodeo tour? Is that the places that you went to before you got sick and went home? When I say places, and if you need help, sir, I know it's small writing, just let me know.
I remember what city I stopped at.
What city did you stop at?
Chicago.
Had you ever been outside of the Atlanta area in those cities before the rodeo tour?
Not in no area.
No area, right?
Not in those areas, no.
Okay. Now, if you can see it, and it may not be clear, so I will come up with the court's permission, what date were you sent home? Or, did you have to go home for your illness?
Mm-hmm. 815. I don't know. I just know Chicago.
That's
I remember the city.
May I approach you, Honor?
You may.
May I approach you, sir? May I come forward to you?
Yes.
Let me just look. Just point to me where it says Chicago. Right there? Does that say, if you could see it, March 8th, 2015?
It was around that time.
Okay. So, when you were sent home from that tour, by that time, March 8th, 2015, it is true, is it not, that Kenneth Copeland told you that he was committing crimes and shootings? Is that true?
Objection, Fagan, hearsay.
Overruled.
Say it again.
Sure. Is it true that by March of 2015, while Jeffrey's on the tour, Kenneth Copeland was not getting along with Shellkel, or you know who Shellkel is?
I think I remember the name, yeah.
Okay. They were not getting along. True?
Objection would call for speculation.
Sustained.
If you know.
Your Honor, I'd ask for foundation.
Do you know whether Kenneth Copeland told you that he was not getting along and was in a big fight with Shellkel?
Before them days, he had already been told.
That's what I'm asking, but I can't hear you, and tell the jurors.
I say before them days, he had already told him.
Okay. And when you say before them days, those days, Mr. Copeland was already in an argument, that's my word, with Shellkel. True?
Yes.
A disagreement, right?
Yes.
And it was violent. True?
Yeah.
They would shoot at each other at times, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And Kenneth Copeland told you that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Same with Donovan Thomas. Kenneth Copeland stole from Donovan Thomas. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah.
He broke into his car, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
And he took his identification. You remember that?
I think it was some jewelry or something like that.
Okay. Mr. Copeland also took the peanut chain. Remember that?
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I just remember something about some jewelry.
It was jewelry. All right. And Donovan Thomas later found out that it was Kenneth Copeland who stole from him, right?
Yeah, I think he ended up giving it back or something like that. I don't remember too much of that.
That's fine. And you discussed that with Kenneth Copeland, right?
I don't know if it was directly with him, but it was probably around him.
Or Mr. Garlington, right?
It was one of them, yeah.
And all that then also includes Kenneth Copeland being beaten, embarrassed at Club Crucial on January 6, 2015. If you don't remember the date, just say I don't remember.
I remember that. I remember him getting fined. I don't remember the date.
Okay. And Kenneth Copeland you saw him after the fight, right?
Yeah.
He had a knot on his head, right?
Yeah.
Black eye.
Oh, yeah. I think his eye was swollen or something like that.
Okay. And this happened at Club Crucial, and Kenneth Copeland was mad. He told you that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And during that whole time, throughout the
Feeling Claritin Clear is like
Is she?
Letting her imagination run wild even though she has allergies? Yeah.
Copeland doesn't ask, to your knowledge, Jeffrey for permission to get into an argument or fight or shoot at anyone, does he?
Well, he a grown man. He ain't gonna ask the man. I mean,
You
grown.
got to speak slower to the jurors.
My bad. He grown. I mean, you know, you grown. He got it. Like, he don't control nobody.
Okay. And you also told that to the police, right?
Yes.
You were asked, I started about Rich Homie Quan. You know who that is, right? The performer?
Yeah.
His name is Mr. Lamar. Do you know his real name by any chance?
No, I don't know his real name.
Okay. And you were asked, and I think you said you don't remember, so don't worry about that. But after, I want to talk to you on and after March of 2015, if Jeffrey working with Rich Homie Quan, okay, in the music field. I want to focus on that, okay? That's what we're focusing on. You with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know Jeffrey's contractual obligations at that time? And if you don't, just say, I don't know.
Man, you got to explain what you just said.
Okay. Did you know whether Jeffrey was signed to an agreement with a record label that he had to do certain performances with certain people by March of 2015? Were you aware of that?
I think he had a contract, yeah.
Okay. And were you ever in any negotiations or meetings or review any contracts?
No.
All right. And did Jeffrey ever go to you and ask, is this a good opinion?
No.
And you follow Jeffrey's career to this day, right?
What you mean?
Okay.
Like, still listen to music?
That was a bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And you did that your whole time since you met him, right?
Yeah.
And by 2015, were you, did you go to Europe with Jeffrey after the rodeo tour ended?
No, I think I was locked up already.
Okay. You knew he went though, right?
Yes, I heard about it.
Okay. You knew he went twice in 2015 to play in Europe, right?
And foundation.
Objection, what in foundation?
Speculation and foundation.
Well, he's asking if he knew or not, so he can say yes or no. Overruled.
I remember hearing about one of them in 15.
Okay. And were you aware, if you were, personally, that Jeffrey was written up in the New York Times, 2015?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Were you aware that Jeffrey was contracted with, if you don't know, just say it, Calvin Klein?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
You were aware Jeffrey was contracted with Puma?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
2015.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Were you aware that Jeffrey was written up in Vogue magazine?
Your
All
Honor.
right, so that whole line of questioning, I think we're going to get the same objection, and it's going to be the same ruling.
By the time that you are, as you said, locked up, that means in jail, right?
Yes.
By that time in 2015, tell the jurors since that time your interactions with Jeffrey Williams.
Since I've been in prison?
Since 2015, you made bond one time, right? You got out, then you were rearrested, right?
I ain't saw him again.
I can't hear you, not
I haven't seen him since.
So since 2015, approximately, we're talking about April. Is that true? The first time you got locked up, then you made bond? May, sorry. To this day, you had zero means no, communication with Jeffrey Williams. Is that true?
I mean, I've been locked up I just got out with last year before last.
Okay, so the year before last to now, do you ever have communication with Jeffrey?
No.
While in custody, do you ever have communication with Jeffrey?
No.
Did he pay for your lawyer?
No.
Did he pay for any bond?
No.
He didn't contact you, right?
No, and I didn't contact him.
Right. Because your relationship with Jeffrey wasn't this, he's the gang leader, right?
No, it was never that.
And you told that to the authorities, right?
Yes.
And when Kenneth Copeland is telling you about, and you know about, crimes he's doing, that's not at the behest. That's a bad word. That's not to your knowledge because Jeffrey Williams asked him to, right?
Objection, that's speculation, and that would be just speculation.
Sustained.
To your knowledge, has Jeffrey Williams ever asked anyone to shoot up a home?
No.
To your knowledge and information, tell the jurors if you have any information, did Jeffrey Williams ever tell anyone to murder someone?
I already told him he wasn't like that. He ain't get involved in stuff like that.
To your knowledge, did Jeffrey Williams even know about the killing of Donovan Thomas until it was broadcast afterwards?
Afterwards. He knew afterwards.
I can't hear you.
Afterwards. Whatever you said.
And you were asked by the lawyer Love, and if you don't remember, just say, I don't remember the question. But you were asked whether Jeffrey Williams acted normal after all.
Yes, I remember that.
Okay, I want to talk to you about that. You saw Jeffrey Williams at his Sky House condo later in the evening of January 10th, 2015, going into the early morning hours, maybe better, January 11th, 2000.
A .world domain name that immerses, inspires possibility, and welcomes. Own your world at name.com/world.
Yes.
There's none of this. Let's get Sprinter vans immediately to get out of town, right?
No, I don't think you get a Sprinter van that late at night. You probably had already booked it or something.
Okay, well, don't speculate, but you know that you had to be there at a certain time to leave, right?
I think I got there at 4 or 5. We left like probably 6, so yeah.
Okay. Now, Jeffrey wasn't at his Sky House condo the whole time you were there. Isn't that true?
No, he wasn't.
He left, right?
Yeah, he had already left before us or something like that.
Okay. And he left with his sister Dora. Do you know who Dora is? And if you don't, just say I don't know who it is.
Yeah, I went to school with her.
You went to school with Dora?
Yeah.
Okay. And Jeffrey had already gone, and people remained in his Sky House condominium to go to Florida, right?
Yes.
Now, did Jeffrey, when you said he acted normal, tell the jury whether you told the police this on August 5, 2015 and March 3rd, 2017, that Jeffrey was concerned and questioned, why would someone kill Nut? Do you remember that?
I told him that.
I can't hear you.
Yes.
That's true, right?
Yes.
Because Jeffrey was friends with Donovan Thomas, right?
For my knowledge, yeah.
No matter what you were doing, no matter what Demekian Garlington was doing, no matter what Kenneth Copeland doing, Jeffrey still performed with Rich Homie Quan going into January 2015. You know that, right?
Yeah.
You saw Jeffrey and Rich Homie Quan together if you were there. Were you in Florida? Let me ask this first. Forget what I said. Were you in Florida going into New Year's of 2015? So it's December 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st of 2014, striking into New Year, January 1, 2015. Do you remember if you were in Florida?
I don't remember exactly like.
All right. Okay. But you saw in Florida Jeffrey and Rich Homie Quan together, right?
Yeah, they had like couple shows back to back in Florida.
And you went to them, right?
I went like 1 or 2.
All right. And this is after the, God forbid, the killing of Mr. Thomas, true?
Yes.
And from your observation, Rich Homie Quan and Jeffrey, although maybe sad, they were getting along, right?
I mean, I told them everything was still like normal. Like.
No matter what was going on with you or other people and drive-by shootings, that had nothing to do with Jeffrey from your vantage point. Is that true?
No.
Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
How many other people do you personally know, have the notoriety, that's a bad word, are as well known as Jeffrey Williams?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
How many people from your neighborhood besides Jeffrey are well-known musical artists like him?
No.
Now, I want to talk to you about a performer known as Dwayne Carter. He performs by Lil Wayne, okay?
Yes.
You know his music?
Some of it.
Do you like his music?
Yeah.
All right. From your observation, does Jeffrey like his music?
Objection, speculation, foundation.
Overruled.
He love it.
I can't hear you.
He love it.
Jeffrey loves Lil Wayne's music. Is that what you said? Okay. And you knew this back in 2009 when you met Jeffrey, or 2008, whatever the year is. True?
Yeah, yeah.
Is it, do you know what the word idolize? Do you know what that word means?
Like look up to him?
Yeah.
Something like that? Yeah.
Is that something, how you would describe Jeffrey with Lil Wayne?
Most definitely.
All right. Now, you were asked by the detectives on August 5, 2015, as well as by the DA's office and the detectives on March 3rd, 2017, about the
Insert your cargo items. Anyza Cargo calculates the loading plan for you. You can review the result in interactive 3D model. You can print or share your load plan online.
Ask the experts, see the products firsthand, or find the perfect contractor for your home improvement project.
In fact, Jeffrey was the opposite, right?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know if Jeffrey was upset that that happened?
Objection, Your Honor. It would still be speculation.
Sustained.
I want to talk with you about, remember Lawyer Love asked you questions about Free Roscoe?
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And Roscoe, do you know his given name, Jimmy Winfrey?
I don't know his real name.
I can't hear you.
I don't know his real name.
All right. I'm going to call him Roscoe for now. You know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
And you told the jurors that you're aware that he pled guilty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you remember speaking with law enforcement, specifically Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither, about the Lil Wayne tour bus shooting on August 5, 2015?
Yeah, I remember.
I can't hear you.
Yes, I remember.
Okay. And is it true that you told them that you didn't think that Roscoe did the shooting?
Yes.
And is it true that Detective Dennis immediately told you that he agrees?
Yes.
And that's on the recording of August 5, 2015. It might be on March 3rd, 2017 as well, but it's on the recording, right?
I guess.
Okay. But it was discussed during your recorded interviews with the police, right?
Yeah.
And do you remember explaining?
Your Honor, I think we need to approach before Mr. Steele gets
All right.
into this line of question.
All right, Mr. Steele, come on back up.
Now, are you aware the early morning hours of Sunday, January 11th, 2015? So to orient you, Donovan Thomas, God forbid, is shot the evening before, okay?
Yes.
So you go to Jeffrey's home at the Sky House, okay? That's what I'm locking in on.
Yeah.
All right. And at that time, were you aware that Jeffrey had several residences in Atlanta?
Yeah.
All right. He had other condominiums with an S, is that true?
Yeah.
Do you know what a condominium is? And if you don't, high-rise apartments?
Condo.
Okay, condo. There you go. Okay. And when you were asked by Lawyer Love that after the killing of Donovan Thomas was known that Jeffrey acted normal, remember I asked you about that a little bit ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever see a social media post by Jeffrey about Donovan Thomas that morning?
Yes.
Okay. And did it give Jeffrey's heartfelt condolences?
Sustained.
Let me show you, with the court's permission, Mr. Williams, exhibit number 265. Okay? Your Honor, can Mr. Kokumo approach Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
The state has already, but would you do me a courtesy, just show it to the state again? Mr. Kokumo is going to come to you, Mr. Zachary. He's going to approach you, okay?
Okay.
He's going to show you something. Don't say what it is. Just tell us if you recognize it, if you know what it is, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, and then we'll take out all that stuff. Can you show it to me? It's not there. It's not. It was given to you guys. Is what I should have said.
I saw it before, but what do you mean recognize? I saw the picture before.
This is a bad word. Listen, I apologize. I apologize. And do that. Just tell me I'm using bad words, okay? Have you seen that social media
DSG, family clothing and gear priced to win. Only at Dick's.
Oh, no.
Okay. Do you know who's in that picture?
Objection, Your Honor. One, I would ask the exhibit number again and
265.
thank you, and the relevance of who is in the picture. And I would ask that the witness, given his former statements, his previous testimony, not be allowed to talk about, not be allowed to display through his testimony what the exhibit is until it's admitted.
I just asked you to know who's in the picture.
Just answer, do you know who it is? Don't say who it is if you do know.
Yes.
Okay. And when have you seen that picture before?
A minute ago.
Well, a minute ago could be a long time ago or a short time ago?
Long time ago.
Okay. And is it accurate? Accurate may be a bad. Is it the same from your memory? Is that the same picture that you saw a long time ago?
The picture, yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of Mr. Williams' number 265.
Your Honor, just 1 second, please. So I think the court should look at the exhibit and the picture itself only. The state has no objection to.
I'm looking at the exhibit as it was shared in the Dropbox link, and it's not just the picture.
We'll redact the other items.
Okay. Is that the only objection?
Cropping out, not just Mr. Kokomo indicated, cropping out the comments. I mean, redacting every word, just leaving the picture.
We're going to leave the date, Your Honor.
He didn't say that he saw.
So foundational objection.
Foundational objection, thank you.
Sustained.
Did you notice the date on that social media picture when it was shown to you?
No, I ain't see the date.
Okay,
I saw
Your Honor.
14.
One more time.
I saw 2014.
Year 2014 is what you're saying. Okay. Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo approach again?
Yes.
He's going to come to you one more time, okay? He'll show you, he's going to point out he's not going to say anything, just going to point out the date, okay? And then my question will be, did you see this social media posting around that date? That's what I'm going to ask.
Yeah.
You have to tell me.
One more time.
You will have to tell me the word.
He doesn't know the word. Your Honor, is that okay if Mr. Kokomo can just pronounce that word for him in his ear?
On the date?
And Your Honor, if when the court deems it appropriate, if we could just hear the question again, has he seen the post? I didn't catch that.
Do you remember, and if you don't, just say I don't recall. Do you remember seeing that photo on social media around the date that says on it?
Around that year, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for Mr. Williams exhibit number 265.
What was his answer? I couldn't hear it. We all need you to speak into the mic.
Around that year, yes.
Is there objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that
Foundation.
Overruled.
Relevance, given that he said around that year. He saw the photo, so the date is.
I mean, that's a very broad year. It's 12 months long, so I don't think there's enough foundation for the date to come in at this point.
That's fine, Your Honor. Okay, let me ask you about this. I want to talk to you about the rental car. It's an Infiniti G35, okay?
Yes.
You know cars? Are you familiar with cars?
Yes.
You like cars?
Yes.
All right. And you were physically inside that rental car, right?
Yes.
And the only information you know about that rental car comes from Kenneth Copeland, true?
Yes, I told him I never saw nobody else in the car but him.
And Kenneth Copeland driving the car, right?
Yes.
Would you ever, it doesn't matter, I guess, there may be a relevance objection, but did you ever drive that rental car?
No.
All right. And who's the last person that you ever saw with that rental car?
I went to the studio that night, and Copeland still had the car.
Okay. And the car we're talking about, just tell the jurors what car, if you remember.
The Infiniti.
What color was it? If you remember, if you don't remember, just say.
I don't remember what color it was.
All right. And did Kenneth Copeland tell you that Jeffrey rented the car for him?
That's what he didn't say. He just told me that he had got the car, and it was in rental.
Did he tell you who he got the car from?
Yeah, he said Jeffrey.
At that time in 2015, did you know anybody else in your group besides Jeffrey who could rent a car?
No.
Now, you were asked by police about Jeffrey breaking ties. I mean, that's a wrong word. That's bad. Jeffrey not speaking anymore with Kenneth Copeland after a couple months into 2015. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
All right. And by June of 2015, you're aware that, if you are, that Jeffrey doesn't speak with Kenneth Copeland. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay. And the police said to you, and that's because Kenneth Copeland went to the police on January 11th, 2015, shortly after Donovan Thomas's killing. Do you remember that?
You say that was
Objection, Your Honor. That would call for speculation.
Sustained.
Don't speculate. The police discussed that with you. That was what they told you, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Jeffrey separated because all of the, I'm not going to use a word, but all of the things that Kenneth Copeland just brings with himself?
Yes.
Okay. And Jeffrey did the same with you, right?
I had ended up
Objection, vague. Did the
Sustained.
Well, you already said that Jeffrey didn't have any, or you didn't have any contact with Jeffrey after about April
I
2000.
started getting in trouble.
Once you
around that
started,
time.
I can't hear you.
I started getting in trouble around that time.
And what happened, Jeffrey?
I ain't seen no more.
Do you have any information to share with this jury that Jeffrey was in favor of Kenneth Copeland shooting at people? Do you have any
objection?
information?
That would call for speculation.
Overruled.
No.
Do you have any information that Jeffrey was in favor of you shooting at any houses or people?
He never knew what nobody did. I told him.
Until it was over, you say?
Not even like the shootings. Like he ain't probably didn't even know about them.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, may I have a second?
Yes.
Don't say what it is yet. Don't say if you know about it. But did you ever hear in March 2015, in 2016, 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, all the way up to this year, 24, do you ever hear Rich Homie Quan discuss his relationship with Jeffrey?
Yes.
There may be a hearsay.
Objection, Your Honor. There's a relevance objection, and there would be a hearsay objection.
I think it's irrelevant, but
and there would be a hearsay objection, but it's not relevant unless he can get into it. So we would ask.
Sustained as to hearsay.
by 2015, if you know, did Jeffrey do work with Rihanna? Do you know who Rihanna is?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
You told the jury that you would go over to Jeffrey's condominium about 10 times a week. You realize you said that?
But as I was saying, like, we might leave and go to the store.
I can't hear you.
Once you get there, you probably leave and go to the store, go get something to eat, something like that. So that's why I said in and out 10 times, probably.
From Jeffrey's schedule, do you know that you were at his house, how many times you were at his house in 2015 until you were arrested? Do you really know?
Not that, in 2015, not that much.
I can't hear you.
In 2015, not that much.
When were you talking when you said 10 times?
I was saying, like, when he's there, like, as in coming there, count that, leaving and going and get something to eat and coming back, count that, stuff like that. That's what I would count.
When Jeffrey's around?
Yeah.
Were you aware that he traveled a lot?
Yes.
2013, 14, and 15?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when Jeffrey moved out of the Cleveland Avenue area? And if you don't, just say, I don't know the year.
I don't know that.
All right. Now, you were asked about your good friend, I believe you're close with. You said, what I call Mr. Sledge. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Go.
Ever wondered what your employees really think? Whoa. Dare to ask with SurveyMonkey.
Since you got out?
No, I ain't been around nobody.
Okay. He was given a title. Do you know what title that was? I'm going back to 2014 and 15 to work with the record label, YSL.
Yes.
Do you remember the title? And if you don't, just say,
Yeah.
What was it?
Security.
One more time.
Security.
Okay. And do you know whether there were other people, do you know, who were actually also doing the security and trying to teach Mr. Sledge?
Yeah, like bodyguards and stuff like that.
One more time.
Like bodyguards and stuff. That what you mean? Yeah.
I can't hear you.
Like bodyguard.
Okay. Yeah, bodyguard, security. That's right.
Yeah.
And were you aware that there were other people training Mr. Sledge on how to look for bodyguards? Were you aware? And if you don't know, just say, I don't know.
Like telling him stuff like
Yeah.
what to do and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because Mr. Sledge had no experience, right?
No.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Sledge given an opportunity to learn, though, a trade?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you ever offered a job?
It's not like I will offer the job. It's just if you dare help out.
One more time.
If you dare help out.
Okay. And you did that with merchandise, right?
Whatever. If I go get whatever I go get
food.
Get done. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to go into unless you want to, but you mentioned several times illnesses.
Yes.
You didn't feel well. And on Friday, when you came here the first time to testify before this honorable jury, you were wearing a jail uniform. You remember that?
Yes.
And you had certain types of cotton or bandages on your body that were visible. Do you remember that?
Band-aids, yes.
All right. And you came from the hospital. True.
Yes.
And you've been battling this health issue since you were born. Is that true?
Yes.
And your health issue is something documented, right?
Yes.
And it's serious.
Yes, very.
Okay. Now, you had prior, you were called to this courthouse on around January 10th and 11th of 2023, a year before this year. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you came from Augusta, Georgia area. Is that true?
Carolina. Oh.
Sustained.
Do you remember Lawyer Love?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance to this entire line of conversation about previous appearances by this witness.
Goes to bias.
I don't know what it's going to be.
I could tell you.
Your Honor, could we approach him?
Yes.
He is not improper.
Let's take our morning break. Do you still need to approach or just, would y'all still need to approach or just put it on the record?
We don't need to approach.
Your Honor, ma'am. Okay. Judge, I believe, and I'm
No, I'll get out of your way.
Your Honor, I believe that the line of questioning that Mr. Steele is going to get into is one that he has attempted to raise previously with the court's predecessor. Mr. Steele announced on the record that he wanted to bring in Mr. Zachary's lawyer to prove that I had committed prosecutorial misconduct. Mr. Steele represented that that witness would tell the court that I told Mr. Zachary he was going to get arrested if he did not come on that particular day. I'm aware of, I know for a fact when there's the questioning about that appearance that Mr. Zachary made earlier in this trial, I know who it was that said what. In other words, Mr. Steele represented a falsehood to the court. I had not told him he was going to get arrested. I didn't say anything of the sort. As a matter of fact, only his attorney spoke to him while I was on the phone. And so when Mr. Steele says to the court that it goes to bias, I would ask for a proffer from Mr. Steele about what he intends to ask this witness and the relevance of it.
Mr. Steele?
Your Honor, it was January 10th, going into the 11th, 2023, and Ricky Richardson represented Mr. Zachary. Ricky Richardson called me and told me that the state had subpoenaed Mr. Zachary. He was in Augusta, and he was sick, and that lawyer Love, Miss Love, told him that he has to come, Mr. Zachary has, or more members of the DA's office, have to come and meet with Miss Love at her office. Otherwise, the predecessor judge will lock him up. He was asking me, are there any witnesses coming to court that day? I said, no, we were barely in jury selection, which started on January 4th, 2023. When Mr. Zachary was testifying, he stated that you don't want my father to come to Miss Love. He stated he to me shut down on questions to Miss Love, so it looks like he somehow now he's answering questions on cross-examination, and I want to bring out the fact that he does not trust the state. He said he wouldn't take medicine from them. He didn't trust them. Miss Love asked him a question. He said, you don't want me to tell you, let the truth come out, and I believe that's what he's getting to. So he did come from Augusta. He missed his job. He missed his medical appointment, drove all the way here. And I was told that by Ricky Richardson that the father met him here and that the father, through an anger, was angry, and then the DA's office let him go. That's what I was told. I'm going to ask him his opinion. It goes to his bias. Why was he acting that way on direct examination? That's what I'm going to ask him.
All right, I don't see you can ask him if he, likes the state or something, but we don't need to get into all of the back and forth behind it.
I was going to ask him then why. When he answers yes or no, I was asking him why. Why do you have that feeling?
Well, you can ask him that.
Okay, then that suits me. Thank you, Your Honor.
As long as there's not that specific line of questioning that was presented early and it's just how do you feel about the state and why, then I don't have any further objections.
All right. I mean, I don't know what his answer is going to be, but, okay, we'll just see what he says.
And Your Honor, I'd also just wanting to make the record clear with respect to anything that Mr. Steele is representing Mr. Richardson said, I would ask that he not be allowed to backdoor that. If he wants to call Mr. Richardson as a witness, that's fine. But to get into Mr. Zachary's feelings about something Mr. Richardson said to him about something that I said or someone from the state said.
Well, are you representing that nobody from the state said anything like that?
I'll tell you exactly what happened. We called Mr. Zachary. I called Mr. Richardson. I let him know that Mr. Zachary was under subpoena, and I asked him if he could reach out to Mr. Zachary because he had not appeared, and we wanted to set up a date for when he would actually come in. Otherwise, we could put him on call, or he would have to be here until it was time to testify if he's not going to appear. Mr. Richardson then called Mr. Zachary. Well, I was on three-way because I never spoke to him. And I think that there was someone else. There was an investigator because we were on speakerphone. And Mr. Richardson said, you have to answer the subpoena. If you don't answer the subpoena, you're going to get arrested. That's Mr. Richardson. That's not the state. And Mr. Zachary said, I don't have a way down there. And I said, we could come and pick you up. Mr. Zachary said, I said, what's your address? Mr. Zachary said, I don't want to give it to you. Mr. Richardson said, you're going to either have to give them your address or you're going to have to answer the subpoena. That was the extent of the conversation that we had with Mr. Zachary, with Mr. Richardson at that time.
All right. Any questions?
No.
Okay, let's take bathroom break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I did. What I was trying to say was that we were trying to send an audio file to Mr. Steele and counsel for the defendants, given this line of questioning, and it related to this line of questioning. We didn't ever expect to use this. I just want to apprise the court that it's coming. It's about a 3-minute clip. It's one I referenced earlier with Mr. Zachary's father and Mr. Zachary arguing with an investigator for the state and threatening to reach out to certain lawyers regarding our attempts to secure him to come in and testify. So we're sending that now to everyone. It's not something, again, we expected to use or would have used.
Talking to the mic, please, everybody.
There is a file coming everybody's way that I'm sending now, based on the line of questioning that Mr. Steele is getting into.
I apologize. I said I would like to hear the recording so we don't waste time, because we're going to hear it later. And I'd like to hear the recording, and if everyone wants to hear it, if it's having a hard time getting through the filters, we can just play it right now if it's a 3-minute recording.
Go ahead. Does this occur relative to the conversation that Mr. Richardson had with you on the phone with Mr. Zachary about needing to show up?
This conversation happened in the last 2 weeks, like when we were trying to get him to come here.
And so what would be the point of showing it? Or playing it?
For the same purpose that I understood Mr. Steele to be playing or asking this line of questioning that he is asking.
So it would, confirm that he really doesn't like the state or want to be here?
No, not so much that. I think that the line of questioning that I understood Mr. Steele to be making is insinuated that the state was intimidating is the word that he uses, often intimidating the witness or harassing him or something like that. And I had asked.
Is that what you're trying to get at?
No, it was more his, excuse me, I didn't mean to say him. Mr. Zachary's perception, the way I understand what went on, and Mr. Maxwell Shart brought it out too, is my observation. The witness for 3 days was a lot of, I don't remember, even before the question was posed. You know, it's
clear he doesn't, he's been called by the state, but that he's, the state got permission to treat him as a hostile witness. They didn't ultimately treat him that way, but.
And my point is, why did you act like that? And if he says, just because that's the way I am and I'm flippant or I wasn't feeling well, that'll be it. If he says, because I've been told to come down here in January when there was no trial going on and I don't trust him, that's his answer. I'm not really.
I don't know how he, as a layperson, would know whether or not the subpoena issued a year ago was something that he needed to obey or not. I mean, I think I would be real surprised if he thought, well, wait, this is jury selection, so this subpoena seems fishy, but who knows?
That's it, just his state of mind. So I'm not really using it. I didn't think it was this big of a deal. I just want to get out. Why did you act that way? And he also said I wouldn't take anything from the state on medication because it may harm me or something. So I was just curious on why he was saying that. It goes through his testimony. That's what I was asking.
And I was going to permit that question. Okay. So, I mean, I don't really understand why we would get all the way down the road of this audio file, but It's come through, so if somebody wants to hit the play button. Is this Mr. Zachary saying anything, or is this just his father? All right.
Hey, you got something looking for us for? You got a subpoena or something you looking for us? Who is this? I know you don't have a warrant because the subpoena expired, so you got a warrant or something you looking for us for? Who is this? You know what you're doing is illegal, right? Who is this? It's Mr. Zachary. I got Quindarius right here on the phone. Okay. I want to know what's your problem, sir.
Listen to me, Mr. Zachary. Listen to me. Listen to me, Mr. Zachary.
Now listen.
Your son asked a question.
I'm calling Brian Steele.
Call whoever you like, sir.
I'm calling Sharp.
Call whoever you like. Call whoever you like, sir. Call whoever you like. Call whoever you like, sir.
We'll turn ourselves in. Where you want us to come to?
I asked your son where would he like to meet. He asked me if I was in Augusta. I told him he knew I was in Augusta. So
okay. So what we meeting up for?
You tell me where you like to meet at, sir.
So then what's the issue? What we meet? What do we meeting up for?
Sir, I'm not gonna talk to you. I'll talk to your son.
Oh, he's right there. He's listening.
Okay. All right. So where would you like to meet, Mr. Zachary?
You got warrant or subpoena?
I have a warrant for your arrest.
For what? Yeah, how you gonna have a warrant for somebody in the hospital?
Sir.
How you gonna have a warrant for somebody been in the hospital?
Sir.
Can I see who is your supervisor?
I am the supervisor.
May I please know who your supervisor is, sir?
Sir, is your son willing to meet? Are your son?
Police.
Are your son?
You can't deny.
Are your son?
You know you can't deny me.
Mr. Zachary. Mr. Zachary.
You know you can't deny
Mr. Zachary.
Right to speak to your superior.
Okay. So I just take it. So I get. Sir. Okay. So Mr. Zachary. Please let your son know I have a warrant for his arrest. I have a warrant for his arrest.
Call down to the one office, then I call to the sheriff's office. You don't have shit. You lying.
That is an absolute falsehood. That's an absolute falsehood. Absolute falsehood. I'm not gonna send you anything. I'm not gonna send you anything, sir. I'm not gonna send you anything.
I promise you one thing. We got attorneys and your ass is in jail for this. What you doing? And you know this is illegal. You know this is illegal.
Good.
You see this man in the hospital, you gonna come to the hospital, and you gonna come to the hospital. I guarantee you. I guarantee you, I get a private investigator and a lawyer on you today.
Real good.
I guarantee you.
Real good.
Who is your supervisor?
Good.
Can I please have your supervisor number?
Sir.
Can I please have your supervisor number?
Sir.
Yeah.
I'm not going to continue to have you talking to me.
Bro. I don't know who you think you're playing with. You breaking all kind of law.
Listen.
You're a probation officer.
Your son.
You breaking the law.
Your son. Your son.
You breaking the law.
Your son. Is your son unwilling to meet?
You breaking the law.
Is your son unwilling to meet with me? Is your son unwilling to meet with me?
Do you understand? We'll turn ourselves in. We coming to the county jail. We coming in court. We'll be in court Monday or we'll come to the Fulton County jail.
Go to the Fulton County jail? Do you want to go to? You ain't got to even go that far. Do you want to go to the Richmond County jail? Do you want to go to the Richmond County Sheriff's Office?
No, we going to the Fulton County jail. Or we coming to court.
Do you want to go to the Richmond County Sheriff's Office?
No. You
unwilling to do that? Okay. Real good.
Hey, listen.
Real good. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You're going to get what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll object to playing it.
That puts absolutely no one in a good light. Don't know why anybody would want to play that, but can we get the witness back in now and the jury? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you. When you testified last Friday, then Monday and Tuesday, when you were being questioned by Lawyer Love, that's what I'm focused on, okay? Miss Love, asking you questions?
Yes.
Some people may have observed that you said a lot I don't recall. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. Is there a reason that you were saying that when being asked questions by the prosecutor?
Because a lot of it I don't remember. Like, probably.
Okay. You were also asked by Lawyer Love whether she can get you any medication. He said you were not feeling well.
Yes.
And you said you refused that. You wouldn't take anything from the state. I think you said something like that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why would you say that?
I mean, how I felt at the moment. Shit, like they were gonna kill me.
Okay. I want to go into a couple of areas. There's been a talk about Jeffrey's windshield of his vehicle being shot out with a bullet late 2014. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I remember hearing something about it, yeah.
Say it one more time.
I remember hearing something about it.
Okay. Did that, to your knowledge, did Jeffrey, to your personal knowledge, was he worried about that windshield?
Not that I mean.
I can't hear
Not
you.
that I know, no.
And did you tell that to the police?
I don't remember if I did.
Do you remember you personally seeing, or even doing, that when people were around Jeffrey or in his home, they would steal from him? Is that true?
Objection, relevance, and speculation.
Sustained.
How about this? You would steal from him at times.
No.
Kenneth Copeland would steal from him at times.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Garlington would steal from him?
Your Honor, objection again for the same reason, relevance.
Do you remember?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Do you remember telling the police that many people, including the people I just named, would steal from Jeffrey Williams?
I ain't never stolen that from nobody. So.
Let's leave you out of it. Let's leave you out of it. Do you remember telling the police that other people would steal from him?
I don't remember, but I probably did say it.
Now, you had discussed with the prosecutor something like a tweet. I believe it was characterized by Miss Love, something to the effect of, we shoot at you and you call the police, you shoot at us and we don't. Something like that. I'm not quoting, but do you remember that question?
I remember the question.
Did you ever see a tweet like that involving Jeffrey?
No.
Did they ever show you a tweet like that involving Jeffrey?
No.
With regards to your tweet, and it is state's exhibit number, if we could put it up, Your Honor, it's already in evidence, and it is state's exhibit number, give me 1 second, 471Y, if you don't mind. There's going to be something displayed in a second. Yeah, it's the one that says It's not 471. It's the one that says yeah, but no, Miss Hilton said it's not. Cash Money, Young Mother.
Yes. What's the situation?
I have a display, an exhibit that was introduced,
Right.
and I have that it says just beginning cash money,
Without,
young money.
Your Honor, the number he listed was 471.
472, right? 472Y. That's what
Maybe
you said.
I said 471 though.
Okay, I don't know. I thought I heard you say 472, but I don't know if that's
I don't know.
it
Your
or
Honor.
not. Anyway, there is a 471 also. It's an Instagram post. Both of those are in. Could you not find it?
We can't. That's what we're
Okay,
looking
well,
for.
Oh, that might be 47. Yeah. I'll send her one and it was admitted.
Oh,
Your Honor, I apologize. It is 471Y. I was given the other part of it, so I apologize. If we could display 471Y.
Okay.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much. If you can look at this, I believe you were already asked about this. And I'm going to, you recognize this? It's already been in evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you remember being asked questions about this?
Yes.
And it says they can F with us if they want. We're going to bring them homicide at 30 deep _D. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you told the jury, I believe, that this was part of a song. Is that true?
Lil Wayne.
Say it again.
Lil Wayne song.
And do you remember the song Mob by Lil Wayne?
I think it was on Carter 2 or Carter 1 on.
Okay. We're going to show you and let you listen to something quietly and tell us if this is the song you're referring to, okay?
Okay.
And Your Honor, this is going to be Mr. Williams number 264. Can Mr. Kokomo approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can Mr. Kokomo approach you?
Yes. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. And is that a Lil Wayne song?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, 264, and then specifically, once it's oriented, if it's admitted, play for the jury the track that, the time that I'm going to announce.
And the state objects to the playing of this song to show that it has this line in it. We're not disputing that, so we object to that as relevant, on relevance grounds.
Okay, you're just playing that one line. All right, it's admitted.
And Mr. Kokomo, before you play, just announce the time on the song, if you don't mind, that will be played for the jury. And Mrs. Zachary, just for clarity, this is a Lil Wayne song that you know to be on the Carter 2 or 1, you said?
Yes.
And the song is called The Mob?
Yes.
Okay. Mob, Miss Winfrey is M-O-B-B. What? You know what number? 14 seconds? 14 seconds to 20 seconds. Your Honor, it's 14 seconds to 20 seconds.
Thank you.
If you can listen and just tell us if this mirrors the State's Exhibit 471Y, what you wrote, okay?
Young money, motherfuck the other side. They can fuck with us if they won't. I bring them home aside. Word to my...
That's it. That's it.
Okay. Now, you were also asked about terms of slat. Do you remember that?
I remember being asked about it, yeah.
And slime?
Yes.
Okay. Is, to your knowledge, and blat, I think they asked you about blat. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I remember asking about it.
Are those terms in songs?
A lot of songs.
Okay. Including Jeffrey songs?
Yeah.
And is it on social media as well? If you know, you personally observe.
I heard people saying it on social media.
Okay. And you've heard people say it in the streets as you walk by?
Oh, I don't heard a lot of people say it.
Okay. It's part of the vernacular, that's a bad word. The vocabulary?
Yeah.
All right. Anything by the use that you could tell the jury in your own observation of life of the word slat or blat or slime that means that someone's going to commit a violent crime?
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, unless it relates to this witness. It would be speculation, and it would invade the province of the jury with respect to committing a violent crime, and it would call for speculation outside of his own.
Sustained as to speculation, I think overruled as to that. I'm sustaining her objection.
Okay. All right, let me ask you this. When you were with Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither and District Attorney's Office representatives and your lawyer, March 3rd, 2017?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember after discussing all sorts of questions about Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
And the police kept bringing up Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
And then do you remember Detective Dennis saying to you, but even if Jeffrey's not involved directly, it's guilt by association? Do you remember that?
I don't exactly remember that, but
okay.
It sounded like something Dennis to say.
All right. To your knowledge, to you, your personal, did Jeffrey ever promote any type of violence on behalf of a gang in any way?
I didn't hear the last part of the question. May I ask him to repeat
In
the
any
last
way.
part?
It's the last part, but I could repeat the
middle
whole
part.
question.
Yeah.
Can you just repeat the question?
Sure. From your personal life, from your knowledge, did Jeffrey Williams ever ask for any violence to occur as described in this entire questioning by the police, by the prosecutors and police here at trial?
No,
Vague, Your Honor, objection, vagueness.
Couldn't be more specific, I thought.
Overruled.
No, I think I told them that every time they asked.
And you kind of went out. You said, I think I told them that. You're talking about who?
Yes, the police.
All right. And you're telling the jury?
Yes.
All right. You mentioned that Nard brought a Draco weapon to Jeffrey's apartment on or around January 9th, 2015. Do you remember that testimony or that statement to the police?
Yes.
Was Jeffrey there? Was the gun displayed in any violent manner?
No.
And you've been at Jeffrey's home without Jeffrey being there, right?
Yes.
Mr. Zachary, you were close with in 2015, and may still be, Mr. Garlington, true?
Yes.
And Mr. Garlington, to your knowledge, was extremely close to Mr. Copeland. Is that true?
Yes.
And you, I know you said you weren't as close, but you were good with Mr. Copeland, right?
Yes.
And the three of you would bond together, would be around each other a lot, true?
Yes.
And you mentioned over a lot of times that before you went into custody, you spoke with Mr. Garlington about what he thought or wanted you to say. Do you remember that?
It ain't what he wanted to say, is what he was telling me what Woody wanted him to say.
Okay. So, and you call that a play. You remember using that word?
Because he told me that Woody can't put him in some bull jump. That's what he told me.
All right.
Woody had put him in some bull jump.
I couldn't hear you that time. I apologize.
Woody put him in some bull jump.
Woody put him in some bull jump.
Yes.
All right. So it went from, to your knowledge, through Mr. Garlington. Mr. Garlington told you this is what Mr. Copeland is doing, and then Mr. Garlington told you that.
Yes.
All right. And that's what you were talking about when you said play to the prosecutor. Nothing to do with Jeffrey Williams. True?
No.
All right. Your Honor, can I just have a moment?
You may.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever tell you, that's you and Kenneth Copeland, did he ever directly tell you where he was at the time that Donovan Thomas was shot?
No.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Matthews, what's your decision? All right. Redirect. Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Zachary.
Good morning.
Mr. Zachary, just now, first of all, let me ask you, you testified earlier that you were cool with Thug, as you put it.
Yes.
And do you still consider yourself cool with Thug?
See, as life goes on, people change, you change. I haven't seen him in like 10 years.
Do you love him?
What do you mean by that?
Just that.
I don't love nobody.
Okay. Do you consider him a friend?
I told you, cool, yeah, right. Well, I ain't seen him in over 10 years, probably.
And you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Sharp whether you saw Shannon in the courtroom, and you said you couldn't see anyone in the courtroom, essentially, right?
Can I explain?
Of course.
Well, if y'all would have did y'all research with my health issues, it come with vision problems.
Okay. And that's what you said when Mr. Sharp asked you to, right?
Yes.
All right.
I don't know if I said that, but I told him. I think I told him I can't see or something.
But you do know that Shannon is on trial in this case that you're testifying on, don't you?
What you mean?
You do know that this case that you're here telling the jury about has to do with Shannon, who is on trial for this case, correct?
I know of what y'all gave me, like of that was I know like from just really learning from the last few days or so.
The question is, do you know that Shannon is on trial right now in this case that you're testifying?
Yes, I know now. Yes.
And you know that Yak is on trial right now.
I know now. Yes.
And you know that Thug is on trial right now, right?
Yes.
Excuse me, Miss Love, could you use the microphone, please?
I think, well, she's got the lapel mic, but I think you might need to pin it up closer to your mouth, and we'll see if that works.
Okay,
Or
thank you.
turn it on.
Thank
Yes,
you.
that would also help.
Okay. All right. And you do know that Thug is on trial. You did say yes, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you also know that Moontoon already pled in this case, don't you?
I don't know that.
Okay. When you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele just a moment ago about the play that you planned with Garlington, do you remember your answer?
I didn't plan nothing. He told me what Woody was trying to get him to run.
What Woody was trying to get him to run?
To say.
Okay. And do you know when it was that Mr. Garlington was expressing Woody was trying to get him to say that? Was he trying to get him to say that to the police?
Yes, he said he was trying to get him to say it to the police.
And was Garlington in jail or was he on the street when he told you what Woody was trying to get him to say?
See, I don't remember because we talked about something like that on the street and in jail. We was in a holding tank going before we went to court. We got locked up together.
Okay. And you talked on cross-examination with Mr. Shart about knowing something that Garlington had said about the April 28th shooting. And you talked with me on direct about some of the things you believed had been said about the April 28th shooting. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. And you said that Garlington had made Moontoon a shooter. Did I hear you right?
I don't think I said he made him a shooter.
Okay. What was it about what Garlington said about Moontoon that caused you to say something about other people?
Just off him putting him on the scene.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that Garlington simply said Moontoon was driving?
I don't know.
Did you believe that Garlington had said Moontoon was doing something else?
I don't know what he said he was doing. I just know you put him on the scene.
How did you know that he put him on the scene?
Because he told us.
Who told you? And when you were telling the jury about having heard something in your preliminary hearing, what is it that you heard that affected what you told the police?
The detective was talking about all the shootings and stuff.
Which detectives were talking about all the shootings?
I don't remember whatever detective was on that case.
But was it your preliminary hearing that you were listening to the detective talk about, or someone else's?
It was mine.
Okay. And was it yours for the April 28th shooting?
No.
What was it yours for?
Gun and gang charge.
Was that the May?
May, yes.
Okay. Now, do you remember all of the shootings that they talked about at that preliminary hearing?
I don't remember all. I just remember like my lawyer telling me stuff like when they go to the side, he'll say something. They'll say something, he'll tell me stuff like that.
And you mentioned your lawyer. Who was your lawyer at the time? It was Ricky Richardson still?
Yes.
And Ricky Richardson was your lawyer in both of the cases that the defense admitted, Defense Exhibit 49 and Defense Exhibit 50, right?
Yes.
All right. And how long has Mr. Richardson been your lawyer?
All my life.
All right. Now, since when was he?
We've been knowing him all our life.
You've been knowing him all your life?
Yes.
Okay. When did he start representing you in cases in court?
When I first started catching cases, I had caught so many cases back to back, I don't remember.
Were they when you were 15 or younger or older?
18 and up, something like that.
18 and up?
Yeah.
All right. Is this before or after you got to know Defendant Jeffrey Williams?
After.
Okay. And were these cases involving guns every time or something different each time?
Before them two cases?
No, when Mr. Richardson first started representing you.
Guns.
Okay. Now, during that time, were you openly carrying guns? You said on direct that you always had a gun. Were you openly carrying guns?
What you mean by that?
When you caught these gun cases that Mr. Richardson represented you on, did you try to hide them when you carried them with you, or did you ever openly carry them?
When I got caught with them?
When you walked around with them, wherever it was you walked around.
I don't remember. I just know I always had guns.
Say that.
I don't remember. I just know I always got caught with guns.
Okay. You said on direct examination and on cross-examination with Mr. Shart, I believe, that when you gave the 2017 proffer that you didn't have a lawyer. Did I hear you right?
I didn't, but I knew Ricky when they called me up there. I never had no lawyer before that. When they called me up there, Ricky was up there. I was thinking he was my lawyer now, but come to find out when I got back, he wasn't.
Now, when you say you had never had a lawyer before that.
No, I'm saying I think from like 16, he had quit because I had called a federal case and went to the Fed. So he had quit because he didn't know how long I'm going to be over there and stuff.
Okay. So Mr. Richardson represented you on all your other cases except your federal case?
Yes.
All right. So Mr. Richardson, after you gave that proffer, he's the person who represented you in this case that I'm holding, which is Defense Exhibit 50, Defense Stillwell Exhibit 50, right?
No.
He wasn't?
No.
Who represented you?
I think for a minute he was.
Okay. Now. And who was it that represented you on this case?
I don't remember. I didn't know Ricky had, when I played out, it wasn't Ricky no more.
All right. When you said he represented you for a little while, what part did he represent you on?
See, when I first got locked up, we had paid him, but he was like, it's too much going on with the case, everybody pointing blame at me or something like that, he was saying.
Okay.
And my dad just...
Got someone else?
Yeah.
Did you talk with Mr. Richardson about the case?
Huh?
Did you talk with Mr. Richardson about the case?
I don't remember if I talked to Rico about the case.
And did the case involve someone getting shot or shot at?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to put on the screen for State's Exhibit, I'm sorry, Defense Stillwell Exhibit 49, the first paragraph, or the first count in that indictment that has been admitted. And what you pled guilty to and what you admitted your guilt in Defense Stillwell 49 was that on April 28, 2015, you unlawfully, while associated with a criminal street gang, participated in criminal gang activity through the commission of one of the following offenses: aggravated battery, aggravated assault, criminal damage to property in the first degree, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. Is that, well?
Yeah,
I'm going to show it to you while we're getting our display set
You
up.
had to read it to me.
I need to read it to you?
You trying to make fun of me?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You don't want to look at it?
Yeah, you know.
What's the question?
The question was, isn't it true that you admitted that you committed the acts on April 28, 2015 of aggravated battery, aggravated assault, criminal damage to property in the first degree, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony while associated with a criminal street gang, and that you participated in criminal street gang activity through the commission of those acts?
Yes.
All right. And you said on cross-examination with Mr. Shart that you refused to accept a plea with the state. Is that right, or did I hear that wrong?
No, you heard that right.
Okay. Now, did that mean that you entered into what is called a non-negotiated plea, like you didn't have any agreement when you went up and made this admission?
What I meant by that was that when they was trying to get me to testify on Mr. Sledge, because he was still on the street, I ain't accept that. That's what I meant.
Okay. So this admission that you made wasn't in exchange for anything that the state gave you. You just went and put yourself at the mercy of the judge.
Yes.
All right. And when you made that admission at the mercy of the judge, you admitted that the gang you were committing these acts for was YSL, didn't you?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you the same question about Defense Stillwell Exhibit number 50. As we put that paragraph that you admitted to, or that you pled guilty to, on the screen. Now, in this case, Defense Stillwell Exhibit 50, do you remember, if you can look at it and tell me who represented you in this particular case?
You have to tell me.
Who represented you?
Ricky at first, and then I said locked up so long that I don't remember. I just know at the end that I ain't had Ricky.
Okay. All right. So did Ricky talk to you about this particular case?
I think he talked to the family or something like that.
Okay.
He probably talked on the phone about it. I don't know.
All right. All right. And did he talk to you about what you were charged with?
I couldn't hear you.
Just, as an officer, it invades the province, I think.
Your Honor, and I think that by, on cross-examination, by saying certain things regarding what he knew and what was explained to him and what he understood, that the door was opened for the state to inquire generally whether or not he spoke with his attorney about what he was charged with. It goes to what he said his understanding of the indictment was.
You can go ahead.
Well, I didn't do that. I don't know. I don't know
Your Honor,
that that was done.
I object to the commentary.
He's allowed to make objections.
So did you speak with your attorney about what you were charged with, what the state was alleging?
Yes.
All right. And so you knew then that you were admitting by pleading guilty that by shooting at the person in this indictment with Kelvin Treadwell, you were committing an act on behalf of YSL.
No, it never, in indictment, you read the whole indictment, the script or whatever, it never said nothing about YSL. He got YSL because of me. He was being around me.
Okay. So on the screen behind you, if you would, do you not, or does it not say, on the 5th day of September 2018, unlawfully while associated with a criminal street gang, YSL, you participated in criminal gang activity through the commission of one or more of the following offenses: aggravated assault, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
That what you said?
Ms. Levy said he can't read, so.
Mr. Zachary, do you remember when Mr. Steele showed you a book? Let me see what book it is. Defendant Williams, number 19. He showed you this book, and he turned to a page in this book, and he put it in front of you, and he asked you to look at it and to tell him what days you were on tour with Defendant Williams. Do you remember that?
I remember that, but see, I told him Chicago, and he did like this. I said Chicago. I said, from what I know, it was Chicago, and he did like this.
Okay. Before he did like this, were you looking at this book?
Counting days.
Okay. And when you were counting the days, were you also looking at the dates?
I was looking at the numbers. The numbers.
The numbers associated with the dates?
Let me see. Yes.
And in looking at the numbers, you notice that these dates only go from March 1st, 2015 to April 2nd, 2015.
I ain't look at all on.
Okay. Could you look at them and tell me if they do?
How am I know?
You said you were looking at the numbers.
I'm looking at the numbers.
So what were the numbers telling you?
They say 315.
Okay. Do you recall testifying earlier in this trial that you had read something in the newspaper?
No, I don't remember that.
You don't remember that? Okay. When Mr. Steele asked you whether or not, or why it is that you said you did not want any medication when I asked you, you said to Mr. Steele because you felt like the state was going to kill you?
Yes.
Prior to coming to testify, you said you were not going to testify. Is that wrong or right?
I don't remember me ever saying that. If I did, I probably did.
Did you ever tell anyone that if you testified, you would get killed because they are gang members?
No.
You did not?
No.
Okay. You testified with Mr. Steele and Mr. Sharp that you were going through Xanax and other drug withdrawals when you gave the August 2015 interview. Do I remember that correctly?
Yes.
All right. Would you please remind me of the other drugs that you said you were withdrawing from?
Roxy, oxycodone.
Does the withdrawal, is that the first time that you have ever suffered withdrawals from Roxy, oxycodone, and Xanax? I would like to know if he knows how withdrawal normally affects him personally.
Just in jail.
Okay.
And now.
Was that the first time in August of 2015 that you went through withdrawal?
No.
Okay. Do you even know how many times you had gone through those withdrawals?
May 2015.
Okay. And when you went through those withdrawals, would you tell the jury how it affected your ability to communicate?
A lot.
How?
Like stomach, head.
Okay.
I'm up with my stomach. I've been telling you, I'm done with the pain right now.
Okay.
And the head hurt like. See, I keep grabbing my head.
Okay.
Throwing up, but I ain't threw up because I probably ain't ate in like 3 weeks.
Okay. Well, were you offered the ability to eat?
Yes.
Okay.
I just ain't got no.
And
I ain't
when
even
you
taking my medicine.
And has anyone from the state tried to get you your medicine over the last 3 or 4 days?
You have, yes.
And did you believe that anybody from the state was going to kill you when we were trying to get you your medicine?
What you mean? Like, at first when you asked me, did I want some medicine? Yes. First time.
Okay, so what changed between then and the time that the state tried to get you your medicine?
Because I ended up going back to the hospital.
Okay. And was it the state that took you?
Yes.
Did we take you more than once?
Yes.
Did you believe that anyone from the state was going to kill you then?
No.
Okay.
I said at the time when you first.
Now, had anyone from the state threatened to kill you before then?
No.
All right. Had I ever threatened you in any way?
Not, I don't, what you mean like threat? Like tell me you gonna kill me?
That's what you said. So had I ever threatened you like that?
Nah.
Okay. So Xanax and the other drug withdrawal that you had did not have any effect on your ability to hear questions being asked of you, did they?
What you mean?
When I just asked you the effect of the withdrawal on you, you said that it caused you to have stomach pains and headaches.
What questions? There was no question. You haven't asked me no question. I mean, I don't understand, man.
Okay. Xanax, oxycodone, and OxyContin. What were the three?
Xanax and oxycodone.
Xanax and oxycodone withdrawal has no effect on your ability to understand when questions are being asked of you. Do
Yes.
They do? Did they have an effect on your ability to understand questions that you were asked during your August 5th, 2015 interview with Detective Gaither and Dennis and later Thorpe and 2 federal agents?
What you mean, like, questions? Like,
you remember being interviewed?
yes, I'm saying, like, what you mean, like, did I understand the questions?
Yes, you remember being asked questions, don't you?
Yes, I remember.
And did the withdrawal symptoms that you had, did the withdrawal that you were going through, did it somehow make you not able to understand the questions that you were being asked?
Not that I remember now.
Okay. So you did understand the questions that you were asked?
Yes.
All right. And in fact, you volunteered information as well during those interviews, didn't you?
Yes.
And that interview in August of 2015, that interview lasted over 3 hours, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't think they was in there the whole time, but yes.
Thank you. And you talked with Detectives Gaither and Dennis for well over an hour.
Yes.
And during that time that you talked with Detectives Gaither, Dennis, Thorpe, and the 2 federal agents, they sometimes asked you about matters that they had talked with you in the interview earlier, didn't they? In other words, if they talked with you when they first walked in the room about the shooting on April 28th, they might ask you about it an hour or so later.
I think so.
And they didn't always get their facts right when they asked you about it the second time, did they?
No, I don't think so.
And there were times, more than one time, that you actually had to correct them because they had it wrong about what you had said. Isn't that right?
Probably.
For instance, at one point, Detective Dennis asked you, talked to you later on in the interview about Nard telling you something at Thug's condo, and you said, no, Nard didn't talk about it that night. It wasn't until later on. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And at one point, Detective Dennis started to ask you, when was and didn't finish the question, but you finished it for him and said, you talking about the video, aren't you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Detective Dennis asked you what video, and you said to Detective Dennis, the video about Trevia. Remember?
Yes.
All right. You were asked by Mr. Steele about the January 6th occasion where Mr. Copeland or Woody was jumped on at Club Crucial. Do you remember?
It was January 6th.
Do you remember talking to Mr. Steele about a January 6th incident?
I don't know if it was January 6th. I remember he said something about Woody getting jumped on the days before or something like that.
Okay. All right. So you remember talking to him about Woody getting jumped on days before
Yes.
Mr. Thomas got murdered?
Yes.
That was the date that you and Thug were in the club, right?
I remember us being in the club, but I don't know what day.
How many times in the week before Mr. Thomas got murdered do you know of Woody getting jumped at Club Crucial?
I don't remember how many times.
Was it more than one?
He probably got jumped one time. He probably got fined or something. I don't know. More.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, and that's fine. If that's all you remember, so you only remember him getting jumped once.
But he stayed in some, so.
I only mean the stuff you know about. I get it.
I said stuff you said in the club. He stayed in something in the clubs. So
The week before Donovan Thomas got murdered,
he stayed in something in the club.
do you personally know of more than one time when he got jumped?
Not jumped.
Just, yes, jumped.
Oh, jumped? No.
Okay. And when he got jumped, Bloody J was there too, right?
Yes.
And in fact, Bloody J got jumped on outside of the club, right?
I think so. I don't remember.
In fact, Shannon swung on Bloody J, didn't he?
Nah, I don't think it was Shannon. I think it was Moontown.
You think it was Moontown? Yak swung on Bloody J too?
Nah.
Yak didn't swing on him?
No.
But it was that day that you were at Club Crucial with Thug when everybody ran outside to get their guns to protect Thug because Thug was the money. Isn't that right?
No.
Previously, it's what the witness said. So, is that right?
They weren't running out there to get the guns for him. They just, because Woody was getting jumped on, so they just the reaction.
Say that again now. They weren't.
If anybody ran out there, it wasn't getting no gun to protect him. It was because of whatever Woody had going on.
But didn't you tell the police in the August 5th, 2015 interview that that was when everybody jumped out, ran out to do, you know, and then you were asked, what do you know? What do you mean? And you said they went to get the guns because Thug was the money. They were going to protect Thug.
I mean, it wasn't just because of the money, just like I told you. If you want me to tell the truth, I'm telling you, it ain't. Because him, didn't nobody walk back to the door and get him.
Huh?
Didn't nobody walk back to the door and then back in the club to get him.
Okay.
He walked on his own.
Okay. And I understand that, but that is what you told the police, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you told them Thug was the money, you meant Thug was the one that sort of gave money to you all, right?
He ain't give me no money like that. You better ask for some gas money or something. He ain't just giving you no money.
Okay. So what did you mean when you said they went out to get the guns to protect Thug because Thug was the money?
I meant as in he ain't have security with him that night.
Did you mention anything about not having security with him that night?
No, but I know in my head.
Well, then why'd you say they got guns to protect Thug because Thug was the money?
Objection asked and answered.
I asked why did he?
Overruled.
Because why would you let him get into something if you know he ain't doing that?
One more time. What was
Because
that?
why would you let him get into something if you know he ain't on that?
And what was it that he would have been getting into? What do you mean?
Like, after fighting, like, back then, like, 9 times out of 10, it probably was a shooting came behind it, and bullets could hit anybody.
Okay. And so it was important to make sure that Thug didn't get hit with one, right?
It wasn't important to make sure he didn't get hit. It's like, make sure you get to it cold, okay? Like, it's too much going on out here.
Okay. And when you were talking with Shannon's lawyer on cross, you were asked by Shannon's lawyer if you would have done anything to get out of jail during that August 5th, 2015 interview. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
And you told Shannon's lawyer that you went in there trying to give the police information on anybody. No, better yet, you said to tell lies on people to get yourself out of jail. You told Shannon's lawyer that, right?
I think, yeah. I don't remember.
And you said you would have told a lie on anybody the police wanted you to talk about just to get yourself out of jail. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. And you told Shannon's lawyer that you knew the police wanted to know about Shannon, so you told a lie on Shannon. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said on direct, and I believe on cross, that you also knew the police wanted to know about Thug, right?
Yes.
All right. But you didn't say that Thug knew anything about Donovan Thomas's murder, did you?
No, I didn't.
So you didn't want to get out of jail bad enough to lie and say Thug shot Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes.
Yes, what?
I don't understand that. Can you say it again?
You never told the police that Thug shot Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes. I never told them that.
Right. But you believed that they wanted to know something bad about Thug, right?
Yes.
Right. Knowing that they wanted to know something bad about Thug, you still didn't say, hey, you didn't lie on Thug and say, Thug shot Donovan Thomas, correct?
Yeah.
All right. You told Shannon's lawyer you were facing how many years?
89, something like that. I think that's what you told me.
189 years in prison. Now, you didn't get 189 years, right?
No.
And in fact, the state offered you much less than 189 years, right?
Yes.
But you turned that down, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And you turned that down because you weren't going to testify against Motu, right?
Yes.
All right. So for you, is it fair to say you'd rather spend 189 years in prison than to testify against any one of your friends?
As I had got older, yes.
Okay. Now, on direct, and I believe on cross, you mentioned that you went in there trying to protect Motu on the August 5th, 2015 interview. Did I hear that right, or did I get that wrong?
You heard it right.
Okay, I got it right. All right. And on cross-examination with Thug's lawyer, you said that Woody was the one that had the problem with Kale. Did I get that right, or did I get that wrong?
You got it right.
All right. Now, if you were trying to clear Motu in the August 5th, 2015 interview with detectives Gaither and Dennis, would you please explain to the jury why you told Gaither and Dennis that Woody and Motu shooting at Kale is what started the gang war?
Why did I tell them that?
Yes, sir.
Because I felt like it.
Okay. And if you were trying to protect Motu, when you, as you told Shannon's lawyer, Why did you tell the police that Montunk was always on go?
Because I felt like it.
Now, you were asked by Thug's lawyer about seeing Thug perform with Rich Homie Quan. Were those performances were before Nut got killed though, right?
No, when we went to Florida, I think I told him he had a showdown now.
Okay. And was that when you went to Florida going into New Year's 2015?
No.
It was after?
I think that was one time, but I'm saying like the next time we went after Summers got killed, he performed with.
And when you say you think it was after he got killed that they performed?
I know it was after he got killed.
Uh-huh.
That he performed with him again.
All right. And when you say he performed with him, sometimes I know when people are performing, different acts come up. Describe what you mean when you say he performed with him. Did they sing the song on stage together?
They had songs together.
They sang them at the same time on stage?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
They had to. They were together. It's a song, verse, hit verse, hit verse, hit verse, like that.
I'm just asking if you saw them appear on stage together. You personally saw it.
Yes, I was there.
Okay. So you were there and you saw it.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Did you personally see them perform on stage together?
Did I see them perform on stage together?
That's the question. At the same time, in the instant you described for the jury just a second ago.
I was at the show. I just told you that.
You were at the show. Did you see them personally perform on stage together?
I was back there when they performing. I don't remember.
Okay.
I was backstage though when they performing.
So is it fair to say you did not see them personally perform on stage together?
I can't say. I just know that when they went on stage, whatever they did, I was backstage and they went on there together.
Okay. Now, you also said you were present when in March, Thug called Rich Homie Quan on stage a derogatory name that rhymed with Rich Homie Quan.
I wasn't even, like, in March, I think that was that the tour, so I ain't even stay that many days, and I think I had saw that on Instagram. That was a lie.
Why did you tell the police that you were there? Because the police asked you how you know, and I'm going to use this horrible name and word because that's what you said. Didn't you tell the police that in March 2015, Thug called this gentleman, Rich Homie Quan, he used the name Bitch Homie Quan, on stage in public to talk about Rich Homie Quan?
I never heard him say that. It's not that's something I just heard. I never heard him say it. Why did I tell him that? I don't know.
I'm just asking you, did I get it right? You did say that, right, to police?
Yes.
And in fact, you told the police that you were there personally and you saw it, right?
I couldn't have been there.
But did you tell them that?
Probably.
Okay. Now, did they ask you to tell them that?
I don't know.
All right. Did they show you, or did you see surveillance footage from the night of Donovan Thomas's murder before the August 15th, 2015, interview that you had with police?
I saw it on news.
Okay. Where else?
I don't remember. I know news.
Just the news?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have no recollection of anybody showing you anything other than what you saw in the news. Fair? I'll let you think about it if you need to.
I don't know.
Okay. Now tell the jury what you saw on the news.
I don't remember. I just saw a car ride past you.
Okay, thank you. A car riding past you. Do you know that area, 330 McDaniel Street? And by no, I mean, have you seen it in the daytime?
Nah, I mean, yeah, I don't rode past before, but I don't know, like, the neighborhood.
Okay. Would you call that neighborhood if gang territory?
That's really like, I don't know. It's really like Mechanicville, really.
Did you know the barbershop and the Texaco to be places that if gang hung out?
I don't know. Like, no.
No? Did you tell the police that?
It probably just something I made up.
Okay.
I don't went to that barbershop before I got a haircut.
I'm sorry?
I used to go to that barbershop to get a haircut.
Okay. So you would have had a way to know if gang people hung out at that barbershop then, right?
Yes.
All right. And you would have had a way to know whether they
no. I don't
No?
know. No.
Okay.
I don't know what's my name yet. Or what they is.
Did you know you knew that Nut was if gang, didn't you?
Did I know that he was ill gang?
Yeah.
I mean, I knew he was some.
Now, do you remember, or did you have in your head, or did you know about all the details that Woody told Lil D before you went into the August 5th interview?
Did I know all the details?
Mm-hmm.
I can't say I remember.
Now, do you remember which details in the August 5th, 2015 interview were shared or given to police as a result of anything you learned from Lil D?
I can't say I remember.
Do you remember whether you talked to Lil D about Summer getting shot at or shot towards at the Crystals?
Do I remember talking to Ladie about it?
Yes.
I mean, I talked to him about everything, so probably, yeah.
Okay. And would that have been him telling you or you telling him?
They probably, because he was cool with, I was cool with, it probably went either way.
Okay. Was there anything that Lil D told you to tell the police?
No.
Okay. And do you remember whether any of the three people that you were asked about on cross with respect to Defendant Stillwell Exhibit 49, Demekion Garlington, or you called him Lil D as well? D Montunk, or you, did either one of you have dreadlocks on April 28, 2015?
No.
Okay. Have you worn your hair in dreadlocks anywhere in 2015?
Not, what you mean, like how long? Like I probably had Afro.
Like Jay-Z kind of dreadlocks?
Nah.
Okay. And Montunk, anytime in 2015, was he wearing dreadlocks that looked kind of like Jay-Z's dreadlocks look now?
Nah.
Okay.
Monton with it. Don't wear no dread.
Say that again?
Didn't wear no dread.
He never wore dreads?
I ain't never saw him with no dread.
Did you ever see D with any dreads, Demekion?
No.
All right. On cross-examination, you told Shannon's lawyer that you, Moontunk, and Dee were the only people who participated in that drive-by on Adele.
That's the name on the street.
Down Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
Okay? You told them that, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you have no idea what witnesses the police talked to about that shooting?
Yes, I know.
Who do you know that they talked to?
I don't know, but it was like 30-something names or 15 names, something like that, on our witness list.
Oh, okay. You got a witness list.
Yes.
Is it fair to say you don't know what those witnesses told the police?
No.
You don't know.
No.
That's correct.
No.
Okay. Do you know what any of those witnesses told the police?
I know that they told them they wouldn't cooperate.
What now?
After I got locked up, I was locked up with some other people. They were telling us that people weren't going to trial on us and stuff like that.
Okay, what I'm asking you is, do you know what any of the witnesses told police the night that the shooting happened?
No.
Okay. You told Shannon's lawyer that there was only one car, but you told the police in August 2015 that there were two, correct?
What I supposed to told them the truth?
I'm sorry.
What I supposed to told them? I told them a lie.
Which one did you tell the lie to?
When it was two cars, when I told on the police.
Now, would you please explain to the jury what benefit you got from telling the police that there were two cars instead of one?
See, at first, I was just panicking, wanting to get out of jail. But I told you, as I got older and started learning in jail, I ain't want no deal.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Explain that. I'm sorry.
When I was younger, that's when I told the police that. But as I got older and I was in jail and I was learning, I ain't want no. When I was realizing, like, damn, I ain't want no deal.
You didn't want a deal.
Yeah, I ain't want no benefits off of it.
Okay. Now, does that fall for the 2019 case or the 2018 case?
2018, I ain't say nothing to no police.
Okay. You learned that it was better not to talk to the police.
Yes.
All right. Because you'd have to testify against your friends if you got a deal?
No, it ain't just that. You put yourself in more trouble.
Okay. All right. Now, I understand that as you got older, you learned better about talking to the police. But in that August 5th, 2015 interview, would you tell the jury how telling the police there were two cars benefited you?
I thought it would have benefited me. I was just telling them lies.
How? How would it have benefited you? That's all I'm asking.
Just I was making up stuff, putting people there, so it can take some of the blame off me.
Okay. You were asked by Shannon's lawyer about the number of shell casings on scene. Is it fair to say you have no idea how many shell casings were found on scene?
I think I told him that.
Okay. And is it fair to say you have no idea, no personal knowledge, what types of shell casings were found on scene?
Yes, I know. I know, Miss Love. I got caught.
You know exactly what shell casings?
Sustained.
Go ahead.
I got caught with the gun.
Okay. My question to you is, do you know exactly the caliber and number of shell casings found on scene at that site?
Not all of them. Okay. I know what I got caught with.
Okay. And what about the apartments? I think Perry Homes. Is it fair to say You have no idea how many shell casings were found on scene.
I don't know how many.
Is it fair to say you don't even know all the different types of shell casings that were found on scene?
No. I just know what I got caught with.
Okay. So you don't know the types. You just know the gun you got caught with.
Yes.
All right. And any conclusion you drew about your gun matching shell casings on any scene came from what you heard in your preliminary hearing. Is that right?
It came from me knowing what I did.
Mm-hmm.
And about April 28th.
Mm-hmm.
And then about what they discussed with my lawyer in preliminary hearing, yeah.
Okay. So is that a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say that you only went to 2 of Thug's shows during the rodeo tour, or did you say you went to more than 2?
I just know it was more than 2. It was more than 2.
Okay. Now, Thug wasn't the headliner on that, right?
No.
All right. Was he, what was his role in that tour?
I don't know what his role was. Rapper, whatever he do.
Do you know when he performed? Like, was he like an opening act or a closing act?
I don't know.
Did you watch either of the shows?
I told you, most of the time I was helping out with stuff that needed to be done.
Okay.
Ms. Love, just scheduling wise, how much long do you think you're going to be?
Your Honor, maybe half an hour, and if the court thinks, I mean, it may go longer, so it may be a good time.
All right. Would this be a good time to break for lunch?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's all be back at. Let's shoot for 1:15. Okay.
All right, so Jerry.
All right. Anything before we break?
No, mistake.
Okay. See y'all back at 1:15.
Thank you. Ms. Hilton, could you push this off?
And have the jury head out. Oh, wait, no, we can't. Where's Mr. Matthews?
Your Honor, there was one thing that I wanted to address that I did not.
Do we need to have the witness step out again?
Yes.
Yes.
My initial intent was not to play this portion of the video of the interview with Mr. Zachary. But there is a portion of it on the August 5th, 2015 interview, starting at 3:20:33, going through $3:24:09 that I would like to play. And I don't think that that falls within any objectionable area. Yeah. Yeah, let me try and find it.
Can I just inquire of something?
Yes.
Is the state planning, I understand they want to play this portion, and they'll tell us what it is, but is the state, when they say weren't planning to play the recording or recordings maybe through Mr. Zachary, are they planning, I made this objection earlier, are they planning to play it through a different witness? And if yes, I would just like to know that, because it might change how we do Mr. Zachary going forward.
Does the state intend to play his interview or interviews through another witness?
We may be doing that. It depends on what happens with Cross, frankly. But based on something that happened with Cross, I wanted to play a particular portion, and I was trying to see if this particular portion was a part that they had any objection to or had objected to, since it was a part of and not the whole thing.
Okay, maybe turn your mic back on, your lapel mic. Is it on? So that sounds like we don't know the answer.
Correct. Bluetooth. Never mind.
Okay.
So I'm looking for the portion in the interview. It's after Detective Thorpe comes in, 3:24:09 on the evidence reviewer.
That's at page 121, if that's okay to announce that, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so thank you, Your Honor, if I may thank Mr. Steele. Okay, so is starting on page 127. Actually, maybe at the bottom of 126, but I don't need to play any of the sound. It's just the image itself at the timestamps that I named. So
it's him identifying a picture as doo-wop?
yes, and it goes from him identifying doo-wop to the last picture that he identifies. And again, that starts at okay. It starts at about 319:13, or a little bit after that. Actually, it's 319:37 and goes to 324. To about 324. Oh, two.
And so it is him identifying Mr.
Yes.
Stillwell, and then what else?
It is him identifying doo-wop, Mr. Stillwell, Nard, I believe.
All right, and you said you didn't need to play the sound.
Right. I don't, as I thought about the concern I was raising, I don't want to play the sound. I just need to play, I just want to play the video portion. And that's not something that I'd identified as an exhibit that we intended to introduce. So I wanted to alert the court that.
And this would be to establish that he does know a doo-wop. He's already said he knows Shannon, and he does know a Nard.
No, that's not to establish
okay,
that.
well, what's the purpose of it?
He's writing on the pictures. He's spelling.
Okay. All right. Is there going to be any objection to that?
And if I could just give 1 second.
Just showing that without sound.
Can you play that? Can you
Make sure we're all clear of what we're talking about. So the state's asking to play essentially like a 5-minute clip without the sound of him looking at the pictures and signing papers. Is that?
For now, that.
So.
For now, that.
Well,
And is it going to be, are you going to be able to see what he's writing on there?
I'm going to ask him questions about it. That's what. So you'll be able to see him writing, and I'm going to be asking him questions.
Okay. And this is to establish that he's lying when he says he can't read? Or what?
No, it's not to establish only that. It's I have a series of follow-up questions that I'll be asking. And if the court wants me to give everyone what my redirect is, I can go and.
Just trying to figure out. Okay. Is there going to be any objection to that?
The only thing I would say is my memory is that a photograph was already shown to Mr. Zachary of the person you're hearing, Nard. Demise McMullen is his name. But and he said yes. And it says like 100% certain. I may not be perfect on that, but on that recording, on the document, it's already been shown. So if that's the same issue we're dealing with, if that's really the import, then I don't understand why that we're doing this again.
So again, what is it that you're trying to show through this? What's the purpose?
I'm showing that he knows how to, not only that he can read and write, but that he identified certain people by writing their names. He's spelling out their names.
Okay, well, you won't be able to hear him spelling out their names with the sound off.
I will be asking him about that. I mean, and I understand with the sound off, I don't understand. My concern is that I'm tendering a piece of evidence that is relevant to what was dealt with on cross-examination. On cross-examination, the witness was repeatedly asked about lying. I don't think there's an objection. I don't know that I heard an objection from Mr. Steele. I don't know what I'm responding to. So if the court could please clarify what I'm responding to so that I can.
I'm not grasping the import of what we're doing. That's my concern. I'm saying part of it's cumulative because he was shown that same exact picture from the same date of Miss Mullen or Nard. The other part, I just don't know why it's important to this trial at this time. I'm just trying to ask what the relevance is of this.
I'm not listening to it in real time, but I'm going off of my notes in the transcript. Like, if we're showing a silent aspect of a video to show that Mr. Zachary knows how to, I guess, read and write, he's also asking how to spell doo-wop in the transcript at least. So, and I believe that he's also asked for help in spelling the other things. So I don't know if that's going to give jury an accurate portrayal of his mastery of, reading and writing.
I don't even know if that's what it's being offered for. I haven't gotten a clear answer on that.
I mean, I didn't know. I was trying to understand what objection I was responding to. Okay, so I have not shown any pictures, any of this. I have asked him about the picture that he signed of Nard from the April 26th shooting out on Browns Mill Road. So I don't know if Mr. Steele missed the timestamp that I had, but I've not shown him that. I said that to the court. Nard is one of the people. The court asked me who are the people that he's identifying, and I said that Nard was one of the people.
It's Doo-Wop, Shannon, and Nard, correct?
Doo-Wop, Shannon, and Nard are three of the people that he looks at. And I'm not going to show
I mean, I don't know what the timestamps are. Are there more than just those three?
Your Honor, I believe it's those three. There might have been one more, but the point that there may have been one more, Your Honor. But because I'm not playing the sound, I'm not putting before the jury the names of the people that he's signing photographs of right now. I'm going to ask him, did you look at specific pictures, and what are you doing as you look at the pictures? And
what is he doing?
Signing them.
He's signing his name.
And writing their names.
And are we going to be able to see from the video that he is writing their names? Because he may or may not answer what he's actually doing.
Yes, and Your Honor, I do have to, of course, the court knows I went through a very long process because I'm going to have to now.
All right, well, you realize that there are plenty of people who can probably sign their names but not read and write, so that won't establish anything. And that if we don't hear the sound, it could very well be him writing the word D after somebody there says, the way you spell it is D-U-W-A-P. So
that actually does happen.
I mean, it's up to you, I guess,
and then,
if you think that establishes anything. But so the purpose of it then would be to show that he can read and write?
That was one of them, Judge.
Okay, what other purpose?
To ask him the question of whether or not he was attempting to get people in trouble at the time that he did this. What was his reason? Why didn't he lie here?
Okay. All right. So that's relevant. Anything else?
I just wanted to bring that to the court.
No, I mean, anything else before we get him back and the jury out? All right. Let's go ahead and do that then. And you can get that queued up and.
You got it queued up. Get a number, the exhibit number.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Judge. Welcome back, Mr. Zachary. Would you please tell the jury if you recall being asked on cross-examination about a gun that you bought that you let Woody hold?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. Mr. Zachary?
Yes, I remember.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you were talking about that gun, you were talking about a gun you let Woody hold because you owed one of Woody's friends some money?
I don't remember.
Sustained.
Did you sell Woody a gun for $1,000? Is that what you remember talking to Mr. Shard about?
Subject of cross-examination either, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Overruled.
I never sold him no gun. We went and bought it.
Say that again.
We went and bought it. I never sold him nothing.
Was that after Woody's girlfriend and child had been shot at?
I don't remember.
Do you remember testifying that Woody told you that a detective told him that he could have a gun?
I didn't say detective. I think he said gang unit or something. I don't know.
Gang unit. Thank you. And do you know whether that conversation was had after Woody's girlfriend and baby was shot at?
I think so. I don't know.
Okay. And that was after January of 2015, right?
Woody's girlfriend got shot at a lot of times.
All right. This particular time that
When
you
I
got
bought
the
the gun,
yes, sir.
their houses was getting shot up.
Okay. Was that after Nut got killed?
I think like a week later. I don't know. It's somewhere early January, like
Early January? Okay.
like middle. I don't know.
All right. And you were asked by Thug's lawyer whether at some point Thug stopped coming around Woody. Did I get that right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police about needing to pay back money and you couldn't do it until you caught up with Thug and got some, but that Thug had stopped coming around Woody?
Me, I said that. I needed some money from him. I didn't say that.
You never said you needed to get some money from Thug?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And do I have it correct that when you went into that interview, you had every intention or you did not in any way want to hurt Thug because he's from Cleveland Avenue?
Not because he from Cleveland Avenue, because I don't know. I just wanted to talking.
All right. But do you remember testifying earlier that you didn't say anything or want to say anything to get Thug in trouble because you didn't want to get people from Cleveland Avenue in trouble?
I said that.
Did you? Do you remember that?
No, my head hurts so bad.
Okay. I'll try to be quick. When you testified on cross-examination with Shannon's lawyer about lies that you told in the August 2015 interview, and when you told Thug's lawyer that the information that you spoke about came from what Copeland wanted Garlington to say, can you tell us whether or not you were trying to tell police what you understood Copeland to have already told the police?
I don't remember some of it. Some of it I remember from my preliminary hearing. Some of it I remember from my preliminary hearing.
Okay. When you talked about Woody stealing Nut's chain, was that from Copeland or from your preliminary hearing?
I already knew about that.
Okay. And when you talked about Woody confronting Kel at the skating rink, was that from Copeland or your preliminary hearing?
I already knew about it.
Say that again.
I don't remember. I probably already knew about it.
Okay. And do you remember Thug's lawyer asking you whether the If Gang rivalry with YSL began because of Woody?
I don't remember. I told you my head hurt so bad.
Okay.
All right, so you have the ability and had the ability over lunch to have your pain medication
I'm
with you
allergic
and
to
to take it.
Tylenol. I'm allergic to a lot of medicine. If y'all would have got all these records like I
And
should
we
did.
talked about you being able to get your prescription medication.
I ain't complaining. I'm still up here.
All right.
Do you remember telling the police that the rivalry between If Gang and YSL began roughly a month before Nut's death?
I don't remember.
Do you remember when Thug's lawyer asked you about the post? They shoot at us, we don't tell. We shoot at them, they call the police.
I remember he just asked me about that.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police about that after saying that you had gotten shot at on Empire near Cleveland and you didn't know it was If Gang until Thug and D started tweeting?
I don't remember.
Okay. When you told the police, speaking about the lies according to Mr. Shart, Shannon's lawyer, on cross-examination, when you told the police that Woody was waiting on Bloody J by the side of the church after Woody had gotten jumped 5 or 6 days before Nutt's murder, was that a lie?
I don't remember.
Do you remember whether that was something you got from Copeland or from your prelim?
I don't remember.
And when you told the police that Mooktunk and Kel were beefing about trivia, was that from your prelim or from Copeland?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to these subject matters. All this is beyond the scope of cross-examination.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. What Mr. Sharp asked was, and what Mr. Steele asked was, you lied continuously. And Mr. Weinstein, they brought up things that they alleged or asked this witness if he lied about. And they essentially said you lied about everything because you wanted to get yourself out of trouble. And you were just telling what Copeland told or what you had heard from a prelim. So everything, when I'm asking him these questions, it's to confront him with things and to get clarification based on what he said in cross as to where this information came from.
Literally no one has argued that he lied about everything. And he has not testified that he lied about everything. I specifically brought his attention to certain things that he acknowledged he lied about. And now we are talking about things way outside the scope of that, and we're just redoing this whole thing again, and it's 403 and it's outside the scope of
Let's
cross.
narrow your questions to things that were asked about on cross, please.
Yes, Your Honor. When you were asked about whether all of the shootings you talked about had shell casings from guns that you owned, do you remember being asked about that?
I say guns that I was caught in possession of.
Okay. So you remember being asked about shell casings on crime scenes that matched guns you were in possession of?
That I got caught with, yes.
That you got caught with. And one of those crime scenes was Lucci's mother's house, was that not?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Now, when you told the police about being at Big Boo's grandma's house on the day Lucci's mother got shot, was that something you got from Woody or your prelim or somewhere else?
I don't know.
Okay. And when you told the police that Woody told Shannon and Pokey, let's go, right before Lucci's mom's house got shot up, was that something you got from Copeland, your prelim, or somewhere else?
So I lied.
You lied?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did that lie come from?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, when you told the police that after Shannon, Woody, and Pokey got back, someone made a call to Boo and said that they put $1,000 on the head of whoever shot up Lucci's mother's house. Where did that come from? Woody, a prelim, or something you remembered happening?
I don't remember.
Okay. And when you told the police that Woody looked scared, where did that information come from? Copeland, prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't remember. No.
And did you tell the police that after they got back, Shannon, Woody, and Pokey, did you tell the police whether you heard them say anything?
Your Honor, Can we approach?
Yes.
May I con- When you were asked on cross-examination, specifically, Thug's lawyer asked you about the tour dates and what tours or what shows you went to when Defendant Williams performed. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember him asking you whether you knew him, and by him I mean Thug, in 2009?
Yes.
And you said that you did, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember him asking you whether or not Defendant Williams was performing in 2009?
Yes.
And do you remember him asking you whether Mr. Williams was performing in 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember him asking you whether you went to any of Mr. Williams' shows during those times?
Yes.
Do you see or do you have an independent memory of whether on May 13th, 2013, you were at one of Defendant Williams' shows?
I don't remember.
I'm asking you. If you don't, that's okay. You can say no.
I don't know.
Okay. And do you know whether he was performing at either one of those shows that Mr. Steele asked you about on September 9th, 2013?
Do I know?
Correct.
If he had a show, he gonna perform.
Do you know whether he had a show on that day?
I don't remember the day.
All right. Do you know if he had a show on September 11th, 2013?
I don't know.
Do you know if he had a show on January 6th, 2015?
I don't remember.
Did he have a show on January 10th, 2015?
I do not remember.
Did he have a show on September 14th, 2017, to your knowledge?
I was locked up.
Okay. You remember Mr. Steele asking you whether you were still a fan of Defendant Williams' music?
Yes, I still listen to the music, yes.
Okay. So did you follow whether or not he had any shows on these dates?
I was locked up.
Okay, so you didn't.
I'm away from the world.
All right. When you said on cross-examination that you got information from Garlington, who got it from Copeland, do you have any memory now of what parts of what you told the police came from
No.
Garlington?
No.
Did the information you gave them about Lucci's mother's house come from Copeland or from your prelim or from your being there?
I don't know.
You were asked by Mr. Steele about Thug giving you money. Do you recall telling the police about a time when all of you went to the mall and stuff and Thug had bought you all clothes?
I mean, I don't remember, but if we went to the mall with him, he bought us clothes we probably going somewhere.
How often did Thug buy you all clothes?
That the only time I remember.
Which time was that?
Whenever time y'all talking about.
And which time were you talking about?
I don't know. See, you keep saying like him buying y'all clothes. Like you got to think about it. I knew him before them, so like the clothes been in there. Like we grew up together.
Okay. So did he buy clothes for a lot of people around you?
I don't know. I just know what relationship that different people had. I don't know what relationship different people had.
Okay. And when you were asked about Defendant Williams' relationship with Rich Homie Quan by Thug's lawyer, did you hear Thug call Rich Homie Quan a bitch on any other day besides the time you told police about in March?
Did I hear it for myself?
Yes, on any other day.
No, I told you I think I heard it like somebody.
And when did you first start hearing, either from yourself or someone else, Thug say disparaging or bad things about Rich Homie Quan?
I didn't even hear that. I don't be hearing it. Like I've been locked up all this time. Like
okay, so
I've been away from these folk. Like I don't remember nothing. I've been locked up 8 years. Like,
but you weren't locked up in March of 2015, right?
I was sick in March of 15. We just said that earlier.
You were not locked up then, though, right?
No.
And you were not trying to hurt Thug when you went in to talk to the police, right?
Man, I don't remember.
Okay. Am I the only one you don't remember with?
No, it's just you keep asking me and my mind ain't processing. Like you asking me stuff I already answered.
Okay. Do you need a moment? Do you need to take?
No, I'm okay. I'm just saying you asking me stuff I already answered. I keep telling you I don't know. If I remember, I tell you.
Okay.
I don't tell you I don't remember everything.
Okay. All right. Do you know whether it was Copeland, Garlington, or your prelim where you got the information you gave to police about Philo, D, Stewie, and Stag?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember whether it was Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or your personal knowledge where you got the information about Thug driving a Corvette in the few days before Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I told you I knew he had a vet. I ain't say nothing about no. I don't remember.
What did you start to say before? I don't remember.
I knew he had a vet car. I told y'all that already.
Okay.
I don't remember nothing else.
And was that a vet that he owned?
I don't remember.
Do you know if he rented a Corvette in the days before Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I don't know. I don't know the paperwork agreement.
Sustained.
All right. When you talked about going to Florida in a Sprinter van that had already been reserved with Mr. Steele on Cross, did you get the information from Copeland, Garlington, or your prelim that you went in that Sprinter van with Shannon, D, Woody, and Yak?
So you asked me, how did I know who I went with?
I'm asking you whether when you told the police that, if that was something you got from somebody else or something that was true.
That was something that's true.
Okay. And when you told the police that the beef between YSL and If Gang started when Woody and Mooktoon shot Kale, was that something that was true, something you got from Copeland, Garlington, or your prelim?
I don't remember the person I lied about.
And when you told the police that Shannon, Yak, Nard, and Duop were going to meet Bushi on the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered, was that something that you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or Shannon?
I don't remember.
Do you have any idea where you would have had access to that information? Other than Shannon?
No. What?
Other than Shannon?
Shannon ain't tell me that. What you talking about?
Okay. So
I told you Shannon ain't tell me that.
did you get it from Copeland?
I don't remember. I know for a fact Shannon ain't tell me that, and I told y'all that.
Okay. Why don't you remember whether you got it from Copeland, but know for a fact it didn't come from Shannon?
I know for a fact I told you that I didn't get it from Shannon.
Did you get it from Yak?
I know for a fact I told y'all, if asked, I didn't get it from him.
Okay. Did you get it from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else, that on the way to meet Bushi, they fucked up and saw Nut? Who'd you get that from?
I don't remember. I ain't probably get it from nobody. I don't remember.
You think that was something you made up?
Probably.
Objection, Your Honor. This is all beyond cross.
Judge, thank you. Now, when you told the police that after they fucked up and saw Nut, they rolled back around and started shooting at Nut, did you get that from Copeland, Garlington, the prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
When you told the police that it was outside a barber shop that they saw Nut, was that from Copeland, Garlington, the prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
Did you ever see Nut on the surveillance footage that you saw on TV?
I don't know.
Okay. And when you told the police that the barbershop and Texaco are places where If Gang members hang out, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
When you told the police that Bentley took the guns to his spot on Oak Drive, was that something you got from Copeland, Demikion, your prelim, or somewhere else?
You can.
Thank you. when you told the police that Shannon and Yak told you, I just caught that in nut down bad, did you get that from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
A lot.
Is that something now you're saying you made up entirely?
I already told y'all. Shannon, nobody ain't told me nothing.
Well, that's why I asked. Did you get it from Copeland, Garlington?
I said nobody ain't told me nothing.
And when you told the police that Shannon had a XB45, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
Nobody told me nothing.
Okay. So did you make that up too?
I don't know.
All right. And when you told the police that the 7.62 was Nard's gun, was that something you got from Copeland, as you're sitting here today testifying, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
All right. When you told the police that Nard talked about the murder after Miami, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
Something I lied about.
Okay. When you told the police that after seeing Woody staying on the couch acting worried, Nard said that nigga Woody gonna fold, he gonna tell on us about that nut situation, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
Somewhere I lied.
Okay. And when you told the police that Thug asked them, do you remember talking about Thug acting normal on cross-examination with Thug's attorney?
What you mean?
Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you whether you testified that Thug was acting normal after?
When he had me that today?
Do you remember at any time him asking you that?
Yeah, I think I do.
Okay. When you told the police that Thug asked Shannon, Yak, and Nard why they killed Nut, did you get that from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
I told you and them 1,000 times I lied. And I said it, I told them years ago I lied.
Okay.
So it ain't nothing new.
Okay, so would you tell the jury whether that was something you just made up out of the thin air or?
I don't remember, I just know I lied.
Okay. Now, is it only the things about people who are on trial now that you know for a fact you lied about?
What you mean? I ain't never said anything about nobody else.
When you talk about what you do know and what you can't remember, is it only the information that you gave about Thug, Yak, and Shannon that you know for a fact you lied about?
Cause I lied. What you mean?
Okay.
I don't understand what you saying. I know I told y'all years ago that I lied, and you know that.
And so, Mr. Zachary, all I'm asking is,
And
in
I'm
that
telling
August,
you I lied then. I told them back then I lied.
and in August 2015, all I'm asking is, today is your testimony that the only people you lied about are Thug, Shannon, and Yak.
No, I lied about whoever they asked me about.
So you didn't lie about Woody getting jumped 5 or 6 days before Nut got killed. Did you?
Everybody knew he got jumped.
Okay. Did you lie when you told the police that you all believe that Woody shot up Lucci's studio on Metropolitan?
I don't know.
Did you lie when you told the police that Rock Crew and YSL were the same thing?
I don't know.
Sustained.
Do you remember Mr. Steele saying or asking you, isn't it true that no one ever confronted you in 2017 about the things you were saying in your proffer that were different than what you said in 2015? Do you remember that?
I remember him.
Subject to the form of that question. Never even broached that topic.
Overruled.
Do you remember that?
I remember him saying something about the 2017 interview.
Do you remember him asking you, isn't it true that no one ever confronted you about things that you were saying different in 2017 than what you had said in 2015?
That may have been not you, but a different. It was covered in cross. I'm not sure who asked it.
Okay.
That was me.
Yeah.
My apologies to everyone. Do you remember Shannon's attorney telling you you never were confronted in 2017 about things you said differently than what you did in 2015? Do you remember that?
I think he said something like that.
And do you remember agreeing with him? Yeah, nobody ever confronted me about things I said different.
I think he said the officer or somebody was in there. I don't remember.
I'm sorry, what now?
He asked me why the officer or somebody didn't confront me or something. I don't remember. He said something like that.
Was Mr. Richardson your lawyer or your friend in that interview?
No, he was not my lawyer.
He was there on your behalf?
I don't know how he got there.
Okay.
But it later came out that he wasn't my lawyer though.
Isn't it true that you all were allowed to take breaks and that after at least one of those breaks, Detective Dennis came back and told you that reminded you that you had said a lot more about the murder than in 2015 than you were doing now in 2017?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that after that point, Detective Dennis asked you about what you had told him in 2015 about Duop and Nard?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that at that point you said you had heard that they were involved, that is, Duop and Nard were involved? You had heard that from Copeland, and then you said, I meant Shannon. Isn't that true?
I don't remember.
Isn't it true that after you told them that Shannon came to the apartment after the murder and told you about the murder, they pressed you on exactly what Shannon said to you?
You say, is it true that he told me? You asked me, I don't understand that question.
Isn't it true that during the 2017 interview, when you told the police and people with the DA's office, with Mr. Richardson present, that Shannon came to the apartment after the murder and told you something about the murder, you were asked what exactly Shannon said to you, and you said, I don't want to talk about it.
It was a lie.
Okay.
I don't know. I still don't understand the question.
You were pressed on what exactly Shannon told you in the 2017 interview.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay. Isn't it true that when you said you were not pressed or you were not confronted with differences in your story, that what you said about not being confronted wasn't exactly accurate? In other words, when you said something different, the police did ask you, wait a minute, what about this? You said it differently over here.
I don't remember. You would have had to show me for me to know. I don't remember.
Okay.
But I don't think they confronted me. Ricky had asked y'all 2 years ago, did y'all have a video he can see? Y'all told him no. Y'all told me it wasn't no interview, just transcripts.
Okay. And during that 2017 interview, when you were looking at pictures of Shannon and Duop and Nard, isn't it true that you signed your name and wrote Shannon's and Nard's and Duop's on their pictures?
I don't remember, probably did.
Okay. When you were asked about the Lil Wayne bus shooting on cross-examination, is it your testimony today that you remember events that happened that night?
I don't know. Like, y'all been asking me all these questions, like, I don't know.
Do you remember telling detectives in the 2017 interview that people didn't need to get the gang's permission in order to carry out the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
I don't remember it being said like that or something. I don't know.
Do you remember being asked on cross-examination about the Infinity that you were in, that you rode inside with Copeland?
I remember y'all saying something about it. I remember somebody said something about it.
Do you remember, I believe it was Mr. Steele, if it was not, correct me if your memory is different. Do you remember Thug's lawyer asking you whether the information you got about that Infinity came only from Copeland?
Yes.
Do you remember today whether the information you got about that Infinity came only from Copeland?
Yes, I told Woody. So I never somebody else in the car, but Woody, he told me about the car.
Is there anything in particular about that that causes you to remember it as opposed to others?
I remember the car because I remember we wrecked the car.
And was it Woody who told you that Thug's manager rented it?
Yes. I don't know. I don't remember. I didn't know. Woody said Thug rental car or something. I don't remember. told him I never saw him in that car though. I told him I never saw nobody in the car but Woody.
You told the jury earlier that after a certain point that Thug stopped associating with Woody. You said something like that on Cross. Do you remember that?
I think I said he stopped coming around all the negativity. Like it was so much going. I think I said that.
Do you remember specifically talking about Woody and Thug not hanging around Woody?
Yes, cause I said he had a lot going on.
Do you remember when that was that you remember Thug stopped hanging around Woody?
I don't know.
Okay, generally speaking, would you say it was around May 2015?
I think Woody was already locked up, man. I don't know.
So does that mean it probably happened before that or after that?
I don't remember. I just know I think Woody had got locked up summertime, so I don't remember.
Do you know whether Woody actually talked to Thug about getting his bond paid in June 2015?
June, I was locked up, so I don't know.
Okay, you were asked about Thug and Woody's relationship. I'm just asking you if you know anything about.
June, I was locked up. So
okay, so that's a no?
I was locked up, I mean.
When you're locked up, does that keep you from getting information about other people that are locked up?
Yes.
So were you locked up federally?
No.
Were you locked up in Fulton County?
Yes.
So if you were locked up in Fulton County and Woody is locked up in Fulton County, do you all have the ability to talk to each other or do you not have access?
All on different flow.
Okay. Does being on a different floor keep you from having access to other people or talking to other people in the jail?
Yes.
Okay. Just one moment. Do you not remember speaking with Sledge from inside the jail or Monkton? Why?
Me and Monkton, I don't think if I talked to him and he was on the street, I don't even think I talked to him. What time are you talking about?
While you were in the jail and he was in the jail.
Probably went to court, yeah.
And what about Garlington? You remember getting communication from Garlington while you all were both in jail?
He and Garlington and Sledge was on the case together. We go to court together.
Okay. Are they the only people that you talked to while you were in the jail that were in the jail with you?
I don't remember. Probably people in my dorm, I don't remember.
All right. What did you say?
People in the dorm, probably.
Okay. You were asked on cross-examination about a picture of Shannon taken sometime before January 10th, 2015. Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you about it?
Sustained.
Okay. Do you remember being shown a photograph of Shannon standing in front of a window?
Yeah, I remember that picture. I remember that picture.
And do you have any independent knowledge of when or if that was placed on any social media sites?
I think I remember. I think I took that picture. I was thinking about it.
Just the picture, though.
When I saw it, I remember the picture from some.
Did you post that on your social media site?
No.
Okay. Now, when you were asked on cross-examination about Antonio Sledge being drunk and Garlington being high and you being high on April 28th, 2015, were you telling the jury everything that you remembered about that night when you spoke with Shanna's attorney on cross-examination?
Did I what?
Is that all that you remember about that night on April 28th as you sit here today? April 28th, 2015, that Moontoon was drunk.
Your Honor, I was gonna let it go, but I'm gonna object to the misstatement of the testimony. His testimony was not that Mr.
Sustained.
Do you remember anything else about the night of April 28th that Mr. Shart asked you about on cross-examination regarding Sledge being drunk?
I think I told him I don't know. I don't remember. I think I told him I was high myself, so I couldn't really tell.
And what does that type of high do to your ability to remember?
Xanax.
Okay. What does that do for you and for your ability to remember?
A lot. I might be on 3-4 at a time.
And does that cause you to forget things?
Yes.
Okay. So if you remembered that it was only you, Sledge, and Garlington, at what point did the high wear off to allow you to remember that?
Because I remember who I got in the car with.
Okay. Do you know what Trontavia Stevens was doing during that time?
No.
Okay. You were asked whether you went to Arrowhead Pond with Copeland and Sledge. Do you remember that?
I remember telling him I didn't remember if Sledge was with us.
Okay. Do you remember testifying on cross-examination that you wanted to convince Gaither and Dennis that you were telling the truth so that you could get out of jail?
I remember. I don't remember. I told her, asked me all these questions. I don't remember.
Do you remember when you were shown a clip of Gaither coming into the room saying, y'all been calling me and now I'm here? You remember that? Okay. Now, do you remember being asked whether you wanted to meet with Gaither so that you could get out of jail?
I remember me saying I ain't called them. I remember saying that.
Okay. Do you remember saying you wanted to clear Sledge of the shooting?
I thought that was what I was doing, but I was told you I was young.
Right. Did you lie when you told the police that the phone number they showed you was not yours?
I don't remember.
You remember when you were asked on cross-examination whether you lied when you said you weren't involved in the April 28th shooting?
Who?
You remember when you said on cross that when you first sat down, you said, I wasn't involved. I ain't have nothing to do with that shooting.
I remember saying I lied. I don't understand what you're saying. You gotta ask it again.
Okay. You remember saying you lied in the August 5th, 2015 interview. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you lie when you told them or confirm for them Demikion's phone number?
Your Honor, outside the scope of cross.
Sustained.
Did you lie when you told them that the phone number they had was not yours?
Outside the scope of cross.
Sustained.
Do you remember when you told them when you first sat down, you were making stuff up as you were going on? You remember saying that on cross?
Yeah.
At what point did that change, if at all?
What you mean, did it change?
Well, you said at first I was making stuff up as I was going
still
on.
making stuff up.
Okay, so are you saying that you made stuff up throughout the whole interview on August 5th, 2015?
Made stuff up and said stuff that I had already heard. I told y'all that.
Okay. And when you said that you wanted to take the guns out of your hand and put them in someone else's hand, is that what you were trying to do throughout the August 5th interview? Just take guns out of your hand?
What?
Do you remember saying on cross?
I don't know.
Okay. By the time that you got to the 2017 interview, was your goal in that interview the same thing as your goal was in the 2015 interview?
What was my goal? Was it my goal?
Right.
I don't remember.
Do you remember whether you went into the 2017 interview with the intent to tell stories on people?
I don't remember.
Well, do you
Did
remember?
I tell stories?
Uh-huh.
I told stories, yes. Lies.
All right. And was there any reason that you told for these particular lies that you claim you told? For what reason were you telling lies in 2017?
Because I had already told the lies before.
And so the lies you told in 2017 were because you had already told them? Is that what you're saying?
Objection asked and answered.
You're not asking. Is that what you're saying?
What you mean?
Why did you tell the lies you're now saying that you told in 2017?
Because I lied. I don't know. I didn't know I lied. I don't get what you're saying. Like, I don't understand.
And the lies in 2015 that you told, did you tell them for any reason other than what you've already given to the jury?
What you mean?
The things that you said in the August 2015 interview that were not true. The reasons that you told them, even though they were not true. Are those reasons, have you told all of those reasons for telling those lies as you put them to the jury?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Just one second. Your Honor, I think that that's all I have at this time with this witness.
All right, Mr. Sharp, Mr. Weinstein.
Yeah, I have some thoughts, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, Mr. Harvey has corrected me that I have reasons. Thank you, Mr. Harvey.
I didn't hear what you said before.
Well, good afternoon. Miss, how are you doing?
Hey,
Your head hurt? You're going to be able to answer my questions?
if I know him, yeah.
Can you lean forward just a little bit? Yeah, if you know them, that's all I'm asking, okay? So on redirect, Miss Love asked you a lot of questions about the sources of your lies, okay? The lies you told back in 2015 and 2017. So let's get into that a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Let's talk about the play that you testified to that you got from Garlington, okay? Remember the play?
I don't remember it.
That play you testified to that you got from Garlington, that was about the murder of Peanut, Donovan Thomas, right?
That's what, yeah.
Okay. And that play was something cooked up between Garlington and Woody, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, as to vagueness.
Overruled.
Sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
Yes.
Yes, the play was cooked up between Garlington and Woody?
Woody put Garlington in it. It was something Woody had.
Something Woody had. And Woody came up with that play in order to take attention away from him.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You don't have to answer that question. But that was a scheme between them to come up with the story that you would use, correct? They planted that story with
Objection,
you.
Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
The story that they came up with, that they told you, that Garlington relayed to you, was about Shannon and Yak and Duop and Nard being involved in Nuts' murder.
It was, I don't remember all the detail, but it had something to do with them, y'all.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
I don't remember all the detail, but it had something to do with it.
It had something to do with that, with the murder of
Yeah.
Peanut, with the murder of Donovan Thomas. Okay. And that story was intended to cover up Woody's involvement in that murder.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did Garlington tell you why he was coming up with that story?
Why Woody was coming up with it?
Yeah.
He's just like, Woody got him in some bullshit.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
Well, Woody has been named, Your Honor, as an unindicted co-conspirator. It's a statement of a co-conspirator.
Your Honor, first of all, Your Honor, this is a whole, he's asking about Garlington. He's not asking about Woody. And if this is a matter that needs to be talked about, I don't think it's proper to do it in front of the jury.
Your question was about Garlington.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So the story you got from Garlington, that's the story that you ended up relaying to law enforcement, to Gaither and Dennis in
Objection.
2015.
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
You've been asked repeatedly by the attorney for the state, by Miss Love, how various lies that you told benefited you. You remember her asking you that just now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you're sitting over here right now instead of over there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you think that that's a benefit to
Your
you?
Honor, objection.
Do you view that as a benefit?
Hang on.
Okay,
hang
I'm
on.
asking him if he views
I know,
that as
and
a
there's an
benefit.
objection on the floor, which I haven't been able to hear yet. So wait and let me hear
My
it and
apologies,
rule
Your
on
Honor.
it.
So objection as to misrepresentation, vagueness, when the question is, do you think it's a benefit to you that you're over there and not here? As it relates to the interview in 2015 and 2017, I would ask for clarification about what it is that he was getting a benefit from.
Overruled.
Okay. I'll repeat that question to you. Do you view it as a benefit to you that those lies that you told in 2015 and 2017 put you in that witness stand instead of over there as a defendant?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I ain't benefit off none of it.
You didn't benefit off any of it? You'd rather be over there?
Objection, Your Honor, improper.
Sustained.
Are you a defendant in this case?
Objection, relevance.
It's directly relevant to his motivation. Are you a defendant in this case?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Steele?
Very briefly,
All right.
Rodeo tour, or did you give it to the court? May I approach for a moment? Very briefly, you were asked about what I call the rodeo tour, but I'm talking about March, April 2015.
Yes.
Okay. Travis Scott and Jeffrey Williams, or Young Thug, are performing, right?
Yes.
You were asked if Jeffrey was the headliner or was not the headliner. You remember that?
Yes.
Headliner means what? Tell the jurors.
I don't know. Probably, I think, like the main, I don't know. I think like the main person or something.
Is it fair to say that Jeffrey or Young Thug, by this time, is a big attraction in music?
Objection, asked, answered, and relevance.
Came up on Recross.
I know, but given the objection sustained.
When you were there, if you saw the crowd, did Jeffrey and Travis Scott play
relevance to the
together? Is
crowd.
my question.
Say that again.
Yeah, when you saw the crowds at the rodeo tour, did Jeffrey and Travis Scott perform together?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
I think, okay, that's fine. All right. You said, you were asked specifically, did Jeffrey buy clothing for a lot of people? Do you remember that question on recross examination?
Yes.
All right. Is it true that Jeffrey did buy clothing for people, the Cleveland Avenue park?
I told you, like, that was like, it wasn't that new, like, everybody bought, like, yeah.
Okay. And were you aware that Jeffrey did clothing drives all over the country?
Objection, relevance.
It came up on
Sustained.
Cross.
Doesn't mean it's relevant.
You were asked, and it was worded this way, that Jeffrey stopped hanging around with Woody. Remember those questions on Recross?
Yes.
From your vantage point, were people always trying to be around Jeffrey?
Objection, Your Honor, vague and speculation. He can't.
Overruled.
Did Jeffrey allow people to take pictures with him
Objection, relevance.
when they
Sustained.
did? From your vantage point, did Mr. Copeland or Woody, did Jeffrey go to him in any way, or was Mr. Copeland trying to hang out with Jeffrey?
Objection, relevance beyond the scope of redirect.
It was on redirect.
Overruled.
Yeah, Copeland used to come around, yeah.
Okay. You were asked again on redirect about a supposed tweet of, and I'm not quoting it, but something like, "We shoot at them and don't report. They shoot at us and report." I'm not saying that's a quote. Have you ever seen a tweet like that?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered on cross.
Those are my questions.
All right. Mr. Short, have you made a decision? Do you have any recross? All right. You are now free to go.
And cut this on my leg?
Yes. They'll take care of that. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Mr. Ricardo Wheels to stand.
Okay.
Leal.
Your Honor, while the witness is coming, maybe may I approach any member of the defense for a quick question?
Sure. Do y'all need a bathroom break before we start the next witness? Yes, no? Is it, okay. A couple. We're actually gonna have you step back out. We're gonna take a quick recess. Thank you. afternoon. You can take a seat if you want to. Well, actually, just stand and then once. Okay. Now let's do that in front of the jury.
Okay.
I mean, 5 or 5:30 depends where, we are with witnesses. How long do you think this witness will be?
I expect about an hour, Your Honor.
Okay, and then do we have another witness what's the next witness up? Hmm? Hmm?
She's a lay witness who some are good.
Oh, okay. Okay. So maybe just these two, maybe one more, I don't know. Because y'all's time estimates are not always spot on. I mean, I don't know who she said, but I'm just talking about how many more witnesses there'll be for today. Sounds like this, at least one other, maybe one other after that, but that seems like about it. I don't either.
Oh, yes.
President California.
Your Honor, may the witness be sworn in?
Yes. Although not yet.
Yes, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand. You swear to further testimony you're about to get a tour, the truth, all the nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I will.
You may be seated, please. State your first and last name with a spelling of both, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Ricardo Leal. It's Ricardo. First name spelled Leal.
Good afternoon, Mr. Leal. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you tell the jury where you work?
Yes, so I work for T-Mobile Corporation, which is a mobile phone carrier.
How long have you been with T-Mobile?
So I started with T-Mobile back in April of 2020. There was a merger that transpired on that date. Prior to that, I worked for Sprint Corporation, which was another telephone company. And so I worked with them, basically started with them in 2002.
Was the merger between Sprint and T-Mobile?
Yes.
What do you do for T-Mobile?
So I serve as a records custodian when subpoenaed. My job title is testifier. So basically, I authenticate records, explain records, how they're kept in the normal course of business, do a lot of reviewing records, those types of things.
How many trials have you testified in?
So I've testified in over 450 in my tenure. I've been doing this part of my job for quite some time.
Do you travel across the country or do you have a specific region that you cover?
All throughout the United States and other places as well.
So to become, what did you do, let me take a step back, before you began working with Sprint, before it merged with T-Mobile?
So when I worked at Sprint, I would have been an analyst, essentially. Subpoena analyst is what they called it. So my job function was to review legal demands, verify that legal demand, then send out the information that is being asked for through legal process. However, the requester was asking for it. So essentially, that's what I was doing for a number of years. And then I headed up a team that was an immediate response group that they could get their information sooner by paying a fee. And then I transitioned into the job that I'm currently doing. But at the time, it was with Sprint.
And would subpoenas from law enforcement agencies be one of the requests that you would review when you were an analyst?
Correct. That would be one of the formats. So subpoena, search warrant, court order, search warrant having the most available. They would be able to get the most information with the judge's signature. That's kind of how that process works.
What type of documents did you get familiar with as an analyst responding to those legal requests?
So mainly was call records pertaining to subscriber information, the call detail records, which is the network information that could have other information like cell tower information, billing records. That's the main things that were being asked for, and still to this day. There are some other records that we have as well, but those are the main things. Later on, as the progression became more prevalent, text information was being asked for, data, because your phones became user-friendly to be used for search engines, those types of things, for data. So those were often asked for too.
Can you differentiate the call detail records from the other records you've described for the jury?
Sure, absolutely.
How would you describe or differentiate them?
So the call records would show the calls that were taking place. It will have the different numbers. It will also depend on what type of call record. It will show duration time. It'll have dates. Also tower information, if that was asked for, that information would be within the record. also on the format, when we send the information out, it shows what is being asked for through legal process. Like it gives exact accounts of the information that's being sent out.
Now, in working with Sprint, was it through experience or training that you became familiar with these records and what they contain?
So it was on the job training. And over time, I would be answering questions with whoever was asking for the information. So it took a lot of me trying to get understanding of what I was looking at. And then over time, I had to learn the T-Mobile records as well, which was more of a formal training versus how I started at Sprint. It was a different time back in 2002. But yeah, quite a big difference between 2002 and 2020.
Fair enough. Can you describe for the jury what training you had to get familiar coming from Sprint with T-Mobile records?
So there was a training that happened. It was during COVID. Basically, it was several days of going through the formats of how the records are kept at T-Mobile and the information that T-Mobile carries and how their information is kept in comparison to how the information is kept at Sprint. So there was kind of like a dual training going on where the T-Mobile folks were filling us in on their info, and we were doing the same to them with the Sprint information, because two different networks, information being kept, all similar processes and everything, but the content was in different formats and it was kept differently according to time.
Now, you had mentioned subscriber information as documents that you sometimes have to discuss. Can you
Yes.
describe what is contained in Sprint or T-Mobile subscriber information records?
Generally speaking, the subscriber information would contain the account information with the account holder and or subscriber if the subscriber of the phone is different than the account holder. Basically, it would have identifying information if it was not a prepaid subscriber. If it's a postpaid subscriber, there's a verification process that takes place. And essentially, in that verification process, they're enabling the person that wants to subscribe to the phone to be able to get billed. And so they do a credit check. Unlike a postpaid subscriber, they'd be paying up front, or a prepaid subscriber, pardon me, they would be paying up front. And so those are some of the differences, but the elements within the subscriber information could have other information like the type of account, the equipment or the handset number that is associated with the telephone number. It has other identifying information that's network information that also coincides with how the layout is for the subscriber information. But those are some of the things. It would have like activation dates, like when the account was activated, when the number was activated within that account, if it wasn't the only telephone number. There are accounts that could have multiple numbers within a specific account, if that makes sense.
When you were just discussing prepaid versus postpaid for subscriber,
Yes.
how is the name created or chosen for prepaid versus post?
So with prepaid, it could be anything. So it could be what that person wants it to read. It's non-verified. So basically there's no verification process that takes place. If I wanted to open a phone and get my own phone, I could say, I want it to say Donald Duck. That could be on there. So that's just the way it is. Because it's non-verified, like a postpaid subscriber, there's no credit check being run. They're not showing an ID or anything that has identifying information. There's no requirement. So that's how that works.
You've also mentioned, and briefly discuss call detail records. Are call detail records kept in the regular course of business with T-Mobile?
Yes, they are, and they're kept for billing purposes.
Is there any other purposes that, well, I'll ask another question. I'll
Sure.
come back to that. Is any of the information include cell site tower information?
Yes, that's part of the network information. And so the network information would include cell tower information as part of the things that were transpiring within the network prior to the billing process.
And with subscriber information data, with call detail record data, and cell site tower data, what are the various purposes or reasons why T-Mobile keeps those documents in the regular course of business?
So it's mandated that we keep this information by the FCC for a certain amount of time, but we have to be able to bill our customers. So that's why the network information, we keep that. From that, we would be able to ascertain the billable calls for each customer, and then they would be able to send that bill out. Now things are different with unlimited. Oftentimes there's not as much information that's being sent out because of that unlimited plans, but they still generate bills because it's mandated by the FCC. It's also network optimization. They use the information that we have to be able to review if there's any disputes for calls that didn't take place or those types of things. That was more of a thing back when each call was being accounted for, right? You're getting numerous amounts of calls, extra fees, like those types of things. But those are two of the main reasons. And then the subscriber information is kept for a more lengthy period of time because to be able to see in a timeline the subscribers that had different numbers for an amount of time.
Now, before you came testifying here right now, did you and me meet and go over some documents?
Yes, we did.
Did that include any CDs or discs with information on them?
Yes, I reviewed a handful of discs as well as all the information within those discs.
And did you make any markings on those discs after you reviewed them?
I did on the outside envelope.
Now, Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with what has been marked as State's Exhibit 515 Yankee through 519 Yankee. And for both 515 through 520, there's a Yankee and a Yankee Alpha corresponding with each number. And so I'm also, Your Honor, approaching the witness with 520 Yankee through 522 Yankee. And for those last three, there is a 520 Yankee Alpha and a Yankee Romeo for those last three.
Okay.
I've handed the witness those exhibits. When you're done reviewing them, sir, just look up and let me know.
Okay.
What are those that I've asked you to look through?
So these are all requests that were sent out through legal process with Sprint or T-Mobile. So there's several of each, but it's mainly the disc and then subscriber information and some certifications within the packets.
Now, I'll start with 515 Yankee through 518 Yankee, are those, or 515 Yankee, 516 Yankee, and 517 Yankee, are those three Sprint?
Yes, they're all Sprint correspondence, so the records that were sent out through the Sprint process.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the subscriber call detail records and cell tower information for those corresponding records?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender into evidence 515 Yankee, 515 Yankee Alpha, 516 Yankee, 516 Yankee Alpha, 517 Yankee, and 517 Yankee Alpha.
Those are admitted.
Now, sir, do you also have 518 Yankee, 519 Yankee before you?
Yes, I do.
And do they have a corresponding alpha that is printed?
Yes.
And are those T-Mobile records?
They are.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of the subscriber information, call detail records, and corresponding cell site information for those T-Mobile records?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 518 Yankee, 518 Yankee Alpha, 519 Yankee, and 519 Yankee Alpha.
You're admitted.
Now, was there also, with the last documents, and by last, I mean 520 Yankee through 522 Yankee, and those three numbers have a corresponding Alpha and Romeo? Do you see those three, sir?
I do.
Did you and me also go through those documents?
Yes, we did.
Do those documents have a business record certification alongside them?
They do.
Your Honor, pursuant to the business record certification, the state would tender State's Exhibit 520 Yankee, 520 Yankee Alpha, 521 Yankee, 521 Yankee Alpha, and 522 Yankee, 522 Yankee Alpha into evidence, and the corresponding business record search for the record are the numbers with the Romeo.
All right, those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I want to start with, we're going to go in order, sir. So 515 Yankee, I wanted to talk about those first.
Okay.
And specifically, do you have before you a 515 Yankee Alpha?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what 515 Yankee Alpha is to begin?
I will. So this is the response pages for the request. Basically has the information for the person that extracted, that was in charge of getting the information through the legal process within my group at Sprint. It has the date of the correspondence, as well as we generate a case number, but it has the person that requested the information, has their information on there as well. And then it begins with basically on page 2, the dates for the information, as well as the number for that specific request.
And Your Honor, I'm going to publish 515 Yankee Alpha for the jury. Now, can you explain for the jury, what is this on the top left when it has a Sprint case number? What does that indicate?
So with every request that is received, a Sprint case number, or T-Mobile has the same type of thing, but a number is generated that correlates with that specific request. And so the case number is 2015, in this case, -032151. So you could look up the information that was sent out. We would have a record of it. That's basically what that is.
And what is the phone number associated with 515 Yankee Alpha?
The phone number is 278-5991.
Now, what agency requested these records from Sprint?
It was the Atlanta Police Department.
And who specifically with the Atlanta Police Department requested these records?
It was Ari Bleifeld.
Now, I'm scrolling to page 2 of 515 Yankee Alpha. Who was this account? What person was the bill and account name under?
It was under the name of Kenneth Copeland.
And what was the address associated with this phone record?
878 Oakland Drive Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30310.
Now, what was the date range for this request?
It was January 1st, 2015 through February 6th of 2015.
What date was this account created?
So the account was established on October 29th of 2014.
Now, I wanted to ask you, if you turn to the third page, do you see a line titled equipment?
Yes.
Now, what is that? What does this tell you?
So it basically shows the equipment that's being utilized with the electronic serial number. And so each handset has a ESN or electronic serial number that correlates with that handset. The phone carriers keep track of that information. If there was a change, it would also show if a handset was activated or canceled for whatever reason. I get a new phone, it would show that information.
Now, are you able to tell if this is a pre or post-paid account? And if so, how?
Yes. So with Sprint, in the network access identifier, which is close to the top of the page, or just under where it says effective, it has the name of the subscriber, and it'll usually have a numeral next to it, and then it has at sprintpcs.com. When I see that, I know that it's a postpaid subscriber. It's a verified subscriber. If it was prepaid on the Sprint network, it would have something like, oftentimes it would be like Boost Mobile. Boost would show up instead of Sprint PCS, or Virgin Mobile. Those were some of the prepaid components of Sprint, unless it was with a reseller. And so if it was with a reseller, they would have the subscriber information, if there was any, on a postpaid or a prepaid subscriber rather. So a non-billed subscriber.
Now, sir, did you see, and I'm trying to show this on the screen for you as well, where it has features with a number of asterisks?
Yes.
Right above that, where it says effective 12/15/2014, and then it has expiration. Can you describe for the jury what that means?
So basically, that phone was effective. It was being utilized from December 15th, 2014 through the date searched. So for the entire date range, it was an effective active number, essentially, or phone.
Now I'm going to scroll to, and before you see where it has request type in bold, then it has a date range.
Yes.
Is this the date range that corresponds with when these records were requested for?
That's correct.
And it was January 1st through February 6th of 2015.
Yes.
Now, the disc that before you, that's 515 Yankee.
Yes.
Is that the records that correspond with this subscriber information?
That is correct. It's all the information that was asked for outside of this subscriber information. Basically, the call detail records as well. They can be quite voluminous. So
Now, I'm going to publish for you 515 Yankee.
okay,
You let me know if you can see it on the screen there.
I can see.
Now, is this what you and me reviewed before coming into court?
Yes.
And I wanted to walk through for the jury so they could what these contain. So this first Word document, what is this document?
So that's most likely it's the subscriber information, or it's the help aid to interpret the information. That when we send it out, we send out a help aid always with the records.
I meant for it to, give me 1 second. I thought it would publish on your version, but it did not. Can you see it now?
Yes.
What is this document?
This is the help aid, or the keys to understanding. And so basically it would break down all the information that is being received as far as the call detail reports.
And if I want to do you see this column where it says cell sites?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what does this information and why is it included in these type of requests?
Sure. So basically it's highlighting all the different switch information for all the switches that are kept throughout the United States, as well as the identifying information. So it's called a network identifier. All that information is part of the record. So basically, this is an overview of all the towers in the United States. But for the specific record that you look at, as far as the call detail record, depending on where that phone's operating, it would have those specific network element IDs for that area. And so with Sprint, you would have a list that coincides with it. And then you would be able to determine the latitude and longitude for that specific tower that works in conjunction with the switch. So basically, a switch conducts the switch to happen from one telephone number to another telephone number. 100 years ago, it was an operator. There was a person that would physically switch a phone to get to its destination. With the network, it's a system. And so it does the switching in the system. That's pretty much how that works. But we give you the overview of all the towers, so you can be able to identify the information, as well as inside of this information, it kind of explains the different nuances of the towers as well and how they're set up.
Now, for example, with the records that T-Mobile, or in this case Sprint at the time, would send back, if a law enforcement agency asked for phone records for 30 days and someone traveled to 10 different states, would the records from that be different or not different in relation to the cell site tower you're talking about for someone who stayed in one state? Their phone stayed in one state.
Right. So anytime there's movement, you're going out of state, the switch would also be typically in the other state as well. So that's kind of how that works. There's switches all throughout the United States, and then for every switch, there's several, could be 100 or more towers that are associated, probably more than 100 with each specific switch, just depending on the population density. And so I'm just going to give you an example. If I was on my phone and I left Georgia and I went north to New York and I had been using my phone the entire time, getting on calls or whatever while I'm driving through my sync, of course. But anyways, every time you get on a call, it would then have the network information that would correlate with the switch and towers that are in those specific states that you're traveling through.
Now, I want to go back to what's contained in 515 Yankee. So do you see how there's 3 Excel spreadsheets?
Yes.
I'm going to open these and walk through them with you, starting from top to bottom. Now, when you were just describing the different tower information that would come back from a request, what is this Excel spreadsheet that's contained within 515 Yankee?
So this is the NEID list or the switch information. And basically it's a list. On the record, it would have the identifying information, and you would have to refer to this list to be able to plot the latitude and longitude. So with the Sprint records, you have to look up the list, and then you would use the cell ID number to locate the latitude and longitude for each specific sector of a tower, essentially.
Now, what you see, this Excel is titled NEID 207.
Yes.
What does that mean, and what is after that title of this document?
Sure. So it's the network element ID, and then it's the name of that NEID, which is 207. And then it shows where that switch is in Miami. Typically, it's going to be where that switch is operating. It's the name of the list.
Now I want to show you, I'm going to open up another Excel that was in 515 Yankee, and I want you to describe for the jury. Let me know when this pops up. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
What switch location is this Excel spreadsheet associated with 515 Yankee?
So this one's Atlanta. It's number 176. So it's network element ID 176.
Now, finally, I'm going to publish the last Excel spreadsheet in 515 Yankee and ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
And while I'm pulling that up, you know how on the subscriber sheet it said status A? What does that mean on the different lines of the subscriber information page when it has status A?
It's active. And so if there was a cancellation, it would say status C.
What process goes into deactivating an account from the subscriber's end in these records that we're discussing?
It just depends. So it could be they stop paying. It could be that they got a new phone and that would show activation, cancellation, or they said they were going to go to another carrier. There's all different variables, right?
Fair enough. Do you know what steps T-Mobile takes to deactivate an account on their end as the provider?
Same type of thing. I mean, those are all instances of how an account or number could get deactivated, right?
Understood. Now, I'm going to publish for you the last XL in 515 Yankee.
Okay.
Do you see this?
Yes.
Now, for purposes of, I'm going to increase the font here for you on this top row.
Okay.
Can you tell the jury in general, while I'm doing that, what these are?
Sure. So these are the columns. And basically it's interpreting the entire record in their column headers, right? The calling number is the number that's doing the calling. You can see at the bottom in green, that's the PTN or personal telephone number. That's the number that the record relates to, right? And then you have the called number and the dialed digits. So the called number is the number that's being called. And then it breaks it down. If there are no dialed digits, that's an indication that it's a text message, because the way that text correlate with the records, they don't show the dialed digits because it goes through a text message gateway.
So with on that note, you see how these first roughly 10 columns are blank, and then you have numbers here in the column I've highlighted. What's the difference between, are these top ones text and this some type of phone call?
Correct. And it will allude to that later. But then you have the mobile roll column, which is identifying inbound would be a call coming in, outbound would be a call going out. There's another nuance that you might see in there that's routed. There's two types of routed calls. And generally, a routed call is going to have an inbound portion and a portion that's routed. It's when the receiver is outside of its normal coverage area and the switch is trying to locate that person or phone, essentially. And so it's being routed by a temporary local dialing number. And it's only on inbound calls or if a call goes to voicemail. Those are the instances where you'll see routed. And when you see a call that goes to voicemail, it will have like 6245 in parentheses, and the dialed or the called number column is where it would show up.
For a quick example of that, I'm going to move. Do you see the highlighted column to 14?
Yes.
And where it says routed call?
Yes.
Is this what you were just discussing for the jury?
Correct. So those two lines are paired together, essentially. It's all one transaction, but on the record, it shows two lines.
And do you mean what is listed as 14 and 15?
Yes.
Now, going to after that inbound, outbound, or routed column, can you describe for the jury or walk through? You have start date, end date, duration. Can you describe and walk through these for the jury?
Yes. And so the start date is the date and the time. The time's in military time. So that first transaction is like 1 minute after midnight and 20 seconds. Then it has the duration, as I spoke to earlier. There's no time involved in text, so it's always going to be 0. As far as talk time. And then you have the start date and the end date. The duration would be 0. If it was a call or there was a network, it was attached to the network, it would then have time involved. And then it has the network element ID for those.
At the NEID?
Correct. For those ones in 0, it's showing that number 198 or 194, 198. Those are all text message gateways. They're in that interpretation sheet that we looked at earlier, the key to understanding the information. All those are broken down in there. And then it coincides with the specific repo.
What is a repo number?
Basically the switch list, right?
Understood. Now, I want to ask you something. For Sprint records in 2015, what time zone were the records in or kept in?
So for any text message transactions within the Sprint record, it would be in Central Time. And so you would have to add an hour to get to Eastern Time.
What about for phone calls?
Phone calls are switch time. So wherever that switch was, that's where it would relate to.
So if you use the switch in Atlanta, Eastern Time, they would be in Eastern Time?
Correct.
And if you used a switch in Texas, Central Time, it would be Central Time?
That's correct.
And is it based on in these records, if this cell phone provider, which is attributed to Mr. Copeland, made a call and was in Eastern Time, would all of the calls be in Eastern Time or something else, regardless of who they dialed to?
It would be wherever the phone's being utilized. So it would go back to the switch information.
And if someone that was in, say, California called someone who was in Atlanta, how would the records on the Atlanta call providers come in? What time would come in for that incoming call?
Wherever that person is that's utilizing that number. So you'd have to have the records for the other number, but wherever the physical phone is connected to as far as the switch, that's where that would relate to the records.
So for someone who remained on Eastern Time, regardless of where they're receiving calls, their records would stay in Eastern Time.
Correct.
Now, I want to go through just a couple more. What does this last two columns mean that says first cell and last cell?
Sure. So basically the first cell and the last cell breaks down. There's a series of numbers once you go past those zeros. 1 is the sector or side of the tower. And then 7848 on that first cell that we're looking at, it's the second line up, is the cell ID number. And so you would have to go to the list that we looked at earlier, which is 207, any ID list, or repo 31. Look on the left-hand column for 7848, that's the cell number, and then look at the first input. That would give the exact information for that tower. And then it finalized on that tower, so it would be the same location for that tower information that you would physically see on that list.
Now, earlier you had mentioned if the duration is 0, it's a text. Is there any significance to this first cell, last cell columns having a 0 versus numbers?
Not for text, no.
So if it's a 0 here, does that mean it's a text?
Yes, but if the phone was off or out of battery and there was calls coming in, it would also show 0.
Understood. Now, would these records that we're walking through, would applications such as FaceTime or WhatsApp or Telegram show up in these documents?
No.
Now, do you have before you 516 Yankee Alpha?
Yes, I do.
Publishing 516 Yankee Alpha for the jury? Now, who made this request for 516 Yankee Alpha?
So it's Kevin Leon Pacher. I guess that's how that's pronounced.
Leon
Sounds
Packer?
French. Yeah, or Leon Packer.
And are they with, what agency were they with when they made the request?
Atlanta Police Department.
And what is the phone number that was requested?
The number is 470-262-2643.
What was the date that these records were provided to the Atlanta Police Department that made the request?
The date that they were provided was, let me look here. It was August 28th of 2015.
Now I want to turn to page 2. What records were, or let me start with this. I'm going to go to the middle of page 2. What is the account name associated with these records?
So the account name is Kelvin Treadwell.
And what was the request? Do you see where it has request type in bold?
Yes.
What all was requested?
So there were several things that were requested. It was subscriber information, call detail records with cell site, and then the per call measurement data.
What was the date range for the call detail records with the cell site for this phone number?
It was January 1st, 2015 through August 26th of 2015.
Now, what date was this account established?
The account was established on February 14th of 2014.
And was this a prepaid or postpaid account?
It was postpaid.
And what page are you on to determine that? Is that page
3?
3? On page 3, is it near where it has equipment?
Correct. Above equipment, it goes back to sprintpcs.com.
Now, was there any changes in this account in terms of cancellations, activations, or anything of that nature?
Yes. So there was a phone change, like the handset changed on July 29 of 2015. One handset was canceled and then another one started.
Now, the records we just walked through that had the duration, the different columns we walked through with the jury, is these records also Sprint?
Yes.
Does the call detail records associated with 516, are they in the same format of what we just walked through with the jury?
Yes.
So the Excel spreadsheet would have the same data columns for this phone number?
Same type of information, just relating to the other number.
Now I want to turn to 517 Yankee Alpha. Is that also a Sprint record, 517 Yankee Alpha?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 517 Yankee Alpha for the jury. Now, who made this request for the records in 517 Yankee Alpha?
It was L. Gaither with the Atlanta Police Department.
What was the date that these records were returned to Detective Gaither with Atlanta Police Department?
It was May 28th of 2015.
Now, turning to page 2, what was requested by Detective Gaither with this with these records?
The cell site information with the call detail records, along with subscriber information for the date range of January 10th, 2015 through May 20th of 2015.
Now, do you see on account details?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury if this is pre or post-paid account?
So it's a prepaid account. And basically it's a reseller. The reseller name is Red Pocket. Basically, resellers lease lines from the parent company, which in this case is Sprint, and they lease blocks of lines and operate their prepaid business. So if there were any subscriber information, you would have to get it from that specific reseller.
And for these records, were call detail records with the disc that you reviewed for 517 Yankee, were there call detail records that were returned for this cell phone?
Yes.
Ending in 5726, and would it have the same columns as the first two Sprint records we just discussed with the jury?
Absolutely. It's the same information. It's our network information. It's just being, and that's why we were able to respond to the request. But basically, it just is because it's a prepaid and it's operating through the reseller. If there were any subscriber information, they would have that.
Now, let me ask you this. When requests are made, if I requested from January 1st till December 31st of a year, would I ever get more or less records from T-Mobile or Sprint that I requested? And if so, why?
So we're only able to give what is asked for. I'm not saying humans don't make mistakes, but it could happen where more information was given than they were supposed to, but we have to divulge that information if that's the case. And so it could have less depending on if the phone was being utilized. Say the date range was for a year, but they stopped using the phone in September. Then you wouldn't have the rest of the 3 months, right? So that's a thing too. But yeah, we would provide everything that we had for that specific date range.
Now, I want to turn to 518 Yankee and 518 Yankee Alpha. Is that T-Mobile records versus Sprint?
Yes.
And I want to discuss what is the last four of 518 Yankee Alpha?
The telephone number?
Yes, sir.
It is 7604.
And Your Honor, I'm publishing 518 Yankee Alpha for the jury. Who is, or I should say, what is the billing name for this account?
So the billing name is Trey Brock.
Is it Trez Brock?
Yes.
And what agency or who made this request?
So it was requested by Michael Sprinkle at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
When was this requested information provided to Mr. Sprinkle?
October 26th of 2016.
And for these records, what was requested?
Subscriber information and call detail records were requested.
Were cell tower information requested for this number?
Yes, that was included in the cell records.
And do you know if this was a pre or post-paid account?
It's prepaid.
And what was the date that this account was activated?
The account activation date was April 10th of 2013.
Now, I want to publish 519 Yankee Alpha. Do you have that before you?
Yes.
Is this also T-Mobile records?
Yes, it is.
Now, who made this request for 519 Yankee Alpha?
It was made by the David Razy with the Cobb County Police Department.
When were these records provided to Detective Racy with Cobb County?
On January 16th of 2016.
What is the last four of this phone number that Detective Racy requested?
It's 9596.
Now, what is the subscriber name for this particular record?
The subscriber name is Dorothea Greer.
What is under, do you see where it says device details?
Yes.
What is, I'm going to scroll down, what is the MSISDN name indicate?
That's the MISDN or telephone number.
And what is the account details name for this, or subscriber details at the top?
It's Kendra Cohen.
What is the reason, or what's the difference between subscriber details and this device details name?
So this is basically an account that Kendra Cohen opened up, but there was a number that was being associated with the account. You could have multiple telephone numbers under one account, and the name that they gave for that specific telephone number was Dorothea Greer as the person using the number.
Now, what was the date range requested for this 9596 number?
I'd have to look at the actual request. It doesn't show the exact date range in the T-Mobile subscriber info.
Understood. Now, is there any activation or cancellation for this phone number?
So the activation date was February 16th of 2012 for the account. And then the termination date was April 28th of 2015.
What was the disconnect reason?
It doesn't give a reason for the disconnect other than it was canceled.
Do you see under device details the MSISDN disconnect reason column in the middle of the page?
Oh, at the customer request. So the customer requested it.
Now, initially we talked about T-Mobile records. Are these, or excuse me, Sprint records, is the call detail records and cell site tower for T-Mobile, is it in the same or different format?
It's a totally different format. With T-Mobile, the cell tower information's on the call detail record. You don't have to go to a separate list to be able to view that information and correlate the two. It's on the record itself. It does give an address. The address is really there for engineering purposes to locate where that tower is located. If you were to plot the information, you would want to use the latitude and longitude. It still has the same identifying information within the record as you would see on the Sprint records as far as the different components of the cell tower.
Now, I'm going to publish the call detail records contained within 519 Yankee.
Okay.
Do you see this on the screen?
Yes.
And can you describe, for these columns and what they indicate for the jury? I'm going to zoom in a little bit for you.
I can.
Are the first two the date and time of the calls?
Yeah, it's just in a little bit of different order, but it's the date, time, the times in military time.
What about the time zone?
So in order to get it to the time zone, these records are kept in universal coordinated time, which mirrors Greenwich Mean Time. You have to do a conversion. And so to get to Eastern time, it would be either -4 hours or -5 hours. It just depends on if it's daylight saving time or standard time. So it would be less in daylight saving time and be -4. It would be more if it was after we turn the clocks back.
Now, after you see how there's this duration column?
Yes.
What does it mean if the duration is blank, and can you explain that for the jury?
It just depends. And so they're different records from Sprint. It doesn't necessarily mean the same thing, but it could be that it's a text message, but not always. Basically, you have the duration is the total time that it was connected to the network. You have the call type, which is a mobile outgoing call. So that's definitely a call outgoing, even though it has no duration time.
What does this, do you see call type that's highlighted?
Yes.
What is MOC, MTC? What does that mean?
So I just explained MOC is mobile outgoing call. MTC is mobile terminating call. So outgoing call would be outgoing from that record holder. Terminating would be a call that ended with the record holder. So it terminated at that number. And then it tells you basically in the next column, the directionality. So outgoing is out from the phone. Incoming would be incoming to the phone. If it was a call that went to voicemail, it would have an inbound portion and an outbound portion. It would have two portions, kind of like what I talked about earlier with the Sprint stuff and the routed thing. It would have two portions, and it could say call forwarding, but it's forwarded to the voicemail platform.
And are the next columns delineating the calling number, the dialed number?
Right. And so you have the calling number, the number that was dialed, the called number, and the destination number. Typically, the called number and the destination number is going to be the same thing, but it could have like a 1 in the area code. It would show what was actually dialed in that dialed number column.
What is the IMSI, IMEI columns?
So that's the International Mobile Subscriber Identity that coincides with the target number. It's part of T-Mobile's record keeping that correlates the record with the telephone number, the record holder, and then the IMEI is the International Mobile Equipment ID. That is the serial number essentially for the phone that's operating in tandem with the telephone number.
And what are these completion code? What does, you see how at the top, or I'll highlight it, it has abnormal completion. What does that mean or could mean?
So it's a call that was on the network, but it wasn't completed. It was not a completed transaction for
What are some
whatever
examples?
for whatever reason.
Understood.
It could have been that the call didn't go through. It was an attempted call, but it didn't complete. And then if it was completed, it shows on there, of course, completed successfully.
is the answered column if the phone call was answered, unanswered?
Correct.
And is the service code, without going through all of them, what are some examples of what this service code column indicates?
Yeah, so like 11 is an example, like that the calling number was viewable, right? If it had a 12, it would be restricted. 2A means that it was a call that went to voicemail, essentially. And that would make sense because it wasn't answered, right? And so if it said 2B, it would be a call that goes to voicemail that was not reachable. It went to voicemail as well. And so all these different codes are in the keys to understanding the information. So that help aid that is sent out, it's all broken down in there, as well as it would indicate the different columns and the information that's held within the call detail records.
The disconnecting party, the party that ended the call, is that fair?
Correct, the calling party.
Right. Is there anything significant in terms of cell site tower information or call detail records from the service indicator or SMS delivery status column?
No, the specific is the switch. That's giving the switch that handled the transaction, and then it gives the information for that specific switch, the site ID that would go to the tower that is actually conducting the call.
And then you had mentioned, you see how it says switch name and then first LTE site ID?
Correct.
Is the switch name, is that correspond with where the switch that made this phone, the T-Mobile switch that made this phone call, or what does that mean?
Right, that's the switch that conducted the call. And then the site ID correlates with the specific tower information.
And then with this column that has azimuth, lat, and long, what is that the azimuth of or the lat long of?
The tower information.
That call used?
Right. So I'm just going to give you a quick overview. Generally speaking, cell towers are three-sided. So there would be three different inputs. You will see that on the Sprint side, but on this record, because it's included within the record, it's just showing the azimuth or the midpoint for that specific sector that the radio frequency bounced off of from that cell tower or antenna. Essentially, your phone just emanates a radio frequency. It bounces off this antenna. That's where it's received. The receiving antenna then shows the latitude and longitude. From that latitude and longitude, you would actually be able to plot where that tower was. It wouldn't give you the exact location of where that handset was, but it's going to give you the tower that received the call.
And is that type of information regularly kept in T-Mobile's course of business?
Yes.
Now, was there also some records that I had discussed, the business record certs?
Yes.
So I wanted to publish 520 Yankee Alpha. Do you have that before you?
Yes.
What is the name, or let me ask you this, what are the last four associated with 520 Yankee Alpha? And I'm publishing that for the jury, Your Honor. 520 Yankee Alpha, sir.
It's the number ending in 8008.
Who is the subscriber name associated with this?
The subscriber name is Javaris Bradford.
And what was the account effective date for this?
So the account effective date is May 5th of 2014.
Who made this request?
The requesting party was Daryl Browning, or that was the that was the respondent. Hold on a second. It was David White with the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney.
And when were these records for the 8008 returned to David White with the Fulton County DA's office?
June 13th of 2016.
And what was do you see that above the subscriber details column beneath the provided on date, that sentence where it has the search warrant? What was the date that this request was responding to?
It was in response to a search warrant that was dated on May 16, 2016.
And what is there at the very bottom for device details? What does the MDN effective date or MDN expiration date mean?
So for that specific phone, it was effective October 6, 2015 through December 5th of 2015.
And that phone model, what does that mean? BYOD iPhone?
Bring your own device iPhone.
Understood. Now, do you have 521 Yankee Alpha before you?
Yes.
Is that T-Mobile or Sprint?
It's Sprint.
I'm publishing 521 Yankee Alpha, Your Honor. Who requested, or let me ask you this, what are the last four of 521 Yankee Sprint records of that cell phone?
The number is, last four is 3145.
And who requested these Sprint cell phone records?
David White with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
What was the date of David White's request?
When did we send it out?
Correct.
It was June 25th of 2016.
And what is the name associated with this account?
The subscriber name is Monica Cobb.
And what was the date range for this request?
The date range was from January 1st, 2015 through January 31st of 2015.
When was this account established date?
The account, give me 1 second, was established on December 19 of 2003.
And was this prepaid or postpaid?
Give me 1 second. It was a postpaid subscriber, a billed subscriber.
And was call detail records with cell site requested?
Yes.
Was call detail records with cell site received by the requesting party, David White?
Yes.
Now, would these call detail records and cell site correspond with the T-Mobile columns that we walked through?
Sprint?
Or sorry, my apologies. Yes, the first columns we walked through, the first Excel was Sprint.
Correct. They would have the same information just for a different telephone number. And so it would be in the same format as the other Sprint records that we looked at earlier.
Now, you also have before you 522 Yankee Alpha?
Yes.
Is that T-Mobile or Sprint?
It is T-Mobile.
I'm going to publish 522 Yankee Alpha for the jury, Your Honor. Now, who made, or what are the last four of this cell phone number requested?
The last four are 3904.
Who made this request?
The request was David White was the requester with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
When did the records get returned to David White?
It would have been,
Or when were they provided, I should ask?
on June 13th of 2016.
Now, what was the subscriber name?
The subscriber name was Kendra Cohen, was the actual account holder. And the subscriber name was Young Money.
Is there any activation or cancellation with this account?
Give me 1 second.
Or let me ask this, when was the account effective date?
So the account effective date was December 26th of 2014. And then the account expired, or expiration date was April 24th of 2015.
And what was the date range requested for these records?
It's not on this request. It would have been in the body of the search warrant.
With the call detail records associated with this, if we looked at the first row and the last row, would that tell us the date range of?
It would give you an approximation, right?
Publishing, Your Honor, 522 Yankee, the call detail records. Now, sir, can you see what the date is for the first call in these records?
It's January 5th of 2015.
I'm gonna. And what is the date in column 614 to 615?
January 15th of 2015.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I briefly approach with member of defense? Now, earlier I'd asked you about Sprint or T-Mobile records not tracking different applications in these call detail records from Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, something like that. Why are they not captured in these records?
That's a form of data, and so this is the network information. If data information was asked for, it could show up in those types of records. But with the actual call detail records and cell site information, there would be no data involved in that.
And from 2015 until 2024 today, has there been any change in the towers that T-Mobile or what once was Sprint had? Have they increased, decreased, stayed the same in terms of towers in the network?
So the network's stronger now because we essentially migrated all the Sprint information into T-Mobile. There's not really much more I can say about that other than it's a stronger network now than it was when both companies were operating on their own.
Understood. And when we had discussed subscriber information, is there any reason that it says basic subscriber information? Is there any other type of records associated with subscriber information, or why is it referred to that way?
Yeah, so we can only give what is asked for. And so several years ago, Sprint had made a change that we would only give out the expanded subscriber information if it was asked for through legal process. And expanded versus basic is it would be the account details that has the social security number involved. Keeping that type of information in-house is a big deal. We don't want those types of things going out. And so we would only send that information if it was asked for. And so that would be the difference. So basically, if a request came in and it was basic, it wouldn't be the expanded subscriber information. So it wouldn't include the date of birth, the social security number. Like those would be things that weren't sent out.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, defense questions for this witness.
Sir, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Can I ask you a couple of questions?
Yes.
Have you ever encountered your records showing a certain duration for a call, and then the call goes to a different provider's record? So it's calling from one phone, your company, to another company. You understand what I'm asking you so far?
Yes.
And they have different times for duration. Can you explain that to the jury, if you come across that?
So I don't really compare other carriers. There could be a slight variation, but I just mainly look at the records for my specific company, right? But there could be some type of maybe a minimal amount of time that's different.
What would be minimal? And we have an example.
Seconds, I don't know.
We're talking 10, 15, 20 seconds difference, or you're talking 2 seconds difference?
Like I said, I don't work for another carrier. I've worked for these two. And when you're comparing phone calls, there could be some type of network reception. So it could be different depending on, you're talking about two different networks correlating with two different transactions, but it's the same, right? And so the way one carrier keeps their information could be slightly different than the other carrier. So I can't tell you why.
Okay. Okay.
azimuth, it's AZIMUTH, I believe?
Correct.
Can you explain what that is to the jury?
I can. So the azimuth is the midpoint for the sector. Generally speaking, cell towers have 3 sectors, and they would show the directionality of where the radio frequency was bouncing off of that specific sector. So basically, the azimuth is the middle part of the sector. I kind of look at it like this. Like if you looked at a clock, 12 is 0 and 360, right? On a compass. And so 120 would be at 4 o'clock. If 120 degrees was that sector, the midpoint would be 60. So that would be the azimuth. That's just one example.
How do you know in these records that you have just talked about, how do you know whether there's 3 sectors in these records that the jurors are about to see and get explained?
So on the sprint records, they're on basically the list to interpret the information. It's all in there. The T-Mobile records just show the azimuth for that specific tower. So they're 2 different things, right? T-Mobile has it on the record. Sprint shows all the sectors on the key that coincides with the records.
Okay.
So the engineering aspects, that would be, you'd have to have the actual master list to see how that, for T-Mobile, how that orientation was, if it was multiple sectors or an omni antenna, which would be 1, right? So it doesn't discount what actually transpired because it shows on the record for T-Mobile.
And then my last series of questions on that clock example you just gave, with the 1, the 4, I don't know if you said, but the 8 o'clock would be the next one. 3 sectors. Is that fair to say?
If that's how that tower was oriented.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Explain that to the jury, because it can rotate depending upon how the tower is built. Is that all true?
Right. So the sectors are, once they're made, they can be changed, but generally you're going to have 1 sector covering an area that's approximately 120 degrees. All 3 of them would make up 360 degrees, which would be the 0 and the 12, right? And so they're oriented differently depending on, I'm not an engineer. I just know this from everything that I've done over the years with these records, right? Over 20 years of working with these. But they're orientated for reception, population density, right? The way that they're set up is all predicated by that azimuth. And so that gives the midpoint for each one of those sectors. The records are only going to show the 1 azimuth for that specific tower that was the radio frequency was bouncing off of.
How do we know the rotation of that specific cell tower from these records without going out to the actual tower on the actual date?
Like I said, that specific tower on the T-Mobile records. On the Sprint records, it will show all of them.
Right, but the rotation, how the cell tower...
It's not rotating, it's staying in one position.
Understood, but when it's built, it could be different. For Tower 1, we can have a perfect clock with the first, I'll call it alpha.
That's right.
Well, let me just finish the question. Alpha between 0 and 4 o'clock, or 12 and 4 o'clock. Beta would be 4 to 8. Gamma would be 8 to 12. But on the
generally speaking, that's how it'd be set up.
But on the next tower, it may be, and I'm making this up, 2 o'clock.
That's right.
Till 6 o'clock, I think I did that right, would be the alpha, and et cetera. True?
That could happen.
Okay.
It's still going to be on the record.
Okay. Perfect. That's all. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir.
Any other defense questions for this witness? No one? Any redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
When on cross, when you were asked questions about the azimuth and the data in these records,
Correct.
with the records from either Sprint or T-Mobile that we discussed, is the data needed to plot, is the location of the tower information contained in these call detail records with cell site information that we have?
Yes, within both carriers' records, right? Both Sprint and T-Mobile's information. The information is revealed for the latitude and longitude along with the azimuth for every pertinent call that was attached to the network.
With the records that were received back or
That's
provided?
correct. That's correct.
One brief moment, Your Honor. And is the latitude and longitude of the tower location contained in these records for either Sprint or T-Mobile?
Yes. So the latitude and longitude is there. You would have to use some type of mapping software to be able to see it on a map, but it does give the exact location of where each tower is located. As I spoke to earlier, you don't want to use the address that's there on the address line, because that could be an address that is utilized to locate the tower. It could be in a farmer's backyard. It could be anywhere, right? And so the lat and long is what you would need to use, as well as the azimuth to get the directionality, and then you would be able to see an estimation of where the radio frequency was bouncing off of, but it would give you the exact location of the tower.
Thank you, sir. No
You're
further
welcome.
questions, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Steele, based on that? All right, thank you for your time. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I think, given the time we're at now, and I'm sure people are wondering how hard it's raining outside, since we're apparently potentially getting only Category 1 right now, but hurricane may be heading in our direction. We'll go ahead and break for this evening, and I have gotten word in the last little bit that a determination has been made to close the courthouse tomorrow. So we will not be in trial tomorrow, and I don't have any word for Friday yet. We'll get that information to you as soon as I know. If the courthouse is open, I intend to have trial on Friday. But we'll let you know. Is there anything for the record before we break for the evening?
Not in the state, Your Honor. Not in Mr. Williams.
Nope. All right, y'all please take tomorrow and keep plugging on all of the other aspects of this case that still need to be dealt with. And I will let y'all know as well as soon as I know what our Friday plan is.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Smith, based on his testimony. Where I believe it insufficient is the link between Mr. Smith and to what degree there was any, they said that's what they were doing, but the degree to which there's proof that Mr. Johnson, assuming what he says is true, was even aware of those talks, of that agreement. According to Mr. Smith, he had no prior plan to go do that day. They were, according to him, they were going somewhere else to Westwood, and that Dolph happened upon them. So the issue becomes, there's no proof before the court that there was any advanced knowledge by Mr. Johnson of any $100,000 value.
In the light most favorable to the state, the court has sat for the last couple of days watching the proof, as everyone has, and I have seen both direct and circumstantial evidence. The court believes as to all 3 counts. As to the conspiracy, where the defense says there's insufficient proof of any agreement prior to the murder, the court heard, and everybody else heard, Mr. Smith speak about the meeting that he was present for at Govan's house between he and Govan and Juk, where they spoke about the murder of Dolph. There was, Mr. Johnson was not present for that. Mr. Smith said that. But there was also Mr.
Check this out. State Farm was charging me $179 for auto insurance per month. No, thank you. I have this friend who told me about this site. Now I'm spending $58 per month. That's amazing. That's a savings of $139. It's so simple too. All you have to do is go to the site, put some basic info in, you get this whole list of different options. And most of the time people save right away. You gotta check it out. It's amazing. The site's right here. Click it. You're not gonna regret it. While you still listen to me, go to the site, click the link. It's so easy.
If your dog has food sensitivities, their food might have ingredients that don't agree with you or your dog. Natural Balance recipes avoid common triggers of stomach and skin issues and use wholesome ingredients that you both can agree on.
States made a prima facie case between those arguments and the testimony of Mr. Smith and the videos that we saw Mr. Johnson's actions there. I believe the state has made a prima facie case, and now these are questions for the jury to reconcile.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to overrule your motion for judgment of guilt. All right. So the next question is for you and your client. Do you have any proof?
So, Judge, I'd like to have an opportunity to meet with my client briefly, and then I'll come back up.
That's fine. Let's stand in a brief recess.
Court stands in recess.
Guess who's back? He's back again. Da-da-da. Hard day at work when you're sick, dude. So what's the word, my people? I've been seeing shit going decent while I've been at work. Let's talk about this, thugs. Let's talk about this shit, thugs.
The Soundcore Liberty 4 in C.
Play it yourself. I'm back now. And it hasn't been that many commercials. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah. What's up, chat? What's up, chat? Let's watch this.
I'm so lonely, lonely.
It's been long suspected since it happened that Diddy had something to do with the death of his ex-partner and the mother to his children, a woman named Kim Porter. Now, what happened was she mysteriously died of pneumonia at the age of 47. It was just announced yesterday that Kim's Porter's book is being published. It's a 60-page book entitled Kim's Lost Words. Porter allegedly recounts discovering and making copies of the sex tapes that Diddy made of himself having sex with young boys that he was managing, including an alleged tape involving an 18-year-old pop star. And what has come on the heels of this is people unearthing videos of Justin Bieber.
And act different, huh? You ain't been calling me and hanging out the way we used to hang out.
Justin Bieber was, in my view, a child victim. I want to make sure people remember that and give him the grace as someone who has somehow survived this.
I can tell you that the #1 problem in Hollywood was and is and always will be pedophilia. That's the biggest problem for children in this industry.
The casting couch even applies to children.
Oh yeah. Not in the same way. It's all done under the radar.
Nobody talks about pedophilia.
It's the big secret.
And it's widespread?
Oh yeah. I was surrounded by them when I was 14 years old. Surrounded. Literally. Didn't even know it. It wasn't until I was old enough to realize what they were and what they wanted and what they were about and the types of people that were surrounding me till I went, oh my God, they were everywhere like vultures.
Popping pills, I was doing Molly, you know, shrooms, everything. And it was just an escape from me. You have all these people around me just kind of hanging on, wanting stuff from me, knowing that, like, I was living this lifestyle that they also wanted to live, drinking, smoking.
Thank you, come here. Don't sit on the bed at night. No homo. No, just don't get close to the bed. Don't get close, but it's just like, yo, we want to thank you for hosting.
Yeah. She's on.
Step this way, Mr. Johnson. Just gonna right here face your honor, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So, Mr. Johnson, you understand that we're at the part of the trial now where you have a right to testify or not testify on your own behalf?
Yes, sir.
And you and I have discussed this at length, have we not?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that you have the right to testify on your own behalf?
All right. Yes, sir.
And no one can take that away from you. You understand that? You also have a right to not testify. And if you don't want to testify, the judge is going to instruct the jury they can't hold that against you. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you thought about it extensively?
Yes, sir.
And we've had several discussions, have we not?
Yes, sir.
And after considering all of that, what do you wish to do?
Not testify.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, how old are you?
26 years old.
How long has Mr. Evans been in your firm?
About 2 years.
About 2 years. And he's gone over with you all those things he just talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
About you testifying,
Yes, ma'am.
the pros, in the cons, the good and the bad. Y'all talked about all of those things.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand those things. What's your highest educational level you can go?
High school.
You graduated from high
Yes,
school?
ma'am.
You have any questions for him?
Ma'am, will do.
For your attorney? About this process? About you testifying?
All right.
You may step down. Any other proof?
No, you're right.
All right. Anything else we need to add to the charge? Come to that time. How about if I print it for you so y'all can see it, what it says?
There we go. That's better than me talking for sure.
Right, let's just print it. And, give me a couple of minutes. Let's stand in recess.
Court's in recess.
Oh, shit, no, that shit. Oh, stop the video of this thing. Oh, that's what happened. That's what happened, chat.
Do you know Sean Combs?
Puff Daddy.
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call himself these days. Yeah, go ahead.
It is one of the strangest interrogations we have ever covered here on Sidebar. And in light of a criminal indictment against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs, some people are seeing it in a whole new way. We're taking another look at the bizarre claims made by a man accused of shooting up one of former President Donald Trump's Florida hotels and his connection to Sean Combs. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So as you know by now, rapper Sean Diddy Combs is facing sex trafficking and racketeering charges out in New York City, accused of using force and coercion to get people around him to facilitate and participate in so-called freak-offs, these group sex sessions that sometimes last for days at a time. The criminal indictment lays out the allegations, only names Combs as the defendant, although that could potentially change down the line.
Nah. Negative. We don't do that. You motherfuckers trying to get us with commercials. Fuck off.
Line, we may see more defendants. But since
not
Combs
playing
has
that game.
officially been charged and he's locked up
You know what I
behind
mean?
bars, there have been a lot of videos that have been surfacing, particularly online. And one of those videos is the interrogation of a man named Jonathan Oddie. Now, this is a strange one, maybe some would say, an odd one. See what I did right there? So I want you to stay with me. So we go back to 2018. And Jonathan Oddie allegedly went into the Trump National Doral Miami Hotel and Resort in the middle of the night and ostensibly went on a rampage. The state attorney's office says that Oddie fired shots in the lobby and toward the chandelier, then draped a giant American flag across the front desk. There was a shootout when Miami police got to the scene, and Oddie was shot in the leg and tried to hide, but he was taken into custody. Faces multiple charges: attempted murder, armed burglary, grand theft. Now, you might be saying, well, why are you talking about him? What is his connection to Sean Combs? Well, once Oddie was released from the hospital, he did an interview with police where he repeatedly asked to speak with the FBI, the CIA, Secret Service, the media. And during that conversation, he brings up, of all people, Sean Combs. Now, here's the thing. You might say,
I think I remember
Jesse,
this
what are you
dude.
about to talk about? Does this guy sound crazy? I'll leave that to you.
I remember this dude.
But what he ends up saying back in 2018 is kind of eerie, thinking about what the allegations are right now. And for that, I want to talk about some specifics. And I want to bring in retired NYPD detective Tom Smith to talk more about this. Tom, thanks so much for coming on. We haven't had a chance to talk about the Sean Diddy Combs arrest, the indictment. I'll first ask you about the arrest, and then we'll get into the Jonathan Oddie situation. But what's your overall reaction about what happened last week? And particularly, I thought it was really interesting because there's this video that's been surfacing, I believe TMZ published, where you can see agents arresting Sean Combs at his hotel at the Park Hyatt. He knew this was going to happen, seemingly. He came to New York to face the charges, but I don't think he knew at that moment he was about to be detained. There was a question about, did he want to surrender himself? But they detained him in the hotel lobby. What did you make of that?
Well, it's how it's done. You have indictments, you have an investigation and indictment. And let me tell you something about the Southern District of New York in the U.S. Attorney's Office. They are the most powerful, strongest U.S. Attorney's Office in the country.
That's all.
And
yo, this is literally all I keep hearing about these motherfuckers. The most powerful. They ones that always be doing all the extra cases. The ones that go heavy hitters. You hear me? That's them. Respectfully.
And they do not just do a case, okay? They are airtight when they are brought to them. They do not prepare for a trial. They put so much pressure on the defense team and on the defendant with the amount of evidence they have and witnesses and electronic surveillance evidence, all of that into a packet. They don't move forward until they have you. And Diddy is in a lot of trouble with the Southern District being at the point they're at right now. He has a lot to look forward to because, like I said, U.S. Attorney's Office, Southern District brings cases that are airtight, and they don't move forward until they're ready.
Hey, by the way, we really appreciate you guys coming to us for our Sean Combs coverage. We plan to continue to bring you updates on this story. And look, the reason we're able to do this is because not only of the support that we get from you guys, but also from our sponsors. And if I can, I want to call out one right now, Upside. So this is so cool. Upside is a free app that helps you get cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. Real cash back. Money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. Just the other day, I used Upside to find and we spent a lot of sidebar episodes so far breaking down the indictment, the charges, what might be to come, why they charged it this way. But now you see things that have come out. You see these videos that have come out. And I want to talk about this interview where Oddie is rambling for a while and he's talking about different conspiracy theories. And then suddenly he mentions Combs.
Do you know Sean Combs?
Puff Daddy?
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call himself these days. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he's part of what's called the Boule. The Boule is a branch of the Illuminati.
Okay.
It's the black people.
Oh, that's what you're talking about, Illuminati.
Quick aside here, the Boule is a real thing. It's the senior leadership of Sigma Pi Phi fraternity. Our understanding it's the oldest postgraduate fraternity founded by and for black men. It was secret in the beginning, but not anymore. It's been rumored that Sean Combs might be a member, but he's not. Tom, first let's start there.
So y'all telling me it's literally a secret society and y'all just saying this shit is cool? He said it used to be a secret, but not anymore. Yeah, because my boy was in there talking about the brulee. He was just in there talking about the brulee. You know what I'm talking about? He calling shit out. I remember this shit now. I definitely remember this shit now. Because you were talking about this nigga was part of Illuminati and all that shit. Respectfully. I remember now. I remember, chat.
You're interviewing somebody like this who allegedly just shot up a public property. You have to take what he says with a grain of salt, I imagine, but you don't want to just ignore everything he's saying, right?
No, not at all. And you know what? I was always taught when you're doing an interview like that, you do more listening than you do talking. And you let them talk because it's amazing what people will bring up when they're in the situation.
There is no YSL trial, so we're going to start something else up in a moment. We might get back to that stabbing trial. We might get back to that. My boy look like he's coked out. I'm on the drugs. What they on that pink flamingo? Oh, that's that. Oh, that's that flamingo. Oh, yo.
That this individual was in. People will give up anything they have in their back pocket, experiences they've had, or who they've had them with will all come out during interviews like this. And you have to kind of break it into categories of believable, 50%, 25%, and 25%. You know, you have to break up what you're listening to, but you don't stop listening and you take notes. And there's a way to kind of go about doing it in not getting him off track. If he starts to go down a road that's really weird, you can always say, hey, hold on to that for a minute. I'm interested in that, but hold on to that for a minute. We're going to go back to this. The Diddy information is...
At Spectrum, we believe every day unlocks unlimited possibilities. Spectrum transforms your gaming experience into a galaxy of adventures. And with super reliable internet speeds, you're always front row to the entertainment you love. Switch to Spectrum Internet Premier.
What's for dinner?
It's really interesting because that can be pushed back and seen if he is actually where he was at that time. But the information that he was given during that interview was really interesting because it's all true right now.
Let's talk about what he said in that interview. So Adi claims that Combs is connected to this larger agenda to try and run the world. And as Adi starts to talk about Combs, he reveals something that the detectives really weren't expecting.
I had sex with Cassie and Sean. Basically, he would masturbate and tell me what to do with Cassie. I had like 15 encounters, and I heard a lot of business. Because what they would do is Sean talks a lot on the phone and on the TV with speakers and stuff, and I was like a sex slave, okay? For them, that's what I was. That's all right?
Now, Cassie is Cassandra Ventura. This is Combs' ex-girlfriend who filed the initial civil lawsuit against him last November, really kickstarted this entire legal story because we saw after that a whole slew of other lawsuits that came out. And eventually this led to the federal criminal indictment. And while she isn't named specifically in the indictment, she is believed to be the person identified as victim number one in this indictment. It's with respect to the sex trafficking charge. And her story in her lawsuit and the accusations in the indictment seem to line up. And Cassie claims that Combs abused her for almost their entire 10-year relationship, using his money and influence to keep her from leaving. She claims Combs would have male escorts brought to his home or hotel rooms where these freak-off sessions would occur. These elaborate setups were reportedly filmed, complete with lighting and support staff. Thousands of bottles of lubricant and baby oil have been found during the course of this investigation. And Combs reportedly used these sessions for his own gratification. But he also held on to the videos as collateral against whomever might be featured on them. And Cassie says that she was forced to take drugs when she participated in these freak-offs. Sometimes Combs would participate, sometimes he would just watch. An anonymous source told the New York Post that sometimes Combs wouldn't even be in the room but could see what was going on from an elaborate camera setup in the home. So Tom, this interview is from 2018. The fact that he is referencing this before Cassandra Ventura's lawsuit, before the indictment, before all of this came out, before all of us knew what a freak-off was, that is really chilling and kind of gives us pause.
Yeah, it corroborates everything that is going on right now. And this guy becomes a witness. You know, he may have just stated this during a random interview back in 2018, but now he's a witness in the present day. They're going to go to him to see what else he knows. Now, when you have an individual like this, when you get him in this session now of being a witness and you can kind of guardrail his way of thinking instead of just letting him go off on tangents, who knows what else he has or what other information he has about other crimes that were committed, who else was involved. There's a lot there, and you have to, you know, take him for his word right now until it gets to a point where you don't anymore. But he's going to start corroborating a lot of the information that's out there right now.
And he claims that he participated in some of these sessions, and he also says he caught an STD.
I caught herpes, and I came back and I sued him for the herpes and won. But they did Mark Recross and Ben Mercedes were his attorneys, okay? And Christopher Leon's here was my attorney. They asked me to turn in that, which was the video recording, and I did so. They gave it back to me accidentally, and it's possible I threw everything out. It's possible I can produce a copy.
So again, this interview is taking place back in 2018. Cassie's lawsuit wouldn't be filed until November of 2023. So the officers don't really know what he's talking about. Tom, you think he might be cooperating with the government. Maybe they're speaking with him. The problem is, of course, is credibility, right? And during this interview, Adi makes references to a lot of things. He makes references to a...
Okay, we are back at court, everybody.
Conversation with him, and he was making a recommendation to the court that makes sense about charging the facilitation because criminal responsibility is being charged.
That's correct. And we had that conversation, and I do agree.
Right. He's
Yeah, they know
to take criminal attempt out because nobody's arguing that he didn't pass away, that there was no death.
Agreed.
So I'm going to take criminal attempt out, and I'm going to add facilitation. And then
so they just swapped out.
The other charges the second degree murder will go second.
Yeah, I haven't looked at everything yet, but what I had scribbled out, Your Honor, is that if we skip to count 2 of the indictment, which is the first degree murder count first, I had scribbled out murder first degree as charged. Murder second degree would come next, since it's an A felony with no parole eligibility. Then it would be facilitation murder first degree. Then it would be facilitation murder second degree. Then it would be, if Your Honor's charging voluntary manslaughter, didn't see it, yes you are. Voluntary manslaughter. Then it would be facilitation voluntary manslaughter. Actually, it goes voluntary manslaughter, aggravated assault, facilitation voluntary manslaughter.
Right, because the aggravated assault is a higher offense than the facilitation.
And then reckless homicide and negligent homicide, and I don't believe you can facilitate.
No, did I not take?
Did you check those out?
I took criminally negligent out, and I was thinking about taking reckless out, but I was going to listen.
How do you take reckless out? How do you reckless?
I
ain't
would
letting
think
that slide.
Those are obviously accidental homicides. I don't think that any proof could possibly support it. Strangely, though, I think that after you take those out, that you should put a simple assault in them, because I think that simple assault is a lesser included of aggravated assault, which you charge.
Makes sense.
Murder murder first, murder second, facilitation of murder first, facilitation of murder second, wrong man, aggravated assault, facilitation to wrong man, facilitation to ag assault.
No, I gotta go buy another fucking impact.
Reckless.
The state's asking me not to charge reckless or negligent.
I agree.
So after the facilitation of ag assault, just simple assault.
I think so, Your Honor.
No facilitation to simple assault?
Yeah, I guess so, because you can facilitate us.
I mean, we're facilitating everything else, so.
Yeah, it is an aim misdemeanor, you can
Right,
facilitate.
you can. Y'all look at the rest of that. Please.
So I don't understand. Okay, you said the placement and facilitation of a felony.
Say that again? You don't understand the placement? Is that what you said?
Yeah, because we have count one, which is conspiracy to commit murder first degree. Are there lesser included offenses of that offense?
Facilitation to the conspiracy. No, but it doesn't say that, does it? I think I have it labeled wrong. Let me see. So facilitation to conspiracy is the lesser. It's labeled wrong. It should read facilitation.
It looks like the elements are wrong too, so.
That's what I was looking for.
What they doing, chat? Not a fucking thing. Never let people use your tools, Chop.
Would you be interested in?
No. We wouldn't be interested in that at all. I'm gonna keep it real. They know this shit is over, chat. I don't know why it sounds like there's puppies in that motherfucking courtroom. Listen, man, we about to go play Maid and Sker, man. Fuck what they talking about, child. I like that little scary shit. I don't know if y'all think it's scary. That little shit got a little jumpy in that fucker, you know what I'm talking about? Tomorrow we might be on that sinister stabbing trial. Day 3. I've been home for like an hour. Yeah, we gotta have our regular time instead of this nigga fucking around. Nah, this fucking one driver there, everybody trying not to beat up. And they got the whole building wanting to spank his ass, man. He don't know it yet. Nah, it ain't one of those buildings, brother. This building too small for that guy. And I can't be the one to do it, because I know he gonna put me in jail. For sure. I'm over here watching this fucking Dolph trial. It look like they just trying to help this nigga out at this point, because it's over. You feel me?
9:30.
That nigga Justin, man, straight drop. Nah, they over here taking off certain charges, adding other charges on the shit that they invested. Nigga, it's over. It's he getting life. That's what I'm saying. It's over. It's like they just trying to, you know how it's like they giving him pity charges now. You feel where I'm coming from? Like, damn, nigga, you fucked. They came in here and told everything, buddy. Like, they told us that you took a shit that morning at 7 o'clock. Like, it's over, cuz. Like, it's a done, nigga. Brother, he shouldn't have even did this. He should have just went to sleep that day. You feel me? Sometimes you gotta wake up and go back to sleep. You know what I'm saying? I know niggas love to fight, but sometimes you gotta know to hold it. That nigga brother damn near. That nigga brother got up there. That's the nigga that was up there yesterday talking about the shooter's brother. That was his brother. Sick. I know one thing. Niggas say, yo, I don't even know why y'all niggas had me over here. I wasn't even supposed to be in that car. Now see, that's how you should have been talking. Yo, bro, that shit sound like some shit on Friday. Niggas say, yo, why you got me over here messing with these nice people, guys? Bro, my kids. On some sucker shit, because he was going to do shit for the kids. Sucker shit. That's some real hater shit. You know a nigga doing a turkey drive and you feel like, oh, we know he's doing a turkey drive, so we're gonna catch him at the turkey drive and they're giving out turkeys to the kids and the homeless and all that because you broke. We know they broke, buddy. $800 is crazy. That's not even an ounce of cocaine, bro. Just think about that, man. Yo, buddy. At this point, buddy, they could have kept the lawyer money and put it on his commissary. That shit would have been better spent. I afford to my kids. $20 times, nigga. Camera. You go drop the car off? Camera. That nigga said you was at home. Guess what was at your crib? A camera. Goof. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to tell you, brother. That's how I know I can't do crimes no more, brother. This is not the 90s. This ain't even the early 2000s. These niggas keep sending me these tickets that these niggas keep losing on, brother. These niggas keep betting with that one nigga. They lost all week long. Keep posting this shit in the group chat. Stop posting them shits. Send me the winners. You feel me? Yeah, man. That's who they go through, buddy, and they lost all week long. Like right now, he telling these niggas to bet on the LG Twins money line, Milwaukee Brewers, Los Angeles money line, Alexia Popper, Arizona Diamondbacks, SSG Landers, all type of shit, Scott. Nigga, one ticket, brother. One ticket that this nigga gave them, brother. Ski, they lost every game on that ticket. Yo, brother. She say $60 a ticket. $60, guys. 2 for 60 or some shit. trying to tell you. That shit say 2 separate tickets. Get in right now. At least 60 each. You said what? Yeah. Man, that shit fucking 50, man. I'd be so done, like living it down, like giving it away. I'm like, I'm starting. I lose. I feel like somebody gotta give me some shit back. You know what I'm saying? Talking about a PS. Talking to my boy earlier, that nigga said, alright. Yeah, my boy gonna blow through this money, I can see it. It's not even that, right? He gotta support his hustle. There go my boy. Look, I was just talking shit about you, guy. Yeah, I was just talking shit about you, guy. Yeah, I was calling you all type of bitch
This
ass
sound
niggas.
for Liberty
You was
4
talking about PS5
in
and
C.
shit, and then I was like,
This sound for Liberty 4 in C.
pretty good year. Like,
This sound for Liberty 4 in C.
pretty good year. Like,
This sound for Liberty 4 in C.
pretty good year. Like,
This sound for Liberty 4 in C.
oh, word is, dude, that shit was just crazy. My fault, chat. What the fuck is going on here? What's good with you niggas though, man? What's good, Jug King? Fuck you on. See, I knew that's calling you Jug King. I think it's that jugging. It's a juggalo. I forgot you wasn't outside because in the early 2000s, you only came out in 2020s, 23s, 24s. I'm glad that you agree, yeah. But I thought you at least listened to OJ Juice, man. He ain't never heard Young Scooter before, buddy. If you heard Young Scooter, then you heard. So if you heard Young Scooter, then you heard that nigga say, Jug! I think I had a couple of summers, guys, fucking them up. Man, that nigga said you're on the other side of the tracks, bro. You don't let him talk to you like that, guys. My bad, I said it too. My fault. Well, we said a track, but now you on the other side of the street. Now that shit sound racist. Like you don't even want to be over here with us, guys. What type of shit you want? Nah, you said the other side of the street, not in the road, buddy. You see, that's what I'm saying. This shit sound racist. Like you just don't want to be on our side, man. Like what type of time you think, though? Let us know, man. Let us know, man. is true. Works for me may work for you. That's all I'm saying. It could work for me. See, it's all a possibility. But you was gambling. That's crazy to say you don't like possibilities if you gambling. That's wild. You just was telling me how you bet on your house, bro. I can't argue with that. You got some fire ass weed or something? Yeah, I'm only 17 nickels. What you got for me? That's what I'm talking about. Ain't nothing like a nickel bag. Take it back in the day. Back in the time. But brother, he said you got AC, bro. That's good. We know what that is. Put the wheelchair, bro. That's the Abba Zaba that they used to be selling back in the day. You know what I'm talking about? I can only take that with a grain of salt. You gonna say you're my brother. See, you just trying to get us to buy weed to support your family, guys. That's crazy. Yo, she got a dispensary, man. This nigga out here smoking pink panties. What's going on, bro?
What's in recess?
Where's the ski? That nigga just said he got some Abba Zaba. Now he got some Rollo. Now he got some Juk. Then they got some Erykah Badu. Niggas gonna be smoking that Nicki Minaj. Yeah, I definitely need that Juk bag. Yeah, I definitely need that Juk bag. Yeah. I need to call Rollo. I need to call the man himself. Where my kids. What's up, chat? It's still trying to help Justin Blow. Oh shit. I can't hear. We're not plugged in. We're not plugged in. We're not plugged in. I'm gonna keep it one. Has this shit been on mute the whole time? Or am I dripping? No. They just don't got no sound. Yo, keep it 1,000, chat. Y'all wanna jump on 1 2 y'all wanna jump on Maid excluded. I just don't understand how everything is muted on their side, bro. Like, did I mute something on mistake? Nah, I didn't. I feel like sliding off here. Look, put the freaking audio. In the live, it's over. They got to be trying to work out a deal. She asking his lawyer to show evidence, then he said got nothing else and got scolded by the judge. Oh. Like I said, if you commit the crime, especially murder, you should be required to testify. Sorry, not sorry. No one has sound, gang. No one has sound. I thought I was already subscribed to this dumbass shit. Listen, man. I don't know what they got going on, chat. Respectfully. But I know that we doing numbers right now. I appreciate you. That's not a real page. Hey, you've been on since 2016, though. I ain't even gonna go over that. Listen, we still got people in the building. We still got people in the fucking building. We about to go to something else, man. They ain't talking, so we about to go show some more of this.
Cabal of rich people who control the government. He claims the hip-hop world had its own goal.
The hip-hop agenda is an agenda to move drugs all over the United States. They move, you need to involve the DEA. They move all the dope, all the dope on private jets, which don't get screened by customs, by the inside the United States. Okay, they move what's called high grade powder MDMA. They move cocaine and they move liquid cocaine in the bottle.
Yeah, for a sex slave, my boy know a lot about how they moving. Usually when you do the sex slave, they don't give you the intricate details of our operation. You know what I'm saying? But right now, it's looking like he knows the intricate process of the operation, baby. Intricate.
Those two. Okay, so they put the liquid cocaine in the bottles and they move it. I've seen the liquid cocaine, I've drank it myself. Having sex with Diddy and Cassie. Okay, it's not good. He drinks it all the time.
All right, so Tom, what do you make of this? Because again, the question is he credible? Is the government relying on him? Maybe they're getting information from him, but maybe they won't call him as an actual witness at trial.
What's wrong with these people, guys? Why do they keep trying to play me with these commercials? She actually a pretty white girl. It's shame though. It's witchcraft. Witchcraft.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not anticipating him taking a stand if this even goes to trial. But what you want to do is you want to get his story out there. And what can the investigators do as well? You take his picture and you show it to other witnesses that are now cooperating. Who is this guy? Start kind of backtracking to who he is and get into a profile of him. If he's telling the truth, you start showing it to people who are in the know. Because listen, there's a lot of people no one knows about yet that are cooperating in this case and giving their statements because they want to get out in front of this. They know it's a crime. They know Diddy's in a lot of trouble, and they don't want to get swept up in it. So there's probably a laundry list of cooperators with this. And what you start doing is, if the stories are the same and you don't need them, you won't use them. If something he's giving is new and credible, then they'll follow up with it even more.
You know what's interesting is that in one of these lawsuits, the one that was filed by Rodney Little Rod Jones, this is Combs' former producer, sued him for sexual assault. He writes in his complaint, quote, "They were made aware of this through complaints made by Cassie Ventura and the lawsuit by former Diddy sex worker Jonathan Oddie." So he's referencing him too. And now we tried to look it up. We couldn't confirm if there was a lawsuit that was filed by Oddie against Combs.
I don't really believe the Lil Rod shit. I know. Everybody just wants to believe everything that's thrown at Diddy. I know. That one part, I don't believe that Lil Rod shit. A lot of the other shit, yes. And that nigga is going to jail. I don't give a fuck how they try to steal it. You feel where I'm coming from? That nigga's going to jail. That is a whole fact. Like, whole fact. Let's talk about top 5. Top 5. Let's talk about top 5. Top 5 just got freed. Top 5 just got freed. Me already out here dissing. I just want to see if I can find this shit. Can I find top 5? Toronto. Because he was just dissing yesterday. I'm not gonna lie. It was just on Act Stream yesterday, man. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it because it was on Act Stream yesterday, man. Nah, man, I'm not watching nothing with Quando. That shit don't make no sense. If you slap me, I won't kill you and go to prison. Fine as that. He beat the shit out you. Respectfully. Let me see what he got to say about not being around barbers. Let me see. They ain't talking about that. Of course.
Chevy Equinox EVs.
Whoa. Whoa. I don't know if that's true. So I don't want to show it if I don't know it's true. You feel me? Go on. Top 5 Hendrick. Fuck it. I actually won it from the video last night, bro. I watched it last night on stream. Oh, there we go.
Every bitch in the industry. Wop, wop. Wop. Yo, that's what I'm saying. You guys are talking about Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef. If you guys really understand, Kendrick Lamar's a bird-ass, bitch-ass nigga.
Who do you think smashing the more girls, like Drake or Kendrick? What do you think?
I think... You think Kendrick's
out here biting and bearing on?
You know how powerful I am.
Kendrick's out here biting it up, Ak. You know he's out here eating and bearing on you.
And you know how crazy it is? You know how crazy it is? It was a 20 verse 1 because I was in fucking jail. I was in my cell, I was grabbing my hair like, I want these guys. I want these guys. God, let me get out and handle this.
Yo, I'm telling you.
Hold on. I want everybody in here to follow at Top 5 on Instagram. My kick. What's my kick? Top 5, right? Top 5 GG. Go follow it. I want everybody to follow YG35, Big Boondog, and Southside Opti.
Big Boondog. I'm gonna get you top 5, okay? Just top 5, okay?
Get me top 5. We're doing streaming. We're streaming every day. I have a famous celebrity girl landing on Friday. Just to let you guys know. And we're gonna go stream with her. And she has to be in my bed in the thong.
Yeah, I kid you not, Aiden, I ain't gonna lie to you. Like,
nigga shit. I don't want to support that goofy shit he got going on over there, man. Fuck that nigga. Respectfully, fuck that nigga. Let me hear from my boy.
Brother. Do you guys still talk on a daily basis? Still hang out much?
That's forever, my brother.
The internet conspiracies, they think y'all ain't cool no more because niggas gonna be seeing y'all hang out and shit. And there's like a video of you was like, if you don't see me with niggas, don't ask me about them. And niggas like, how come you and Bobby don't be hanging out as much?
Yeah, I take everything and just run with it.
That's what we do. That's the internet.
Yeah, bro.
Go read the comments. That's what they saying.
Yeah, bro. That's forever my brother, man.
All right, when last time you and Bobby kicked it or something?
Bro, that's forever my brother.
Y'all
like,
still be kicking it though? Cause like nigga, y'all was inseparable. Like when we first seen y'all come up, we used to see, if you see Bobby, you see Rowdy. You see Rowdy, you see Bobby. Like all the blogs on the block and shit. And now it's like, damn, we don't be seeing y'all like as locked in as y'all used to be. Or at least, I guess that's what the internet's saying.
Listen, bro doing his thing, I'm doing my thing. That's my brother forever.
Yeah.
That's the root of Wack saying something about him in general too. Remember when Wack was trying to say that Bobby was doing zesty dances and shit?
Yeah, I remember that.
That was a whole thing. He was trying to convince us that Bobby.
Just Jamaican, bro.
Yeah, how you be feeling about people trying to troll Bobby with the whole zesty shit since he got out of jail? I know you be seeing that.
I just realized it's the internet.
Yeah.
He don't give a about that shit.
Y'all got any like music y'all did finna come out or something?
I got bad music together. I just right now, like, bro doing his thing, I'm doing my thing. That's my brother forever, bro.
What can we do to bring you guys back together?
Like I said, back together, like we left.
It hasn't like got to the level of tension that like you guys feel like it would be an option to fix shit. It's not that serious. It's just kind of you're just doing your own thing.
Yeah, we're just trying right now. We're gonna get back to basics.
Yeah, like an EP with y'all together, go crazy or something, right? I know the fans be on that shit.
Nah, that'd be crazy though.
Have you done a song together since you got out?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And you just dropped, I seen Joel Santana drop the song today. It was you, Meek Mill, Jim Jones.
Yeah, shout out Joel.
That's a New York powerhouse right
that's
there.
A powerhouse.
That's crazy.
Where y'all at? And you had one of the hardest verses on there too.
I said New York powerhouse, like Meek from Philly, but Meek feel like he from New York.
It do feel like, you think so, yeah.
That's the New York brother now. That's Philly to New York for sure.
Who put that, like, when y'all shoot that video?
Shot that. She been shot that. Shit was just I was had it in the car. I guess he was just working on what he was working on, but he just dropping out consistently. He just working man hard. Shout out to us. But we shot that shit in the city.
Yeah, that's mad generations New York right there too. Like Jewel's, you on the same song. I mean, you guys popped off like many years apart.
I used to be watching it when I was a kid. I used to throw the bandana on like my side.
Oh yeah,
remember that?
You ever go to Santana's Town? That was his store.
Oh yeah, I remember that. But it had the flags and they landed out with the BB belts and all that. I didn't get that. But I'm from Brooklyn.
Right. So do you feel like, because it's like, all right, do you feel like the Bronx kind of took the attention away from Brooklyn on the drill shit?
It don't even matter. It's New York, so for me.
They just kind of freaked it. They did shit different. All of a sudden, they're screaming into the mic. They're like dissing ops on every single fucking lyric. Kind of made the Brooklyn shit seem a little bit tame in comparison, which is probably not the worst thing, because I know a lot of people don't like Bronx drill because it's too fucking crazy.
Man, I get in the car and play Jamaican music. So when I do listen to that music, I'm probably in the club or I'm with the little bros and they play it. Not saying I don't f with it, it's just
But does it worry you? You feel like
it's my go-to option when I get in the car. Like when I get in the car, I want to hear my groove, I want to be on my vibe. And first day I'm going to, I want to hear some Jamaican music.
Do you wish you could get by by just making like laid back Jamaican tunes?
Do I wish I could get by making Jamaican music?
Well, I feel like if you were to just start strictly dropping Jamaican music, you probably wouldn't get as many people listening as if you drop some hard rap shit.
I can't. I don't know if I can make a Jamaican song like I'll be like, I'll try and I'll be like, nah, I don't like it for me because I listen to Jamaican music, so it's like I'm trying to make it sound like a little bit how it, you feel me, but it won't be coming out like that. So I'll be like, nah. But I hear you.
At Spectrum, we believe every day unlocks unlimited possibilities. Spectrum.
Is that really what you believe? Dame Diddy, Dame Dummy, and Dame Daddy. My daughter wants to go to this thing out of school, but I am hella sick. I'm not going. I was fucking sick. I'm not going. It's King, honestly. Okay. That didn't start. Close. So what we gonna do is we gonna watch a little video before I jump into the game. Cause we definitely about to jump into it game. Just got a warning. Then you got settings for nothing else. I'll be looking for settings to get my PC extra nice. Okay, let's talk about Eric Adams. Let's talk about Eric Adams.
Like every day, there's another big headline coming out of City Hall.
That's right. Whether it's word of a new investigation or an official stepping down, it's hard to keep up with it all.
So, to simplify things, Fox Eye's Antoine Lewis joins us now with a breakdown of everything that's happened so far. Antoine, some people having trouble keeping up.
Absolutely. As we know, Natasha, a lot has happened. And tracking the investigations, of course, means tracking exactly whom is being investigated. David Banks' unexpected retirement as New York City Schools Chancellor at the end of this school year continues the resignations of Mayor Eric Adams' close circle, who are under investigations. Some political analysts say a lot of eyes on City Hall as of late have less to do with policy and more with who's next.
Well, the optics are awful.
David Shapiro was director of the Inspection and Oversight Program at John Jay College.
I haven't seen a case where so many investigations are swirling around the orbit of one individual in the name of the mayor.
On September 4th, federal investigators raided the Harlem home David Banks shares with his partner, First Deputy Mayor Sheena Wright. Their electronic devices were also seized. Wright was appointed by Adams in 2023. Raids were conducted at the home of Philip Banks III, the chancellor's brother and current deputy mayor for public safety, as well as the home of former NYPD officer Timothy Pearson. Pearson is senior public safety advisor to Mayor Adams. Investigations of Adams' circle began last November, with federal agents searching the home of Adams' chief fundraiser Brianna Suggs as part of a probe into campaign donations with possible ties to the Turkish government. New York City Sheriff Anthony Miranda and his office are being investigated over money confiscated from illegal pot shops. Back in February, investigators searched the homes of Winnie Greco. Greco was the director of Asian Affairs. Former police commissioner Edward Caban resigned 2 weeks ago after his home was raided by the feds. His replacement, interim police commissioner Tom Donlin, says the FBI also searched his home soon after he was named. Neither the mayor nor any of those under investigation have been charged with any crime by federal or city investigators, to which Shapiro reminds that while the optics may be bad, people are innocent until proven guilty.
Because our system is based on the rule of law, which protects individuals from hasty judgments.
Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is now...
No, man. Court of public opinion is a real thing, and you are literally guilty until proven innocent. I don't know what they're talking about, bro. Whenever you go through something, you got to prove your innocence. It's not like, oh, we got to prove you're guilty. You are guilty until we can say otherwise. I don't know why they always say that, man. But that's not the case, especially when you're fighting a case. I'm all right, Alley22. How are you? I'm gonna keep it real. I be wanting to smoke weed, chat, but how am I fucking? This sickness be fucking me out, man. I do not be doing it. What's up, Allie? Yeah. We supporting the chat. We supporting everything. I'm a little sick, a little under the weather, but it's cool. It's cool. Let's talk about the Lyric. That's a nice fucking truck.
Stand right here, face your honor, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Little video.
So, Mr. Johnson, you understand that we're at the part of the trial now where you have a right to testify.
I'm gonna let you know something. Let me keep it 1,000. It's probably in his best interest not to testify. Unless he go up there and just plead the fifth or some shit like that, because the fucking evidence at this point, with all of the testimony and everybody else that's coming at him, bro, it's over. He look awkward as fuck up there. You gonna go, bro?
Or not testify on your own behalf.
Yes, sir.
And you and I have discussed this at length, have we not?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that you have the right to testify on your own behalf.
Right. Yes, sir.
And no one can take that away from you. You understand that? You also have a right to not testify. And if you don't want to testify, the judge is going to instruct the jury they can't hold that against you. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Have you thought about it extensively?
Yes, sir.
And we've had several discussions, have we not?
Yes, sir.
And after considering all of that, what do you wish to do?
Not testify.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Dolph, how old are you?
26 years old.
How long has Mr. Evans been your attorney?
About 2 years.
About 2 years. And he's gone over with you all those things he just talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
About you testifying,
Yes, ma'am.
the pros, in the back, in the cons, the good and the bad. Y'all talked about all of those things.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand those things. What's your highest educational level?
High school.
You graduated from high school?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions for him? For your attorney? About this process? About you testifying? You may step down. Any other proof?
No, he's not doing none of that. Smart man. Don't put yourself in the crossfire, because boy, it's going to be fucking down with it. But they start to ask the questions, boy. It's
Anything else we need to add to the charge?
I was wondering,
How about if I print it for you so y'all can see it for yourselves?
there we go. It's better than me talking for sure.
Right, let's just print it. And, give me a couple of minutes. Let's stand in recess.
Course in recess.
That's your Gap hoodie, is that right?
It is me.
That's you, who are you shooting at?
Don't.
All right, now back it up again, Miss Iris, if you would. Back it up for Justin getting out of the car. All right, who's the second person here that got out of the driver's side?
It's just
He's got the smaller handgun, is that right?
yeah, bad baseball hat, bad pro baseball hat.
Oh, that's something that was done.
You're firing this crazy thing. What you see? What are you feeling?
I want to feel good at the time, but I ain't gonna even let it. I want to feel good at the time. I was just trying to get some money.
Trying to get some money? Bet you probably would have wasted on oxycodone and ecstasy. You shot that gun a bunch?
Right in there?
Right then and there.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I shot out.
This
is fucking crazy.
Aiming for Dolph?
Oh, I ain't for Dolph.
Was he able to say anything to y'all, or was he able to run or get away at all?
I shot through the glass, so I wasn't close up on him. I was shooting through the glass.
Okay.
I saw him standing by the window. I just got out and started shooting.
All right. Okay, proceed till Justin shoots. There with the handgun.
Oh, we're gonna watch something else. I know we all over the place. I know.
Officers responded and located an obviously deceased individual. In accordance with APD policy, homicide detectives responded and conducted a preliminary investigation.
A body found near Austin's Lady Bird Lake, the same lake where the bodies of more than a dozen people have been found since 2022. I'll tell you what police are saying about this recent case. Plus,
I was found at about 4:30 in the morning at the bottom of a ravine
actually was right next to a river that would lead to Lady Bird Lake.
I have new information about the man's fall from a bridge near the lake as one woman searches for answers in the death of her son's father.
I think either something happened at the lake or before going to the lake and he was just dumped there.
Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. For more than a year now, there's been a lot of talk on social media about Austin's Lady Bird Lake and the number of bodies that have been found in and around the lake in a relatively short span of time. Austin police say that the theory that there's a serial killer on the loose is not backed up by evidence or autopsy results, but the loved ones of the people who have died, many of them at least, do not buy it, and they want their deaths reinvestigated. Since 2022, 13 bodies have been found in and along Lady Bird Lake. All were men with the exception of one. One man found on a trail in July died by suicide. Just last week, another body was found on a trail near the lake, but Austin police say they do not believe this is a homicide.
Austin 911 received a call, a check welfare call in regards to a person the complainant suspected was deceased along the trail in the 2700 block of Canterbury Street. Officers responded and located an obviously deceased individual. In accordance with APD policy, homicide detectives responded and conducted a preliminary investigation, after which the medical examiner's office responded and collected the decedent. The preliminary investigation shows that the decedent had no signs of trauma. There is no suspicion of foul play, and it is not being investigated as a homicide at this time. I would like to add that the body was not retrieved from the water, and there is no indication that the body ever was in the water.
The officer stressed that the body was not found in the lake, obviously trying to quell any fears, but there are families who feel like they don't have the answers they need about their loved ones' deaths, like the family of Christopher Hayes Clark.
It was just a lot. It's very heartbreaking. It's still very heartbreaking and very unbelievable for me.
Regan Aparicio is the mother of Clark's son. Clark's body was pulled from the lake on April 15th of last year.
It's been very difficult. It just is difficult because at the time my son was 12. He's 13 now. But it's just very hard to deal with the loss of a parent. I haven't went through that. So I really cannot, fathom how my son is feeling because it's his dad, At the time when we found out, it was very, very difficult. I had a lot going through my mind. I just really didn't know how I was going to tell my son that this happened. And then especially the way it happened, like something that's in the public eye, my son goes to school. Of course, he's on social media. So it was just a lot.
One of the things about Clark's death that bothers Aparicio is an interaction recorded by police body cameras on April 10th and the hours before Clark disappeared. As you can see, Clark was sleeping on a bench.
You need money? Yeah. Well, Christopher, I'm here to tell you, man, you can't go back to Golden Chick. You have a criminal trespass notice there. And if you come in here there, we're going to have to arrest you.
I'm at the bus stop.
I know you're at the bus stop. You can't get there. If you go back to the Golden Chick, they have a criminal trespass on you. So if you go back there, you'll be arrested. Do you understand that?
I'm at the bus stop.
All right, I'm just talking to you. You're okay? No EMS needed?
No.
All right, you have a good day, okay?
Yeah.
The police later discussed how they are familiar with Christopher Hayes Clark.
I don't think he overdosed. I think either something happened at the lake or before going to the lake and he was just dumped there. I know for a fact that Chris didn't put himself in that water. And despite them trying to blame it on his drug usage, I've known Chris since I was a kid. We met when we were teenagers. he started using drugs like when my son was 2. My son's now 13. I've seen him at his worst, and he is well aware of what he's doing, and he's not, like, he's very, very active outside. Like, he did Boy Scouts, camping, like, he can survive outside. So I, in my mind, don't think that it was because of drugs or he was so, drugged out. I think something actually happened.
With Spectrum Internet and
to him.
Austin police told me in a statement, the Travis County Medical Examiner's Office ruled the cause of death for Christopher Hayes Clark undetermined. The death investigation showed that there was no trauma to the body and no indication of any criminal activity. It is unknown when he died. Although Mr. Clark was found holding a mask, the detective's investigative experience leads him to believe there was nothing suspicious regarding the mask. The investigation is closed, and this case was not ruled a homicide. Many of the families of the people who lost their lives don't feel like they have all of the answers about how their loved ones died, and they're frustrated. Most of these deaths were ruled accidental drownings. The men who drowned had alcohol in their system or drugs. The bodies found in Lady Bird Lake have sparked fears that a serial killer is on the loose, targeting men. Facebook groups have cropped up where people discuss theories and fears. The feared serial killer has been dubbed the Rainy Street Ripper. But the Austin Police Department say there isn't a serial killer. I spoke with a homicide sergeant earlier this year. How can the Austin Police Department be so certain that there's nothing suspicious surrounding the deaths of the people who've ended up in Lady Bird Lake?
So just over the years, there's deaths that happen in and around the water. Sometimes they're shootings, sometimes they're drownings, sometimes there's other deaths, and they all kind of get lumped in together a lot of the time. But I think the concern for most people are the folks pulled from the water that appear to have drowned. So in all these cases, we'll send an actual homicide detective to the scene to assess the situation, to assess the scene, to follow up later on with the medical examiner and to check on toxicology, which could take 3 months to come back. So all of that is looked at in its totality to make sure, was there any trauma to this person's body? Do we think that they were drugged? Was there any signs of foul play?
In life, you never know when you might need a lawyer. Well, Paul Berggren, he was the lawyer who could get you out of any sticky situation. Caught selling pirated videos like Queen Latifah? Caught stabbing your spouse 9 times with a steak knife? Better call Paul. We see lawyers like this in The Sopranos or Breaking Bad, but what happens when those fictional lawyers exist in real life? Paul Berggren was a master lawyer who knew the system inside out. But when an FBI agent finds traces of Berggren's involvement in a massive drug ring, questions start to arise about how Paul achieved his dominance. In Wondery's true crime podcast, Criminal Attorney, host Jinx Jenkins will tell you the true story of how Paul Berggren went from representing others in court to representing himself. Follow Criminal Attorney on the Wondery app or wherever you get your podcasts. You can listen to Criminal Attorney early and ad-free right now by joining Wondery Plus. Now, previously on Crime Fix, I introduced you to Jeff Jones. He's a man who fell off of a bridge, and he has questions about how that happened. Did you physically end up in the water and somebody found you? I mean, do you know what happened to you from what you've been told, or?
Yes, it's mainly from what I've been told through the reports. My sister came down and was there the whole time, as well as a few other of my relatives, and they were taking notes and kind of trying to explain to me what was going on. But that is an odd twist to it as well. I was found right next to the creek where another individual a few years back also was found there. Unfortunately, he had passed away. But that leads right to Lady Bird Lake. And I was found at about 4:30 in the morning after disappearing from the group at around 1. So it is a strange amount of time that and then it was just kind of an innocent bystander who had found me and reported it anonymously. So it would be interesting to find out a little bit more about that person. I always thought it was kind of odd that why did they see me at the bottom of a creek and bed, in the middle of the night randomly?
Jones, of course, always wondered who called 911 to report his fall. Well, I now have that call.
Tell me exactly what happened.
Oh, I was sleeping. I'm homeless,
and I was under the street, the bridge, they call it. But and I heard a phone drop, and I thought, okay, whoever it is. And then I heard people up above like, laughing and talking. So I thought, oh, they'll come get their phone, and I fell back to sleep. And then then all of a sudden I heard a big thud, and I looked over. That was about a half hour ago, and I was like, oh my God. Hey, can you hear me? Are you okay?
So this is a homeless man who said he was sleeping under the bridge when he heard a loud thud. He continued, explaining what happened when he encountered Jeff Jones under the bridge.
Phone, and I couldn't call 911 because it's password locked. And he was just moaning and going and wheezing the whole time. So I said, finally he came to. I go, hey, I'm going to call 911. You mean to call the ambulance? Because I didn't know if I could use his phone. And he just says, no. But I'm still too worried that the fall was too high for him to just get up, and start walking away. And I asked if he's got any broken bones. He said, I don't know. And no, don't call the ambulance. But I called you anyway.
Now, Jeff Jones was obviously out of it. He had been drinking, but he had also tested positive for benzodiazepines, which are used to treat anxiety and muscle spasms, a drug that Jones didn't take and was not prescribed. Drugging of drinks has been a problem in major cities for years. And in response to concerns over drugging of drinks in Austin, the city launched the Sip Safely program back in April. The city's website includes advice like never leave your drink unattended, watch your drink being poured, be cautious about taking a drink from someone you don't know, and use a drink cover and watch for others in your party. Jones suffered serious injuries and was placed into a coma.
I'm still on some pain meds. I luckily have gotten off of most of them. It was pretty intense at first, but I do have 2 very large rods in my back connecting actually 4 rods in 2 places in my back connecting the spinal cord, the areas that were damaged, and those are actually supposed to come out this summer. Shockingly enough, they aren't permanent, but I still can function fairly normally with it. It is a little painful sometimes, certain activities, but really I'm pretty lucky. And I also did have a puncture wound. A branch went through my elbow.
Interestingly enough, Austin police wrote a police report about Jones's fall in May of this year, nearly a year after the incident. The department said they wrote the report because Jones had started talking publicly about his fall, and they felt it should be documented. The officers said they didn't believe there was anything suspicious about the incident, but Jeff Jones felt something nefarious happened to him.
It was definitely quite a revelation. I mean, I had never really contemplated my own mortality at all. I'm in my mid-30s, so it's not even something you think about, really. We had actually heard about it when we were going down. There was about 6 or 7 of us on a flight down from Boston together on Thursday, and we had heard of the disappearances of people, and we were kind of joking with one another, oh, watch out for the serial killer in Austin, and to wake up and then realize that it could have actually been a target of somebody in that exact situation we were laughing about was definitely a shock.
Fears remain in Austin that someone is targeting men in the bar district. Do you understand the fear there or the concern?
Sure. I think it's gripped the community. Just anytime that someone passes in or near a body of water and it seems like it could potentially be from a suspicious source, I can understand why people might be a little concerned, but hopefully it helps assure people that, like I said, we make sure that detectives look at every single part of this case that we possibly can. We want to make sure that this person wasn't hit over the head or wasn't, drugged at a bar and followed down to the water where they ended up falling in or were attacked or assaulted or anything like that. So we try to rule out as much as we possibly can. Obviously we all would wish that there was video all over the place to see exactly what happened as things unfolded, but we're left with the evidence at the end of the day, and we have to piece together all the actual physical evidence that we have, and that is, were there any signs of trauma? Were there any signs of foul play? Like, do we believe a weapon was used? Did the body have any defects like stab wounds or bullet holes or anything like that? and then just reviewing that toxicology as well to see if there's any commonalities between any of the cases.
A couple of petitions have circulated online asking that the deaths in the lake be reinvestigated. Many of the families are not satisfied with the answers they've received about their loved ones' deaths.
I feel like somebody else needs to step in. Like, sometimes I even feel like, the FBI may need to come in and check this out, because me personally, I don't believe anything the Austin Police Department says. I feel like they just say one thing and then do another thing, and to me, it doesn't add up. And I want answers, not just for Chris. I want answers for everyone, because everybody deserves to know what happened to their loved one. I think the hardest thing about all of this is just knowing, like, not knowing at all. Like, I have no answer to what happened to him. Like, how can you go from seeing somebody and they were perfectly fine and normal to they end up dead in the lake? Like, it's crazy to me.
And at this point, it doesn't appear that there are any plans to reinvestigate these deaths. The Austin Police Department appears confident in their findings. That's it for this edition of Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks so much for being with me. I'll see you back here next time.
Thomas Rhett, Better in Boots Tour 2025 with Tucker Wetmore, the Castellos, and Dasha. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Survivor's my mom's, and I think same thing.
Here we go. That's how you do it on Survivor, right there.
Survivor, new season now streaming on Paramount Plus. New episode CBS Wednesday.
This shocked me just as much as I think it shocked.
Uh-huh. Yep. Who read me my rights? Nobody read me my rights. Where is my rights?
I don't really give a shit.
Ma'am.
So get in the car.
Gotta open it up.
I know.
In the early morning hours of October 22nd, 2023, Palm Beach, Florida deputies respond to reports of an intoxicated female wandering on a public beach after posted hours.
Yes. He has a camera.
Okay, get your hands away from me.
I'm not.
Keep your hands away from me.
You're touching my phone.
Okay, I'm going to tell you again.
You're touching me. You're touching me. Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, go follow him, see?
He's working here.
Why?
He works here.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
I work here
you have to leave. No, you don't.
Don't touch me, sir.
Back up.
Don't touch me, sir. What are you? What's your name?
Deputy Morrell.
Hey, give me my phone back.
No, move back. Put
hey,
your
Siri,
phone on my face.
911.
No,
hey, Siri, call 911, Siri.
You call phone all you want. Now
don't
keep
touch
your phone
my
away
fucking
from
property.
me. Keep your phone away from me.
Hey, Siri, call 911.
Okay, back up
hey,
and
Siri,
leave.
call 911.
Leave.
He grabbed my property. You're getting sued for
So what
sure.
you don't know, that is called abuse of police law, some shit like that.
Sorry,
okay, I'm not going to tell you again. I'm going to arrest you.
Why you touch my property?
Because I told you to back away. Because you do not keep putting your phone in my face. Yes, I will.
No, I didn't. Yeah,
ma'am, I'm giving you an opportunity to leave now. I don't care. I'm giving you an opportunity to leave now.
Hello. Let me.
You're in violation of the beach hours.
Oh, what? What about the car that just went by?
They work here.
I worked there.
This is
Excuse me.
No, you don't, man. You've been drinking and you're drunk.
How do you know that?
Because I can look at it and tell you that.
How do you know that? How do you warrant that?
Okay.
Yeah, how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that?
I know that because I can look at you.
Don't touch my property.
Okay, you need to leave.
You are in fault, sir. You are in fault, sir. You touched my property. You touched my property. You touched my property, sir. You touched my property, sir. You touched it. You touched it. You
exactly.
Grabbed it. You snatched it.
Don't put it in my face again.
I didn't put it in your face.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Okay, ma'am.
I did not.
When you're this close to me, you don't stick the thing in my face.
I didn't.
Okay?
You snatched it.
Yeah, and I gave it.
No, did he? She put that thing in your face, huh?
Back to you. I said don't put it in my face.
You didn't give it back to me.
What's in your hand?
You didn't.
What's in your hand?
My property.
Okay, so I gave it back. Okay, I'm telling you again. Back up.
My property. I was just walking.
Leave.
Why should I leave?
And this is when shit starts to go downhill.
Okay, I keep telling you to leave.
You cover enforcement
no,
for no reason.
I'm telling you again.
I'm no threat.
You need to leave.
Sir, I'm no threat.
Okay, yes you are.
I'm just walking through.
No, you're not walking through. Okay? Leave now or you go to jail.
Backup soon arrives to assist with the scene.
How should I go to jail?
Ma'am, again. I'm telling you again.
If I'm going to jail,
you do not
what are my rights?
You have no rights here, okay? Your rights, okay, I just
what
told you.
What are my rights, sir?
To leave. Freely. Okay, you leave now or you go to jail.
How?
Put her in the cuffs. Walk away.
Why am I being cuffed? Why am I being cuffed? Hey, why am I being cuffed? Why am I being cuffed?
I told you, that's when it goes downhill.
Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. Don't.
You're not listening.
My phone. Just stop recording. I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting.
Move your hand.
I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. Why should I be cuffed? Why am I being cuffed?
Because you're under arrest.
Why am I under arrest?
I told you to leave the beach. It was closed. Did I not? Did I not tell you that?
Where? Where?
We're drunk here.
Where?
This is what happens when you have too much to drink.
You're assuming. I'm just walking. Sir, I'm just walking.
And you walked into a place you do not belong.
How so?
I explained that to you several times.
How so, sir? Sir, how so? What's your
Sheriff ID? Deputy Morrell, I've already told you that.
Remember that.
Okay, while you're in jail, you can look at the police report.
Sheriff ID there?
What?
Would you mind patting her down?
Yep. I didn't do anything wrong, sir.
Okay, I told you to leave.
I was walking.
And I told you to leave.
Beforehand, what?
I told you to leave, did I not?
What? Beforehand.
Okay, see, you can't. I can't communicate with somebody who's been drinking like this.
I'm
walking. Understand things.
Do I have a drink in my hand?
No.
Then don't. You can't assume. You can't assume.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't assume.
Okay.
I could assume you're an asshole, huh?
Yep. And you're
Why?
under
You're
arrest.
going to be sued.
Okay.
I'm going to call my lawyer.
Okay.
If you can get the
You can
bracelet
do
off.
that.
Yeah. Let me just check her pockets.
No. The property's right. Your property's going with you
You
to jail.
snatched my property.
Yeah, because you put it in my face.
I didn't put it in your face.
Yes, you did.
That camera says it all.
Yeah,
I didn't
it'll
do
say
anything.
it all.
Yeah, it'll
And it'll
see
show
it.
tell me how many times I told you to leave.
Did you let me leave?
No.
No. Yeah, let me leave. He told me no. He said no. Did you hear that? He told me he was gonna let me leave, and he said no. Okay. Okay. Now
What's done is done, ma'am.
backtracking. No. What's done is what, officer?
What's done is done.
What is done? What is done, officer?
You're under arrest.
For
Talking
what?
about it is not going to change.
For what? Why am I under
She
arrest?
ID with her or not?
Why am I under arrest? Can you read my rights? Who read me my rights? Nobody read me my rights.
We're not questioning.
Hey, who read me my rights? Nobody read me my rights. Where is my rights? Where are my rights? You didn't read me my rights. You
This is something that I've learned as of late. This is a misconception that you have to get read your rights. When you technically don't, you only need to get read your rights when they are actually trying to question you or some situation close to questioning you. So if they're not asking you any questions, they don't need to read you your rights. But asking for ID technically is a question. So
Your rights.
Why not? I'm a citizen.
I'm not interrogating you.
I'm a citizen.
I'm not interrogating
Then don't arrest me.
You're under arrest.
Why? Then read me my rights if I'm under arrest. Let me go, or you're gonna be in
No,
trouble.
I'm not letting you go.
Why? You didn't read my rights.
You're not going. You're going to jail.
Why?
Where you're going.
For what?
I already told
Did
you.
you read me my rights?
I don't need to read you your rights.
Yes, I do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. If somebody's arresting me, do you want to? You want to read my rights?
No.
Stop. You want to read my rights?
No.
Why? I have
Because
a right.
Because I said
my
no.
Miranda rights.
I'm done.
10-4, just 1
No.
minute.
Where are my Miranda rights?
Where are your Miranda rights?
Yes, where is that? I'm a citizen.
We're not asking you any questions.
Yes,
Anything else?
Thank you.
That's all she had.
After the suspect is searched and handcuffed, officers attempt to place her in the vehicle.
oh, that's when she got that. All right. It's looking like we getting on Once Human, man. This is like the 30th fucking commercial I've seen on Once Human, bro. And keep it real, the mission that they got on there right now, I've done it already. I don't know what that code is for, but shit. We gonna try it. And, let's just say play now. We already got this fucking game. We already got this game, buddy. We already got this game. So I'm trying to figure out what was that code for. My bad. But I'm just trying to figure out what that code was for.
Anything wrong?
All right, you want your Miranda rights, right?
I didn't do anything wrong.
Get in.
Ma'am.
Did I do something wrong?
Get in. I'll explain it. Get in.
Ma'am, have a
She
seat,
ain't
please.
getting
Come on.
in.
You're forcing me in the fucking
Get in.
car.
Get
Where
Yes,
are
they're
my
forcing you
Miranda
in the
rights?
car.
Get in.
Where are
Get
my
in.
Miranda rights?
I'm gonna read you your
right
rights
now.
when you sit down.
Before that,
You need to sit first.
Ma'am,
I'm
sit.
sitting.
Sit in the
Read
car.
me my
All
Miranda
the way
rights, please.
Get
Read
in.
me my Miranda rights.
All the way in.
Come on.
Bro, just do what
Read me
everybody
my
else do.
Miranda. Why am I
Don't
being
open the door
arrested?
from the
For
other
what?
side.
We
Pull
don't
her
have
in,
time
bro.
for this. Come on.
No.
Come on,
Why
Get
am I
in.
being arrested?
You don't get in the car, you're gonna get another charge. So
Or charged with what?
not getting in the car, it's resistance. So get in the car.
I don't even deserve to be here to
Ma'am.
begin with.
Ma'am,
Stop, you're forcing yourself on me.
then
Get
do
in
it.
the car.
Get in
Do
Oh,
the
she
car.
what?
one of
I
those.
don't-
She said you're
You
You
forcing
haven't even
yourself
read
on
me
you.
my
Put
rights.
your feet in the car.
Have you read me my
Put
rights?
your feet in the car. If you
Have
put
you
your feet in
read
the
my
car,
rights?
I'll read you your rights.
I'm gonna read them
So
to
if
you.
I don't put a fucking foot on this fucking car, I'm not.
Oh, yeah, she drunk.
You
I
don't
don't
have
have
a
a
choice but
right.
to get in the car.
Ma'am,
Excuse me?
You don't have a choice.
I'm an American citizen.
I don't really give a shit.
ma'am,
So get in the car.
I'm
Why
only
don't
gonna...
you give a shit?
You don't get in the car, I'm gonna force you
didn't
into
do
the car.
anything wrong.
You have 1
here.
second.
You
Yo.
recording? What's your?
We're recording.
Shorty said, I'm an American citizen. Like, they don't treat every other citizen this fucking way. She had a duh moment.
I didn't do anything wrong
So
here.
get in the car. This is the last warning I'm giving you.
Nope. I didn't do anything wrong. Don't
nope.
force me.
You're getting in the car. car.
You're forcing me.
You're getting into
Yes,
the
we're forcing you. For a fact.
Yeah, I am.
You're getting in the way.
Get in the
Yeah.
fucking car. You're doing
Don't
it
trip.
wrong. The fucking car. Why?
In the car. Let's go. Come on.
I need that recording, please.
That's fine.
See, I'll be cool as long as it ain't me on the
I didn't do anything wrong. Hello?
Push your feet up.
Yep. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I go? Hey, you're pulling my hair. You're pulling my hair. You're hurting me. You're hurting me. You're hurting me. You're hurting me. I could have asked nice. You could have asked nicely. I would have put it in.
times.
No, you didn't because I didn't do anything wrong to begin with. I didn't do anything wrong. I want to speak to your supervisor.
In her defense, she was just walking on the beach. In the cop's defense, beach is closed.
Call to your supervisor? Can you call your supervisor? I need to speak to your supervisor.
Holy shit, bro. Did she just start going off the fucking rails or what?
Gotta open it up.
I know. There we go. Okay.
I want to know, do the police get a discount on them hubcaps? Like, is that just the enforcer hubcaps or what? Like, can I buy them shits and put them on my Ford?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Mad Sandy.
You don't mind. Thank you.
Damn.
It's really not.
Peter with that ditty, that looby lube.
Because it's so hard without the full cage sometimes because you're like trying to shove them in.
No.
You're supposed to be going like this in my face. I said, wait, no, get away from my face. I snapped it. I said, okay, keep your phone out of my face. And I gave it back to her.
All right.
So,
Shall we?
yes, because I got to be back here at 6:30 in the morning.
Okay.
So, let's get her bag so I can do the report. I just need, someone's going to finish it.
You don't say. Yeah, it was my dinner time, so I figured it would be me.
That nigga said, you don't say.
Yeah, it was my dinner time.
I just need, someone's going to finish it.
You don't say.
You don't say.
Yeah, it was my dinner time, so I figured it would be me.
That's sarcasm between cops.
From the front part on the vendors. So, you need an energy drink?
Oh my god!
Holy
What, are you opening up a fucking store?
It's an energy
Are you selling?
All right.
My boy popped the trunk word of ski. I think she caught my boy in the middle of ripping off fucking stores. Hold up. Hold the fuck up. I think that's why he mad, man. She caught this nigga in the middle of loading his fucking squad car. Look at all this shit, nigga. Ski. What the fuck did he do? Rob the vendors on the beach?
So, you need an energy drink?
Oh my god!
What, are you opening up a fucking store?
It's an energy
Yeah.
Are you selling?
Are you selling me?
All right. What are your charges? Just go home.
It's the violation of the beach hours.
Okay.
And then RA.
Is that separate from the park hours? Is there a separate
It's part of the same. No, it's part of the same. If you read it, it'll talk about the beach hours.
Okay.
Do you?
That nigga said, is it part of the same or is it different? Shit. That's what we're going
Can you give me light so I can see?
Oh, my fucking foot. It's fucking.
Okay, turn yourself around.
I can't. You fucking broke my foot.
You refuse to go in the car.
I didn't do anything.
Sit up correctly.
Sit up.
I ain't gonna hold you.
Well,
Her shit been though like a ballerina. Like she was standing on top of that fucker. Look at her fucking foot. Her ski. Damn. So when the door was closed, her shit was like this. Just this. Shorty slammed the door on her foot. Her shit might be fucked up for real. Keep it real. Her shit might be fucked up.
Okay, turn yourself around.
I can't. You fucking broke my foot.
You refuse to go in the car.
I didn't do anything.
Sit up correctly.
Sit up.
I'm trying, but I had a broken foot. You got broke my foot.
Sit up.
I'm trying to.
Come on.
I'm trying to.
You can.
You're not doing much of anything right now, dear. I need you to sit up.
You broke my foot. How could I? I don't even feel my foot.
Okay.
I can't. Please stop. Well, you're abusing me. Stop.
If you sit for a group, we can get medics here for you.
She said, bro, you are abusing me. Ain't nobody touching her.
I cannot walk. Can you call 911?
We are 911, ma'am. Sit up.
Are you?
We like...
Sheriff, can you call the ambulance, please? My foot is broken. Don't close the door. Don't close the door. You close the door on me twice. I can't sit when you broke my foot. How can I sit?
If you want an ambulance...
You sit on your feet. You don't sit on your feet.
I need an ambulance.
Act like an adult.
Hey, don't yell at me.
Then act like an adult.
Don't yell at me.
It's enough.
Do not yell at
I'm going to tell you what you're going to do. And
it just sounds so crazy when a motherfucker say, don't yell at me after you was yelling at somebody. Respectful.
then I'm going to make you do it. Do you understand me?
Did you read me my Miranda rights?
Again with this?
Yes. Did you read it?
You don't even know what those are.
Did you read it though, sir? You had to read me my fuck. Ah, it hurts. My foot hurts, bro. Okay. Ah, you broke my foot. You guys broke my foot. It broke it. I'm trying to get out, bro.
You're not trying to do anything other than do everything that we're not telling you.
Move your foot.
Just move your foot.
I'm trying to get out, please.
You're not getting out.
Please.
You're not getting out.
I'm hurting it. I'm not.
You need to sit in the chair.
I'm trying to.
You're not doing anything.
Because my foot is broken. Can you just pull me out and I'll sit up, please?
Are you gonna sit up?
Come on, come with me.
I'm trying to get.
I'm gonna keep it real. I don't believe her, bro. I know just believe all women of all races, all over the world. They never tell a lie. I don't believe her, bro.
Out of this vehicle.
Oh no. She's gonna fall.
She's not gonna fall. You got because it hurts. My foot is broken. You just broke my foot.
She said she's gonna fall.
I didn't do anything wrong. My foot is broken.
Okay, you need to stand up.
How would I stand up with my broken foot? 1, 2. No, please don't.
Stand up.
All right, now sit in there like you said you were.
You guys broke my foot.
Sit in there like an adult, like you said you were.
Sit.
Don't close the door.
All right, so sit. Sit.
Look at her fucking nose, bro. This is embarrassing, G. Look at all this fucking snot on her nose, bro. Look at this shit. It's like my daughter when she having a temper tantrum. Listen, I'm sick. You're sick right now. You can hear it. Bro, you don't see that shit on my nose. This motherfucker, have you, listen, man. I know I'm a little old. But have you ever seen Martin? Have you ever seen, what's the little nigga named Roscoe? Or the ski? Roscoe came out, Roscoe, what about Jane? That nigga, or the ski. That's her nose.
Sit.
Put your butt in the seat and get in the car.
Wait, I'm broken. Fucking.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm going to take you to the hospital. Sit in the car.
Hospital now.
Sit in the
No,
car.
you don't get to tell us what to do. Get in the car.
I'm not telling you what to
Yes.
do. I'm
Get in
telling
the
you
car.
my injury. You
Get
guys
in the
broke
car.
my foot. I'm trying to fucking
Get
tell you, bro.
in the car.
Told you. I don't believe her, guys.
Please don't do this. Please don't do this. Where's my phone?
Ma'am.
What? Get in the car.
I'm going to put you back in the car
I
if you
know,
don't
but
do
you
it.
broke my foot already.
What did I
Get
just
in the
tell
car.
you? I told you I'm going to take you to the hospital.
Get in the car.
You are not listening.
Get in the car.
You're like,
Because
that's way too
you're doing
much.
the opposite of everything that you're supposed to do. Get in the car.
Are you recording? Stop.
Yes.
I'm not
Get in the
forcing
car.
this. I'm gonna get in the car.
No. Get in the car. Now. Get in the car. Get in the
Don't
car.
force me. Stop, sir.
Get in the car.
Sir, you're forcing me. Stop.
Get
Stop.
in the car.
I'm gonna hobble. My foot is broken.
Get in the car.
My foot is broken. Look at my foot.
Get in the
Look,
car.
Look, it's broken. I can't
Put that leg in the car.
You're wiggling your toes.
It hurts,
Put
sir.
that foot in the car.
I'm trying so
You're not
You're
doing
not.
anything.
You're not doing anything.
We're not. It hurts, sir. Don't do that. You're forcing yourself.
Well, I'm tired of talking to you.
I'm not talking to you either. I need that recording, please. I need you to grab me my fucking rights.
Stay in the car.
Close it.
Right.
Close it. Ah, yes. Well done.
The suspect is taken to an urgent care so that her foot can be examined by medical professionals.
They're gonna give her a little x-ray. You know what I'm saying? Check her little boot out.
Got a wheelchair for you, okay? Come on, dear. They're going to take care of you inside.
I'm only for the nurse, thank you.
The nurse is right here.
He's right here.
Look.
This is Nurse Max. Can you please...
Can we go to JFK, please?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Because I'm not allowed to go to JFK.
Why not? No, the closest hospital, but yeah, you decided to take me to urgent care. Why?
Evelyn, you're at a hospital.
Urgent
I don't know
care?
how to make that any more clear.
That's not a hospital, urgent care?
Ma'am, they have a
Oh, yeah.
fully featured...
Oh yeah, she just argumentative. That's what that shit is. Argumentative.
medical suite here. They can do x-rays. They can do everything.
I'm not telling you to elaborate on your military status. I'm allowing you to do it.
Hold the fuck up. Bro, you can't make this shit up. Did she just say I'm not... I didn't ask you to elaborate on your military status? I'm not going to
Featured medical suite here. They can do x-rays. They can do everything.
Now I'm trying to figure out, did this nigga did he just yell off his rank? Like, did he say he was the sergeant over there or some shit? Did he say he went through some shit? Like, I don't even know if this nigga was in the army or the military or the Marines or the Navy or the Air Force. I don't know if he was a part of any of those branches, buddy. You feel where I'm coming from? But she just said...
I'm telling you to elaborate on your military status. I'm allowing...
Cheers.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service, sir. Yes.
She said, thank you for your service, sir.
Allowing you to do it.
This female cop is fucking hilarious.
Thank you for your service,
Thank you for your service, sir. Yes, exactly.
You are very welcome. Now, please step out of the car. Let's get you in this wheelchair. Let's have a doctor see you.
Yeah.
Come on, you said your foot hurts, right?
You broke my foot.
So
my foot hurts.
So don't you want to go? Don't you want to go?
My toes are broken because you slammed my toe on my foot.
So then let's go have the doctor look if it hurts.
What doctor? JFK doctor?
No.
Why?
Because they're better here. Come on.
Who's they?
The doctor that you're going to see. You got Nurse Max. He's one of the best.
Where are we at now, please?
Delray Beach Medical Freestanding.
Why am I...
It's owned by Delray Beach Medical Hospital. It's the same thing, but there's no wait here. So I can get you medical attention.
I ain't gonna lie, that liquor be having you doing some dumb shit. Shorty is arguing about going to the hospital that she asked to go to. Am I fucking tripping? I know I'm smoking weed, but am I high? I just started this shit. I had this dust from yesterday. This is dust y'all see me roll up on the street. I rolled this fucker up on the street. This motherfucker don't make no sense.
Sooner. That's why I brought you here, Evelyn. Stop being unreasonable.
And I'm not going to be forced out of this vehicle if I'm already under arrest. You broke my foot. I need to go to JFK. That's what my insurance... That is what my insurance allows.
Had enough.
At that point, it's fucking...
Here. Yeah.
Yeah. That's fine.
Recorded.
It is recorded. I'm wearing a body camera.
The suspect receives medical treatment before being taken to jail.
All right, you're going to sit.
So my lawyers will feel this mistreatment you guys provided. You guys...
Her shit really fucked up. Her shit is really fucked up. I can tell by how her shit was bent. They put a little wrap on her shit. It might be a little fracture, though. That's why I can't smoke weed when I'm sick. That cough just took a life out of me.
I'm still providing for me.
You've been good.
You broke my foot. You slammed my foot on that door. I'm trying.
I got you.
I'm trying to get up.
I just don't want you to fall.
Oh, now you're concerned after you fucking broke my foot. Jesus fuck, bro. Please, fucking do this. This fucking guy broke my foot, and now you're fucking concerned. Unbelievable. Fucking sheriff. I'm trying to get up.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you, man. Have a good morning, all right?
Can I help you?
It's not helping me, this fucking people.
Can I help you?
I'm trying.
Hey, bro, she was walking around at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
My best.
Sit like you were.
I know, it's so tall. This SUV is so fucking tall. Hold on.
There you go. We got it. Now slide those legs.
Why didn't you have that camera on when you slammed the foot on my foot? Huh?
There we
When you
go.
slammed the
And
foot
when I
on
was
my foot.
crying, I was
There
crying
we
for
go.
me to. You open the door, you slammed the foot on my
That's
door.
good, Evelyn.
You slammed the foot in my door.
Oh my God. Okay.
The suspect was charged with 2 counts of resisting arrest and
Yeah,
violating
bro.
beach hours.
I'm just saying, did y'all see
Are
that they
you
slammed her
anxious-
foot? Did you see that they slammed the door in her foot? Drunk man's go completely nuts. Let's fucking do it.
Police were conducting routine patrol during an annual festival in La Crosse, Wisconsin. During the graveyard shift, an officer was about to proceed through an intersection when he observed a vehicle run a red light directly in front of him. He soon learned that the operator was a 26-year-old male named Dylan, who was allegedly the designated driver for 2 friends he was picking up from Riverfest. But aside from that, it's important to note that Dylan has a lengthy criminal history dating back to 2013, with charges including resisting arrest, theft, and disorderly conduct. On top of that, he is a convicted felon. As the officer turned to initiate a traffic stop, Dylan quickly backed into a parking spot.
He tried. He definitely
Upon
tried.
contact, the officer noticed Dylan was immediately confrontational. He further observed that Dylan had glossy eyes and detected a strong odor of intoxicants coming from the vehicle.
What's going on, buddy? Any of you guys wear seatbelts?
I have mine on. I had to take it off to get my wallet out.
Okay. Do you have insurance?
Oh yeah, I got it.
Why are you seem mad at me?
I'm not.
Did you just not see it was red or what?
How's it going?
Dude, you just blew the red, man.
Yeah, no, I didn't see
Yo,
it.
did this nigga get... Wait, this just said same officer? Same officer 3 years ago. Bro, I'm tripping. How the fuck did I not see this fucking light? Yo, bro. Yo, bro. Is that the fucking traffic light, bro?
How's it going?
Dude, you just blew the red, man.
Yeah, no, I didn't see it.
Dude, stop moving. Stop moving.
I didn't notice.
Stop moving. Stop moving.
I didn't notice.
Okay. How much you gonna drink tonight?
None.
None? Absolutely none. Not even a drink? Then where do you come from?
Home.
Okay. Dressed like that?
Yeah.
Where do you guys come from?
Home.
Yeah, it's not true. Reeks like booze in here. Where do you guys live?
I live down here on the south side.
This isn't the south side.
Here's Lowe's.
This is the center of the city. This is as central as it gets.
And?
South side's past Jackson.
And?
You guys have IDs on you?
Of course.
You got an ID on you, boss?
Yeah.
Yeah, if I take a peek at it. Are you the owner of the vehicle then?
Yeah.
Perfect. You have a wristband. So you're just down?
I gotta pay to get into the concert, bro.
Okay. You haven't had anything to drink?
No.
Nothing?
No. None. Zero.
You typically just run red lights like that?
I didn't notice it was red.
How do you not notice it's red?
Well, how do I not?
You told me.
It was an accident. Sorry.
So if you hit a pedestrian, it's like, oops, my bad.
Did I hit a pedestrian?
No, but could you easily hit a pedestrian down here?
There was nobody there.
Okay.
I am telling you the truth.
Okay.
I have had zero to drink.
I don't believe you.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have to. That's your opinion.
All right.
I am legally in a parking spot. You pulled me over when I was parked.
Okay, we're not doing that.
I'm not saying we're doing
This is a
that.
completely legal traffic stop.
That's
You pulled over
fine.
after I flipped around on you.
That's fine. I didn't see your lights until I was parked, so that's fine. I was parked.
It doesn't matter.
That's okay.
As Dylan continued to run his mouth and reeked of booze, he could have projected a much more refreshing scent to the officers, one that defines him and boosts his confidence. That's where Scentbird can help. This month, I tried 4 unique fragrances from Scentbird: Black Magenta by Exit the different moods and occasions. Lately, I've been dressing luxury and it's
He's not been a peach so far.
We were trying to get some pizza.
What's up, man? Nothing to drink tonight? Why'd you have a drinking wristband?
Huh?
Why'd you have a drinking
I
wristband?
don't.
You just took it off.
Whatever, bro. I got nothing to say to you.
He had to get in.
Well, you need a button to get it, not a wristband.
That's fine. I got it, but
Ignore Dylan.
clearly, look, bro. Here's my button. I got in.
I know.
That's fine. I'm not giving you a hard time, so quit f***ing hassling me about drinking. Because I haven't.
What street are we on?
Right now we're on State Street.
We're on State Street.
5th or? She don't even know. She don't even know. Well, you're between 3rd and 4th on State Road.
Well,
State and...
we could say the 300 block of State Street.
State and... It's between
3rd and State, 4th
right.
and
You're
State.
not sure where you're at.
I literally just told you where we were.
State and...
I said 3rd. If you want to say, I said 300 block of State Street. I don't know if I can get
That's
much.
a lot of blocks. It's a lot of addresses.
It's a specific location that I'm giving you.
Okay, that's good.
Do you not know your geography?
I do know where right now I'm at.
Okay.
Do you know who you work for? I work for Monroe County. I work for La Crosse County. I probably paid for that badge you put on your chest. Sure did.
Dispatch also advised that Dylan was on probation, had a suspended driving status, 7 prior operating while suspended tickets, and was under a bond condition prohibiting him from driving until reinstated.
7 AUOs, that should sound like another felony where I'm from.
Hey, what do you think? Think so?
That's why I'm coming out of the car.
Yeah, alright, I'm gonna pull him out. Dylan!
Yep, I'm suspended, I know.
There's your ID back.
Thanks.
I've talked to you before.
Right, buddy. You know who I am.
I know you. Dylan, you can toss this back in your wallet. I'll have you pop out for me.
It's gonna cost you a lot of money. I'll tell you that right now. Y'all ain't gonna pull your guns, right?
What?
You're not gonna pull your guns, right?
For what?
Oh, I'm not gonna step out until y'all are comfortable.
I'm comfortable. I'm cool, calm, and collected right now.
You know what your boys are for.
We're good, man.
I'm coming after you. Alright, well, I'm gonna ask you to step back a couple feet so I can get out.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm not gonna step out until he steps back. 1 foot ain't gonna do it, bud.
Get out of the car.
Bro, you're 6 feet. Ask him to step back just like you are, and I will.
You have plenty of room to step out of the vehicle.
I do not.
Get out of the car.
I'm not comfortable.
You're being given a lawful order to step out of the car.
I am?
Yes,
Who told
sir.
me?
Me. Get out of the car.
But you're not the arresting officer.
It doesn't matter. Get out of the
You're not
car.
under arrest. Dylan.
Oh, I'm not?
Step out of the car.
I'm not comfortable until he steps back.
Well, I'm not comfortable if I step back, so step out of the car.
Okay, so step back now. I'm asking you.
I'm ordering you to get out of the car.
And I am asking you politely, step back.
Dylan, we're gonna pull you out of the car if we ask you one more time.
Thank you, not.
Yeah, we will.
I'm gonna
Yeah, we
ask you
will.
to step back. Thank you.
More this way.
You ain't gotta point to me. I'm talking to you.
Over here, Dylan. Right here.
I'm right here.
Okay, so the reason I pulled you out of the car, I have suspicion that you've been drinking tonight.
That's fine.
Okay.
You can have suspicion. That's fine. I'm not. I haven't.
So where are you coming from?
Home. Bro.
Okay.
Like I told you the first time.
Okay, the wristband that was on your wrist
Yup.
is indicative of someone who was at
I'm
Riverfest.
picking them up. How else am I gonna pick them up if I can't get in to pick them up?
So you go to Riverfest, get a
I
wristband.
did not go to Riverfest.
Why'd you have a
I
wristband?
went there to pick them up. I cannot get through the gates without picking them up.
You need a button to get through the gates.
You're right. I need a bracelet to get through the gates.
No, just a button.
He was just working Riverfest.
Thank you.
You need a wristband at the drink time to get a drink.
I got a right here.
Yeah, that's my
Thank you, a
point.
button to get in to pick them up.
Exactly.
What did I do? I came from home to pick them up. You could say I was drinking, that's fine. Let's do the Spidey. Come on.
Dylan.
I'm waiting because that's your next question. Like, I'm not done.
No. So I just want, I'm trying to grasp, like, why are you so hostile with me? I'm just asking questions just to understand what's happening, why this is happening.
Why are you so hostile? Don't act like you're military. You're some stupid bitch on the street trying to cause some bullshit over some bullshit. What do you think?
The reason you're being stopped?
Because I made a legal left turn. Thank you. I know. I understand.
Good. Okay.
I understand. I made a legal left turn. Thank you. I understand that.
Okay, are you willing to do some field sobriety
Yes,
tests?
I am.
Okay.
Do you realize what your superiors did to Alexavier? Miss, what's your name? Miss Beardmore. You got quite a beard going on. Do you realize what happened to Alexavier? Can you answer that?
I'm not going to talk about it.
Right.
When's the last drink you had? What's the
2
last?
days ago.
2 days ago?
Yep.
You haven't had any alcohol tonight? Not a single drop?
Nope, not a single drop.
Okay. Well, I want to do it on flat ground and give you the best chance.
No, we're on flat ground. We're
Come
good.
over
Don't go
here.
in the alley because they're curved inward.
It's right here.
Because your superiors failed that young man. He died in your justice system, your little badge there. Do you realize that? Do you understand that?
I'm not here to talk about that.
No, I don't care, but I am.
Okay, then you can keep talking, but if you ask me questions, I'm probably
Why can't you ask your questions?
Dude,
right here.
Stop. I am giving you an order. It's not flat there. It's not fair for you. Come and stand right here. Perfect. Okay.
Just like you want.
Stop.
Look, now am I turning around?
Dylan,
What?
why are you not cooperating? I'm not being rude to you. I'm just asking you simple orders.
I am doing the field sobriety like you want.
That is not the procedure.
Why can't you ask her questions? You work for me. You work for him. You work for him. Okay. Do you know who your boss is, young lady? Exactly. This is all I'm recording.
You know that we
10
have to do...
10 steps that way, 10 steps back. Heel to toe.
It's 9 steps. It's 9 steps. But anyway,
10. I mean...
Face me.
You don't care about children, do you? Because we're the next generation that'll say, we want our government back. You're the only one stopping us.
Can you put your arms by your side? Put your feet together, just like they are.
Where's your green light? Where's it at?
What green light?
Your cam on?
It's on top.
You see the tip of my pen just
Yep,
fine?
left to right. Don't move your head.
Just focus on the pen.
Don't try to falsify me.
You think I'm not recording right now?
Right. Where's your lights at?
You can think that then.
Where's your lights at? Show us some lights.
It's on top.
Where?
Well, you can't see it because you're in a seated
Oh, well,
position.
you can't see it because you're in a situation right now.
I said seated position.
I ain't gonna hold you. That field sobriety is a smoker, buddy. You ain't even gotta worry about passing that shit. You pull me over, just give me the breathalyzer. I'm not a drinker. I'm gonna let y'all know that. That's not my thing. That's my weed. Give me the breathalyzer. Let me go. Let me go home on my business. I'm already fucked up. Fucked up leg, fucked up back. Had to be stabbed a couple times. Let me go.
See the position.
Yes.
Do I need to step out of the vehicle and stand up? Because I will for that young man.
Focus on the pen.
I am.
Focus on the pen.
I am. Children die. Children die by that badge you wear.
I need you to keep looking at the tip of the
But
pen.
I am.
You're not.
I am.
You're not looking at the pen.
I am. You understand what happened to that young man?
I said I'm not.
Xavier Pedron. Do you understand what happened to that young man? Yes or no? You have the ultimate right to answer yes or no. Yes or no.
You're not looking at the pen. Dude, I've done this so many times.
That's fine. You can do it so many times. I am looking at the pen.
You're not.
I am. They let that young man. And here you are standing up for it. Do you understand that? What these children are? They are the next voices. How are you telling me I'm not looking at the pen
Because
when I am?
I can tell when I go to when I extend the pen out as far as I can, your eyes track to it, and then they bounce back and they start looking this way.
They are the right voices for what could be going on in our society. And here you are.
I can tell.
I am not looking straight at you. Your body cam will tell it.
It doesn't. I'm not saying you're looking straight at me. I'm not saying you're looking straight at me.
But you just did. You said, "Oh, you're looking that way." I'm not.
I didn't say you're looking that way. I said you're not looking at the pen.
I am.
I can tell when you're looking.
I am. When these children.
Chat, what y'all think, man? What y'all think, chat?
Children are being and you want to stand here and look me nice and say that basically.
But how
are you looking at the pen right now?
I am.
Okay, you can relax.
Me personally?
Yeah. You have an answer, Dean?
You can think what you want to think.
Right. And you put on an answer because if you had an answer to that, you answer it, and legally you are not obligated to reinforce any answer you have. Besides, I don't care.
I never said I do not care.
By the look on your face.
Where's the hostility coming from?
Because you're trying to assume that I'm drunk when I am not. That's why.
That's what the tests are to determine.
Okay, that's fine.
This next test is the walk and turn test. It's the one that you did before. It's different than how you were doing it.
You want a promotion, don't you, Miss Beardmore?
I'm fine with where I'm at right now.
Mrs. or Miss?
Miss.
Miss. You want a promotion?
I'm fine with
You want to excel in the job that you're doing. I guarantee it because I do the job that I do. It's heel to toe, 9 steps.
Yo. My son is really like Gavin, like going crazy right now. This nigga actually, does you want a promotion? He really think that.
Turn around, come back 9 steps. This is on level.
This is on level.
I'm not doing it here.
That's why we're doing it here.
So there's no line for me to watch? All right, that's fine.
I understand that you feel like you know how to do this test. Please
do 9 to heel, toe steps, turn around,
Stop
and come
talking.
back.
Please do not start the test until I tell you to. Do you understand?
You put this much effort into something that doesn't matter.
I was not the officer. I'm
not saying you, but you wear that badge, right?
I want you to imagine that there's a straight line going out right in front of you right now, okay? Put your left, stop. What did I just say? Do not start the test until I tell you to start. Put your left foot on that line, you can do that now. Stay in that position until I tell you to start the test. Do you understand? Yes or no?
Yep. Do you realize what happened to that child? Do you know what happened?
Do you want to explain what happened?
Do you want to explain what happened?
I don't
You're part
know
of the police force, you should know. So should your superiors.
When I tell you to start, get back in that instructional position.
Told me to start.
When I tell you to start, I want you to take 9 heel-to-toe steps down that imaginary line.
Okay, what?
I said okay.
Okay, what?
I'm just...
All
right, I'm going to be done talking if you're going to act like this.
Because you can't put an input onto what happened to the children in this town.
You're basically...
But no, you're basically sitting here trying to collect revenue.
I'm doing my job.
No.
I'm doing the job that I signed up for.
Right, which is wrongful.
Wrong for me?
Yes.
Okay.
It's going to look like this. 1, 2, 3, all the way up until 9. On your 9th step, you're going to take a series of small steps. You want to get back in that instructional position for me? 3, all the way up until 9. You can start whenever you're ready. Count out loud. Count out loud.
But no, we need to get some money. We need to get some revenue. We need to create some bullshit. Stand here on the street in front of
that shit ain't right.
You do it again for you?
No, stop. Stop. They're very clear.
I did it.
The instructions are so clear. I don't understand.
I did it.
Okay, just wait. 2 seconds. You just finished the test?
1, 2.
So wait.
2 seconds. I've given you plenty of time, right? I'm sorry, but when it comes to our children, you are corrupt. So is your superiors. So is your courthouse boys. Because there is a child ring going on in this town, as well as you wearing that badge. You're a part of it. You are a part of it.
He
you wear that badge. Next year, you want me to blow in the best light here. All right, get it.
Next test is the one-night stand.
Because some child got murdered, and you're on the same patrol, the same badge as them stupid motherfuckers that bullshit over their phones, over their safe, over everything. We're after you. Do you realize that? There is a big motherfucking movement after your badge, after these motherfuckers, after everything that's happened, and you will go down and you will pay.
When I tell you to start, you're going to raise either leg, whichever one you feel more comfortable with. Not yet. When I tell you to start, count like this. 1001. It's not a gimmick. This is a 30-second time test. Whenever you're ready.
As soon as I get out of this, your name, as soon as these motherfuckers blast it.
Look at your raised foot.
Why do I have to?
It's part of the test. Keep your arms by your side, too. Are you not willing to participate in
am. The alleys are slanted to the middle toward the cracks so the water drains. Thank you. So I'm not going to do it on level ground.
Before you start though?
Because you're trying to have me do this test on an alley that's slanted this way. I am not willing to do that. So 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009.
You're not even doing the test properly.
I am though. Because you asked me to count my 1000 to 1030.
Dylan.
Because the second...
Dylan, can you just listen, man?
Kind of.
Do you understand?
I am telling you that that's what you instructed me to do. Hands at my side.
And look at your raised foot. You can start, but you have to let me know when you're going to start.
Why do I have to look at my foot?
It's part of the test.
So because that's what you want me to do.
It's part of the test.
It's part of the standardized test that everyone across the country does.
You're not doing it.
I'm not just making up these rules for you.
Well, why? Because that's what you want me to do?
Yes, that's what I'd like you to do.
You want me to do it twice on unlevel ground. Now
Let's just acknowledge you wanted to move to the sidewalk here because you feel as though it's more level, right?
It is level. Look at the sidewalk. Look at the difference, please. Look at me. You're telling me that there's not a half-inch difference there?
Dylan, stop.
No,
if you feel like this is more flat,
then I will take a picture of it because
it's all on body cam. It's on the mobile video.
That's fine because you're looking at a half-inch difference and you're wanting me to stand on level ground because you want to convict me. That's fine. I will stand here at the side. 1001, 1002, 1003.
Look down at your foot.
1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009, 1010.
Keep going.
1011, 1012, 1013, 1014, 1019, 1020.
Keep going.
1000. Really? 1021, 1022, 1023. Oh, now I can. Oh, I didn't do it correctly because it's not the way you want it.
Dylan agreed to a preliminary breath test. However, he attempted to manipulate the results by not providing a sufficient sample.
Dylan, you know what the legal limit is in Wisconsin?
No way. I'm not having that drink. So
you think you're above or under?
Cleaning my ears off because I don't want to hear that shit they talking.
Huh? What? Here. Want me to take my teeth out for you?
Sure, if that's more comfortable for you. Doesn't matter to me.
Deep breath in.
Blow like you're blowing up a balloon. Nope, dude.
I was starting. Go ahead.
Why are you like this, man?
I'm not. So you want
You're condescending. You're just being rude for no reason.
I'm condescending. You're right.
For no reason.
You're right. I'm condescending. You're right. In your opinion.
Are you gonna use?
In your opinion.
Are you gonna submit to a preliminary breath test or no?
I told you I would. I think we both can acknowledge the breath that you were just about to give was not going to be adequate.
I didn't even start.
Okay, ready?
Take a deep breath and blow like you're blowing up a balloon.
So whatever, you take me down for a blood alcohol test. I don't give a shit.
Dylan, you know you're on bond not to drink anyway?
Yep.
Or not to drive?
There you go. Place me in handcuffs. Like, and I am absolutely moving out of this whole Gotham City that you and your co-workers run. I'm not resisting. Let me hit my bait.
Put your hand behind your back.
Will you let me hit my bait?
No.
Please?
Nope.
I'm asking you nice. Please?
Nope. You've been nothing but not nice this whole time.
Bro, you ain't gotta grab me like that.
Then stop.
Then tell him to stop. You're arresting me.
Stop flexing your arm, man.
I'm not flexing by any means. What? I'm gonna sit here.
You're not gonna do it. You don't make the rules, Dylan.
All right, so tell him to let go of my bicep.
See, no, because look at your wrist now.
What? Because you tighten him down?
Stop trying to twist your wrist a different way.
What are his charges?
Well, he's getting arrested for operating while under the influence of alcohol.
Okay, what happened to Joseph? I am okay with you, not him.
Okay.
Tell him to let go of me, and we'll be all right.
I can't.
You can't, though, because we'll be all right.
Dude, look what you're doing with your wrist right now.
She was drunk when she beat that kid to death.
Is there a
No.
I'm not going nowhere. I mean, I'm 340 pounds.
I'm gonna, what's your plan for the rest of the night?
No.
Are you walking home or going somewhere?
Fine.
No, it's not gonna be fine.
That's
Once
fine.
I put you in my car, you're gonna start complaining your wrist hurts.
That's fine.
Let go of it.
Really?
Okay, hold on. I have to.
This car's got to go back to my house. This is my car.
You guys have both probably consumed alcohol.
Probably, but I mean, I have my, I have people coming here that haven't drank, coming to get the car.
Okay.
I'm gonna ride with them.
Sounds
But I just
good.
wonder if I can get out.
Are they almost?
They should be here soon. I mean,
Okay. Tell them 300 Main Street.
300 Main Street.
Yeah.
Am I able to stand out here?
Hold on.
Once placed in handcuffs, Dylan voluntarily gave up control of his legs and hit the deck, claiming he was having an asthma attack.
Oh, shit.
Really?
Dylan, stop. Lay on your side, Dylan.
Dylan, do you want to lay on your side?
Lay on your side.
Just try to relax, okay? Try to relax your body. Just deep breaths, okay? Nice and slow.
Hey, get you out in the morning. They do not care about the life of children. They care about locking you up and exposing you for murder.
Jacob, be quiet. Fine, Dylan. So here's our plan. We're gonna have an ambulance come. We're gonna ride with the ambulance and we're gonna transport you. We're gonna go through the proper OWI blood drawing procedure like we normally would. You just have to ride in a fancy ambulance.
Can you lose it? What's that?
I can't when you're laying like that.
You want to stand up?
Dylan, I'm gonna try to loosen your handcuff, dude. You wanna shine a light on here?
Ow!
Dylan.
Dylan, we're trying to loosen them up, okay?
You wanna stand up so I can loosen them
Oh,
up?
he forgot.
Don't touch my loosen the left side, bro.
I'm
Dylan,
trying to.
We're trying to.
He
You just
forgot
gotta.
he had
There's no way I can get him because you turned your wrists on the opposite way.
Why are you tasing? Come on.
I
It's
can't.
on the bottom.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Tasing?
of course.
Why you
Look,
tasing?
here, I will give you the f***ing cuff. Loosen them. Hey, the f***. Why are you tasing?
What are you talking about?
Why are you tasing? Man. Why are you tasing him?
No taser is out.
Well, why is
Step
he
back.
suffering?
Step back.
Jake,
Back up.
you're fine.
Back
Why is he
up.
mad?
I don't know why he's mad. Probably because he's getting arrested. Back
Yeah,
up.
because it's bullshit.
Back up.
You like kids?
I do.
Bullshit.
Jacob, back up, man.
It's fine, Jake.
We're not doing this.
It's fine. It's fine. I need tri-state. It's fine. It's bullshit. Who taser who? Because I saw deployment. Just let go. I will be fine.
Dylan, we can't just.
I don't.
it's not
That's
gonna-
fine. Leave me lay on the ground. Can I help him up?
No.
I don't trust you, motherfuckers. You'll hurt anybody for the sake of whoever.
Go home, dude.
Go home? Jake, it's fine. You know Alex Xavier? Jake!
I don't care. I don't care.
Go home for Alex Xavier. Go home for Alex
You're being a
Xavier.
nuisance.
Josie Dykeman, you like her?
Yeah, man. If you want to step out, you can. It's fine.
All right, yeah, my rider people are right there. They're just waiting until it clears out.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, he just had a. He has
Apologize for
a. He had
like
a
I'm having nothing to do with him.
yeah, you're fine.
He's so rude.
That's my car.
This is that was the cool one, right? He's the cool guy. He's not as drunk. He's almost, you know what I'm saying? But he's like, bro, I'm really trying to make it to the crib. That's this guy. That's him. I'm trying to get him.
People are right there. They're just waiting until it clears out.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, he just had a. He has a. He had
I think I'm having nothing to do with him.
Yeah, you're fine.
He's so rude.
That's my car. My boyfriend and them got pulled over, I see.
Yep.
I have a sober driver.
Perfect. We might need it.
Beers, but it was like hours ago. But
He said he's on bond.
Tell him that.
Yeah.
Can I help you? I'm fine. Let go of me, Jake.
I'm not letting go of you.
Okay, so I'll lay on the ground.
That's completely fine.
You're right.
You want to act like a baby? Go ahead.
Dylan, hit.
Maria.
Yeah, but you need to cool down right now.
I am.
No, you're not.
We'll tri-state help you.
You can just see what they did to me.
Dylan, just take a breath. We've been drinking. Okay?
He's not convicted of anything yet. He's being charged with operating under the influence.
That's fine. They can charge me with DUI.
Take a breath, okay?
Doesn't matter to you.
Yeah, it does because you got a camera.
Let's record everything.
Yeah. So what did you do?
It's none of your business.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is because I pay your wages. When did you do his field test?
Do an open records request on the report.
Doesn't matter. You're all on camera. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter to you.
Doesn't matter to you. Maria, remember, it doesn't matter.
I know,
They
but
said.
just let's take a breath.
It doesn't matter. Right, because you're the police, because you're above the law.
Stop.
No, seriously, though, you just watched what they did to me.
Stop.
I saw it all, and it was all secondhand recorded. Everything you said, by the way, was recorded.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
That's good. I'm glad.
Good.
Glad you got it.
You care about children? Yes or no? This pays your bills, don't it? Kids dying don't pay your bills, does it? Maria's revenue. It's their badge. That's what it's all about, Maria.
We got
Maria's revenue. It's their badge.
You see how this guy keeps saying this, man. I'm not putting this on him, but this is the people that I be kind of worried about my kids being around. He asks, do you like kids? One too many times. It's getting a little weird. You get what I'm saying? It's getting a little weird, bro.
That's what it's all about, Maria.
we got 3 no people. He completely fine. Dropped down, having a.
Who are you, bud? What's his name?
Lieutenant Crunch.
Lieutenant. Last 2 lieutenant I had show up at my house, he had to take a shit before he come over. And then he ordered the Bearcat. You know who I am? I don't need your help.
Okay.
I don't need your help.
Okay.
You can sit back and I can get up myself.
Nope. I no longer need the vehicle. If you want to leave with the vehicle now, that's fine.
Oh.
And if you want to take Jacob with you, that'd be wonderful.
Don't f***ing grab me.
Stand up, they're going to place their hands on you.
That's fine. He cannot grab me like that. Are you a sergeant? No, then call him sergeant.
I'm a lieutenant, sir.
Okay, then I'll talk to you, but tell him to let me go.
Hold the fuck up. That nigga said, are you a sergeant? Bitch, I'm a lieutenant, sir.
Are you a sergeant? No, then call him sergeant.
I'm a lieutenant, sir.
Okay, then I'll talk to you, but tell him to let me go. I will talk to you, but tell him to let me go.
You don't provide conditions here.
Then you grab me and let me go. I will talk to you because you're a lieutenant. You have more respect than he does. She just called him lieutenant.
I'm not talking over you.
I understand that.
Stop talking over me.
Are you a sergeant? You're a lieutenant. Are you a sergeant? You grab me and let me stand up and I will talk to you. If she calls you lieutenant.
You were in my shoes.
If I were in your shoes, yup, I'd be walking away because he assumes that I'm drunk. Are you a sergeant or a lieutenant?
Jacob, be quiet.
Is he a sergeant?
We're done talking to you.
Stop. Is he a sergeant? Right now. He's a lieutenant. He's above the sergeant. Why did she say sergeant?
You're my business. Stand over there.
Absolutely. Why did she call you sergeant? Why are you pulling me back?
Because you're walking up on lieutenant.
Because I'm trying. I addressed him as lieutenant 3 different times. So tell him to let me go and you
Try to get Jake in the car and take him home or what?
That'd be awesome.
Jake, let's just go. Let's just go home. Come on.
He was called sergeant.
Pull away.
I am not. Look, I will step back next to you.
Do you want to sit down on the brick here?
If you let me go.
If you sit down on the brick,
I will walk over there if you let me go.
No.
Justice for Alexander. You're all going down.
It's not even our jurisdiction.
Can I give my wallet to them, please, Lieutenant? Justice for Alexander. You're all going down.
Bro.
It's not even our jurisdiction.
Can I give my wallet to them, please, Lieutenant?
No.
Lieutenant,
What is your question?
Can I give them my wallet?
No. You're
Why
gonna want
not?
that. You're gonna want that just in case.
I am not, because when I get to the jail, I cannot have any money put on my books. So can I release my wallet to Lucas right now? Lieutenant, why can I not?
Because here's what I used
grabbed
to
it out of his vehicle. It was in his possession.
do. You want me to answer your question? Well,
Sure.
The reason that I don't exchange property between persons is because I used to do that. I used to be really nice.
Whoa! Oh, come get my wallet. So on it. No, let go of me. Let go of me. I'll lay on the ground.
He's a bug out.
One of you guys want to move my squad?
No.
Just this parking
You
spot.
put me in a squad.
Get it out of
Guess what?
traffic.
I'm still gonna lay here until the ambulance gets here because I need to be seeing medical.
That's completely fine. Just so you know, the procedure doesn't change at all. You
I know. I'm not dumb. I'm not dumb.
Your symptoms seem to have gone away.
Yeah, you think so?
All right, buddy.
I'm not dumb.
Your symptoms seem to have gone away.
Doesn't that sound familiar? Didn't I say the same thing?
Yeah, you think so?
All right, buddy.
No, I'll lay right here.
You're just gonna lay there? That's your position?
Yeah.
Okay. Walk yourself in?
Yep, I will, but don't grab me.
Okay, what?
The minute you grab me, I'm laying back down. Stop grabbing me and I will walk like a normal human being.
Dylan.
Yeah, Lieutenant, I will talk to you now.
I'm gonna keep it real. For a person that's not drunk, that's some real live drunk shit. Listen, I told you I don't drink. It's not like I haven't drunk. Do you feel I'm coming from? Do you hear me? But I used to fuck up that goose. Loose off that goose. Uptown days.
Anybody else?
Dylan, you need to stop this.
I am. But tell him to treat me like a gentleman, not a just because you guys deal with everything else other than me doesn't mean I'm a animal. So stop treating me like one. Let me stand up like a human being and walk to the ambulance.
There's no way we're gonna be able to get him into our squad car without him doing a floppy fish.
Don't grab me. The minute you grab me, I'm going back down to the ground. Try me. Try me.
Stop trying to bait my officers into a confrontation.
Because he knows it. Yeah, he's trying to act calm. Bro, you did not see him
Talk to the paramedics. You have a medical issue.
Look at that. No problem.
Is it your desire to go to the hospital?
We got no problem.
We'll get your car down there.
What's that?
We'll get your car down there. You got a ride with.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. You guys have his property? Okay, you can just toss my bag in the trunk.
You can mutter here as quick as possible. He's going to be a problem child the entire night.
He's going to jail, so.
Okay. I don't know what his issue is and why we're
it was like that from the start. It was like that from the start.
Okay.
Upon arriving at the hospital, Dylan refused to use a cop and became extremely aggressive, kicking and screaming at the officer. As security assisted to place him in the chair, Dylan looked directly at the officer and spat in his face. At the jail, he continued to be nothing but a pain in the ass and had to be escorted directly to a cell.
What's that? I'm not going in until Victor's out. Hey, he said he's not coming on if you're in here. So we'll see how this goes. It's gonna unlock. Make sure the door's unlocked really quick. We'll see how this goes.
Yo.
It's gonna unlock. Make sure the door's unlocked really quick. Yep.
They like, see where I'm from, they like 13. They call them 13.
That's alright.
That's probation revocation. I'll let you know that right now. But that's why you look like that.
As a result, Dylan was charged with felony discharging bodily fluids at an officer, misdemeanor counts of resisting, obstructing an officer, disorderly conduct, and bail jumping. He was also issued over $2,200 in traffic citations, including one for OWI, first offense, and was released a few days later on a $1,000 signature bond. About 5 months later, he was found guilty due to a no contest plea of resisting, obstructing an officer, bail jumping, and the OWI citation. All remaining charges and citations were dismissed but read in. Ultimately, he was sentenced to 11 days in county jail, which he has already served, and a 6-month driver's license revocation.
Where the fuck is they from? That's how much that should be when you be drinking and driving and shit? Where they at? Where I'm from, that shit. My cousin went to jail for a couple years. He went to jail for a couple years for that shit. Respectfully. Man, I don't know, man. Oh, man. Put that in the tab, but I ain't gonna watch that. Watch that, don't know. It's 8. As long as it's a little running. This is what you about to do, chat. This is what you about to do, chat. One good proof of that nigga ESTG. This is what you about to do, chat. What is looking like? Let's get it. Let's get it. We back on this shit. I told you I like this little shit. I told you I like this little shit. Yeah, man. Yeah, before I do all that, what we on that? Let's show them. Shout out to the bro, Twitch, the YouTube, all that good shit. Respect me. Or not. Let's get to it. Let's get butchered. You're just been quiet. You don't think. Tiki torches and shit. I don't know what's in the too. Oh shit. Fucking look like the people from the Strangers movie. Oh shit, that's a cat, bro. Did I forget something? No candles. What's a tree? I'm tripping. This shit dark. Well, that's that wild shit, right? What's about to come back? I knew it, guys. I knew it, guys. I felt it in my bones, guys. Look at me all beat the fuck up. You gotta pull that shit out, Sker. Be tough. Maybe I should turn it up a little bit. That should look a little dark. Oh no. Introductions. Was that comes in the power of the song, our souls together we will take true control. Be assured to bring your offering of flesh and bone to sacrifice the weakness. What? To join us in the ritual rebirth. Remember your garments of the quietness to shield from the weak reaches of the sacrifice. Our beloved silent disciple Prudence has volunteered for the position of that's Shorty Mom, right? And they hire out for all of us. Her position will be anointed at our next gathering of the brothers and sisters, yours truly, Jebediah Williams. What the fuck is going on here? Williams, your evil deeds they have committed. There's too much circumstance to suggest they are not honest with. Read the The leader of these criminals, Gemini Williams, the head of the Williams family. They are more than humble fishermen with deep pockets. It is unusual and suspicious. I am sure they are. They are the cause of the missing ships around Sker Island over the recent years. The poor loss on the beach vessels collateral for the lining in their pockets. Hiding on their land, and I am going to find the truth. The rumors must have some more side of the truth to them. The Williams family are smugglers, wreckers, and murderers. I will expose them in the good people will. Okay, right. They got him. Oh, yeah. This is not the one to do that one. Fucking paper towel for work. Jesus Christ, this shit like a razor blade going. I'm trying to figure out why I can't fight back or nothing, though. February 3rd, 1874. Storm of the century battered the island last night. The men they say to have, they say to have spotted a vessel off the coast, and my father has ordered us to extinguish the flames immediately. Word from the men informs me that a ship ran aground on the stone coast. Each Sker pointed myself in awe at the size of the vessel engraved on the port side of the ship. Read the name HMS Providence. My men, under order by my father, transferred the remains of the ship into the cavern beneath Sker Point. We salvaged what we could from the ship, and anything of value, most importantly, contents of the cargo hold. Something was discovered inside the wreck buried in the cargo hold, something I've never seen before. It's alive. It's such a tragic state. My father thinks it's fortunate that it is weak, for it tries to sink. Unload the cargo. Some of the men have begun to act strange in the presence of this creature. Its singing seems to have an effect on them. Even in this weakened condition, I find this fascinating. Needless like its father is becoming concerned. The more I learn about the mindless creature, it seems that the song it sings lures its prey so it can devour and survive. My father is beginning to see the potential of this beast and what we can accomplish with this power if we can somehow harness it. My father has begun to use the creature upon a Sker Point chains little beacon to aid and lure in vessel sharing. No place we can increase our potential and our name and idea of raising this power. We're gonna have to have it around for it. I will take some time. Is that the shit that's been saying it at me now? How do we get in there? Wait a minute. You get in there. It's not like you can jump or some shit. It's gotta be like. There you go. Where's the other one? So how do you get over there? What? What the fuck am I supposed to do? Hey. Bruh. Bruh. Hmm? Oh. I don't like it. I probably should have thought of a song. Oh, that's the dude that was in the room.
I'll give you anything. You never
Yeah, flies.
I need to tell someone. Get all of this out. Get this down somewhere. My father does not know that I'm making this recording, but I need to confide in you, Mother. He has been pushing me more and more in my lessons to sing as you once did. But there is something else. There's a mania to his actions of late. He seems consumed with his latest scheme to revive the hotel, but it is more than that too. Both he and Abraham have been so agitated of late, and they argue more than before. I overheard them in heated discourse over a guest who had disappeared, I assume without paying. My father was furious that there was nothing that could be salvaged from it. And Mother, you have never heard such language. I know our finances are dwindling, and his heart is set on restoring the glory days of Sker Hotel, but he sets so much on my shoulders. I'm not sure if I can do it, Mother. I'm not sure if I can be you.
So she with that shit. You know the way. She with that shit, bro. Apparently, no, that was just that's Carlson. That's basically. Here's the video. I wanted to make one more one story. It's alright, man. I feel sick. Oh shit. Something bad in the stuff.
Thomas! Yes, yes, I'm fine. But I feared the worst had happened. You were gone so long. I dreaded that you'd been taken too. My God. Dear Lord, have mercy. What are they trying to do? That poor, wretched soul. You must be on your guard, Thomas. You can't let them catch you. Oh. That must be Calliope, my late mother's dog. I'd so hoped she was safe.
You with the shit.
I had good reason to suspect that my uncle had disposed of her. It is so good to hear your voice again. Just to hear your voice again.
Either she dead, this nigga's tripping. That dog said, don't go this way. Oh, it's a dog. Get him out of here, guy.